For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the Pre-Forum Stocktech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach.
1, 2, okay.
Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. Where evidence is delayed, and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the Pre-Forum Stocktech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. Where evidence is delayed, and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the Pre-Forum Stocktech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions, scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. Where evidence is delayed, and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. Months, partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed, and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. And partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future.
Alpha D, plus qu'un styliste, une vision, un héritage. Entre création élégante.
Whether you're on the panel, whether you're in the audience, you're asking a question, it's important to make yourself seen and heard as young people. Things like this cannot happen without your presence.
I'm a youth who is angry to change Africa.
So there's been a great mention throughout the whole conference of young people being a growing population and how they're going to be so many. And it's kind of giving undertones of them being a burden, right? And a lot of times when they are mentioned, they are beneficiaries. We are not just beneficiaries. We are active partners who are involved in the iterative process, step by step.
Places like this are very good for the youth because whatever decision is being made as of now, it gets to affect us. So I urge most of the youths out there to take part because whatever decision is made or policy is made is affecting us. So we need to be able to give out our voices.
The youth can not only be just here to be heard, but also how we can actually collaborate with the youth to solve like many issues, but not only solve issues, but actually co-working with them on the ground.
You are running a race and you're running as fast as you can and as strong as you can. But the problem is you're running in the wrong direction because right at the start point, it's a relay. You do not ask your teammate who's at the start point where they're going to stop and where you're going to pass them the baton. And you know who this teammate is? It's the young person. This is a relay. We are in this together.
With the rate of growth and the intellectual capacity of the youth, they might be seeing something that the elders are not saying. Youth are very energetic and they're full of potential. If they lead some of the initiatives with their energy, I'm sure there will be some positive changes.
If the priorities that are decided on in this conference, in this forum, do not take into consideration the experiences of young women, it will be very difficult to achieve some of the goals.
For a continent whose population is 70% are youth, and indeed of which 16% or more of those are youth with disabilities, it's imperative that youth are here, they are participating, and their voice and their agency is well represented.
Youth need to be consulted in decision making. We need action. We don't want things that to be said. We need action because what Africa wants is action.
We need to trust the youth today. We need actually to give them the space. We need to see the change. We need to see what actually have been discussed here implemented.
You cannot influence what you don't understand. Incredible work is being done throughout the continent. Let's do this together. Whether you're on the panel, whether you're in the audience, you're asking a question, it's important to make yourself seen and heard as young people. Things like this cannot happen without your presence.
I'm a youth who is angry to change Africa.
So there's been a great mention throughout the whole
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
A growing
Test 1, 2, 3.
population and how they're going to be so many. And it's kind of giving undertones of them being a burden, right? And also, a lot of times when they're mentioned, they are beneficiaries. We are not just beneficiaries. We are active partners who are involved in the iterative process, step by step.
Places like this are very good for the youth because whatever decision is being made as of now, it gets to affect us. So I urge most of the youths out there to take part because whatever decision is made or policy is made is affecting us. So we need to be able to give out our voices.
The youth can not only be just here to be heard, but also how we can actually collaborate with the youth to solve like many issues, but not only solve issues, but actually co-working with them on the ground.
You are running a race and you're running as fast as you can and as strong as you can. But the problem is
Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before solutions discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy, from dialogue to Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum Stocktake webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum Stocktake webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. May I kindly invite you to take your seats so we can begin the forum. Thank you. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous invite à prendre place afin que nous puissions commencer le forum. Merci beaucoup.
Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the Pre-Forum Stocktake webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the Pre-Forum Stocktake webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge.
Young people join Africa's labor market every year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, if just counting to 10 feels
Distinguished
really
guests, it's a pleasure to join you. I thank the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for convening the Africa Development Impact Forum and for its continued role as a trusted partner to African member states.
Into the night when the power returns. I have met Samuel who worked leather, who understands leather before he understood algae. I have met a boy who smells of coffee and ambition, understands grind sizes and rows profiles better than most of us here understand policy timelines. Youth are not a wave. They are names. Names are unrealized return. You speak of capital flows. We speak of rent. You speak of blended finance. We blend hustle and hope, praying that mixture holds. You say job creation. We say pace. Youth are not the problem to be solved. Youth are an investment. Not tomorrow's workforce, today's infrastructure. Because a continent is not built on minerals alone. A continent is built with hands. Hands that turn cabana leather into export. Hands that make beans into espresso instead of just freight. Hands that carry steel and cargo through the gates of Tandramet. I am not here to ask for applause. I am here to ask for arithmetic. If you believe in Africa, fund it. If you believe in innovation, fund it. If you believe in us, stop calling us potential and start calling us fortunate. So do not let our futures become side events. Do not let our names become slide.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. Good morning. Can you please tell the person next to you good morning? Let's be a bit cheerful in the room this morning. Thank you. All right. Okay, we're good? Okay. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Africa Development Impact Forum, ADIF. This forum provides a platform for both dialogue and action aimed at closing the gap between policy design, implementation, and tangible impact. This will be done through collaboration, accountability, and results-driven engagement. This year's forum focuses on a critical theme, job creation. Can everybody say job creation? Thank you. As a development economist and planner, I recognize that while many African countries prioritize job creation in their national strategies, unemployment and underemployment remain persistent challenges across the continent. Over the next 2 days, we will bring together voices from across sectors to explore practical solutions and, importantly, how we can move from policy to measurable impact. My name is Oyebanke Abejimi. I am an Economic Affairs Officer with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and I'll be your moderator over the next 2 days. Given our tight and engaging program, I'll be guiding us closely to ensure we stay on time while allowing for meaningful exchanges. Before we proceed, allow me to briefly share a few housekeeping announcements. Wi-Fi is available via UNECA Guest, and the password will be displayed on the screen. Simultaneous interpretation is available. English is on channel 1 and French on channel 2. Please adjust your headsets to a comfortable volume for you. We have a prayer room available, and the ushers will show you to it if you need it. We also have a health booth available during the whole forum, and it is located below. For any questions or assistance, please feel free to approach the ushers at any time. Excellencies, distinguished guests, we will now proceed to the official opening of the forum, during which we will hear remarks from our esteemed speakers. I now have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Mona Idrisu, Head of Youth Employment and Skills at the African Center for Economic Transformation, to deliver her remarks. Ms. Idrisu.
It's okay. It's okay.
Is it okay now? Okay, great. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good morning. On behalf of the African Center for Economic Transformation, ACET, it's a pleasure to join you at the inaugural African Development Impact Forum 2026. At ACET, our vision is of an economically transformed Africa, driven by inclusive growth, competitiveness, and sustainable development. Our mission is to support African governments and institutions with evidence, policy solutions, and partnerships that accelerate economic transformation and improve livelihoods across the continent. Over the years, ACET has worked with governments, regional institutions, development partners, and the private sector to address some of Africa's most pressing challenges, from industrialization and economic diversification to youth employment, skills development, and workforce readiness. Through this work, we have learned an important lesson. Evidence alone does not create change. Evidence must be translated into policies, partnerships, and actions that are implementable, scalable, and impactful. This is precisely why ADIF is such an important initiative. At a time when Africa must create millions of quality jobs for its growing youth population, ADIF provides a unique platform to move beyond discussion and focus on implementation. It brings together policymakers, researchers, innovators, development partners, and the private sector to identify solutions, build partnerships, and chart practical pathways to delivery. ACET is proud to have partnered with UNECA throughout the ADIF process, including contributing to the pre-forum webinar and thematic solutions session on skills, education, and workforce preparedness, as well as supporting the policy and strategy hackathon, which I'm keenly looking forward to. This collaboration reflects a shared commitment to ensuring that evidence informs policy and that policy translates into tangible outcomes for young people across Africa. I would like to commend UNECA for its leadership in creating a forum that places implementation at the heart of the development agenda. The true value of ADIF lies not only in the conversations we will have over the next 2 days, but in what happens afterwards. So as we look ahead, ACET is particularly excited about the implementation clock, which provides an opportunity to sustain momentum, track progress, strengthen accountability, and support the translation of commitments into measurable results. This long-term focus is exactly what is needed to ensure that promising ideas become real opportunities, jobs, and improved livelihoods. We look forward to productive discussions, strong partnerships, and most importantly, meaningful action. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful forum.
Thank you, Ms. Idrisu. We will now move to our virtual participants to hear from Mr. Karim El Ainawi, Executive President of the Policy Center for the New South. Mr. El Ainawi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like, of course, to thank Mr. Katete for his leadership and for inviting us. Say a few words. We direct the Policy Center for the New South. It's a Moroccan think tank. We have a passion that we share with you all, and particularly with this initiative, which is informed public policy through science. We are a group of economists and international relations specialists, and we of course focus on Africa. But really what we do is how can science improve public policy. So we're the one of the culprit, putting more papers and publications on the market. So we're very glad to partner with this initiative where the implementation, execution, being closer to the ground, having influence on the fabric of public policy is the main objective. I don't see an opposition or an alternative on that. I think it's more complementary and to create a place, but someone has to take care of that, and we need to be very vigilant on how implementation, execution is being done. But that said, I think science, these are very applied sciences, of course, particularly economics, but still. Theories, modeling, the capacity to understand things broadly, the capacity to generalize, I think is essential. And I think the UNECA has a very special role to play with us, think tank. So once again, I think the principle of having a platform, having a place where we discuss these things are essential. So I stand and my colleagues, and I think it was said previously, all the think tank community will stand ready to contribute, to help, and to bring our expertise as much as we can. So once again, many thanks for involving us, and I wish I could have been with you, and I wish you a great conference, and inshallah success for ADIF. For this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. El Ainawi. It now gives me great pleasure to invite the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Clave Gatete, to deliver his remarks. Mr. Gatete, you have the floor.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Thank you so much, moderator. My dear colleagues, Mona and my deputy, and friends, colleagues, Dr. Karim, I thank you very much for, by the way, hosting us in your own wonderful center. And of course, for Mona, I work together in the Africa Center for Economic Transformation. We are great partners. And together with, of course, the African Union and others. So it's always a great pleasure for us to be together at this moment in time, talking about the employment. At this point, I'm delighted to welcome all of you to Addis Ababa for the inaugural Africa Development Impact Forum under the compelling theme, Best Practices and Innovative Solutions for Job Creation in Africa. I wish to start by expressing my sincere appreciation to all our partners, speakers, participants, and institutions whose commitment has made this forum possible. Your presence here today reflects a shared conviction that Africa's development challenges can be solved and that solutions can and must be implemented at the scale and speed that our people deserve. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is precisely this conviction that brings us together today. This forum, therefore, is not simply about identifying good ideas. It is about answering a more fundamental question. How do we move proven solutions from isolated successes to continental-wide impact? That question has become particularly urgent because we meet at a time of profound global transformation. Across continents, countries are grappling with climate shocks, geopolitical fragmentation and conflicts, rising debt vulnerabilities, disruptions in global supply chains, and rapid technological change. Artificial intelligence is also reshaping industries, altering labor markets, and redefining competitiveness. In addition, official development assistance is declining, and development financing can no longer be assumed to be available at the scale many countries relied upon in the past. even as demands on governments continue to rise. But Africa's future will increasingly depend on its ability to mobilize domestic resources, attract investment, build competitive industries, and create sustainable employment opportunities for its growing population. So against this evolving backdrop, where does Africa stand? Are we merely reacting to global change, or are we positioning ourselves to reshape it? At a time when many regions are experiencing aging populations and shrinking workforces, Africa possesses one of the greatest strategic assets, its people. More than 60% of Africans are under the age of 25, making Africa the youngest continent in the world. By 2035, Africa is expected to have the largest workforce globally. But this demographic advantage is not automatic. Every year, more than 15 million young Africans enter the labor market in search of opportunity and a better future. According to the International Labour Organization, 53 million young people were not in employment, education, or training in 2023. And the vast majority of those who do find work remain concentrated in informal and low productivity jobs. So yes, the challenge is significant, but so too is the opportunity. Indeed, if Africa's greatest challenge is jobs, then Africa's greatest opportunity also has to be jobs. Why? Because Africa possesses many of the ingredients required for the transformation we seek. It has abundant entrepreneurial talent, vast renewable energy resources, critical minerals essential to the global energy transition, rapidly expanding digital ecosystems, growing urban markets, and the immense opportunities presented by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. With a market of 1.8 billion and a combined GDP exceeding 3.4 trillion US dollars, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area has the potential to increase intra-Africa trade by as much as 45% by 2045, creating new opportunities for industrialization, regional value chains, and millions of jobs across the continent. The evidence, therefore, tells us that solutions exist, but the question is, why are proven solutions not being adopted more broadly? Why do successful pilot projects remain pilots? And why do excellent policy recommendations too often remain reports on the shelves? These questions lie in the heart of why we have convened here today. Excellencies, far from lacking ideas, Africa is brimming with innovation, entrepreneurship, and practical solutions. Across our continent, governments, universities, think tanks, entrepreneurs, development institutions, and the private sector are generating innovative solutions daily. From Morocco's emergence as a major automotive manufacturing hub, to Rwanda's innovative-driven entrepreneurship ecosystem, Ethiopia's industrial and agro-industrial parks, Kenya's globally recognized digital economy, and Egypt's expanding manufacturing base, examples of success are already exist across Africa. So the challenge is not identifying what works, but in ensuring that successful experiences are replicated, adapted, and expanded across the continent. This is precisely why the Africa Development Impact Forum was established. ADIF builds on ECA's long-standing efforts to connect ideas, research, policy, investment, and implementation. It complements platforms such as the Africa Business Forum, which has successfully brought together policymakers, investors, and development partners to advance practical solutions for sustainable development. Crucially, ADIF addresses how to bridge the gap between evidence and implementation, and how to expand proven solutions that create jobs and improve lives. It is about identifying what works, understanding why it works, and mobilizing the partnerships, financing, and institutions needed to scale impact across the continent. Therefore, Excellencies, if Africa is to create jobs at the scale required, then we must build a complete enabling ecosystem for inclusive and job-rich growth. Allow me to highlight 5 priorities. First, We must invest in skills and capabilities that match the demands of a changing economy. Africa's young people are our greatest asset. As such, we must strengthen education systems, expand technical and vocational training, deepen digital competencies, and equip young people with the skills needed to thrive in both existing and emerging industries. Second, we must shift from supporting only startups to scaling enterprises. Africa does not simply need more businesses that survive, but businesses that grow, innovate, compete, and create jobs. This requires stronger public-private partnerships to expand access to finance, markets, technology, and business services to help promising enterprises flourish. Third, we must accelerate industrialization and value addition. Africa cannot create sufficient jobs for by exporting raw commodities while importing finished products. Whether in agriculture, manufacturing, critical minerals, tourism, pharmaceuticals, logistics, digital services, or creative economy, greater value addition must become central to our development model. Fourth, we must leverage the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to develop regional value chains for industrialization and larger markets for African enterprises. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area provides a once-in-a-generation opportunity to develop competitive regional value chains in sectors such as agriculture, pharmaceuticals, automotive manufacturing, textiles, critical minerals, and digital services, attracting private sector investment, creating millions of jobs across borders, and enhancing Africa's economic resilience and competitiveness. Fifth, we must strengthen implementation capacity and accountability. This means policies must be anchored in delivery, institutions must be empowered to execute, and outcomes must be measured rigorously. Because without effective implementation, even the best ideas will fail to produce results. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, this forum will move beyond dialogue to action. Through thematic discussions, innovation showcases, hackathons, and collaborative engagements, participants will test ideas, forge partnerships, and identify practical solutions capable of delivering measurable impact. The Africa Development Impact Forum is about building a new model of development cooperation, one that connects evidence to policy, investment, enterprise growth, and job creation. The good news is that we already have the ideas, the talent, the resources, a dynamic private sector, innovative entrepreneurs, and investors who are increasingly demonstrating that African solutions can compete globally as well as the market to transform our economies. What we need now is just execution. Africa's future depends on the choices that we make here today. Together, we can use this forum as a turning point to create opportunities for our young people, transform our economies, and convert Africa's immense potential into shared prosperity. I wish you productive deliberations and every success. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. Finally, we will hear a video message from Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. We cannot hear. Technical team?
Evidence convening. Distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to join you. I thank the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for convening the Africa Development Impact Forum and for its continued role as a trusted partner to African member states, bringing together policy, expertise, evidence, convening power, and a deep understanding of the continent's development priorities. Excellencies, this forum comes at a pivotal moment for Africa. Across the continent, there is no shortage of ideas, strategies, or evidence about what works. The challenge before us is implementation. How we move from policy design to delivery at scale with a sense of urgency, from promising pilots to measurable impact, and from commitments made to results felt in the daily lives of people and communities. This is where our focus must be. Africa's development aspirations are clear. Agenda 2063, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Pact for the Future provide a shared blueprint for inclusive growth, sustainable development, and dignity for all. But blueprints do not create jobs by delivery. This is especially urgent for Africa's young people. Our youth is our greatest asset, but realizing their promise means investing in sustainable and enable young digital public infrastructure can help Africa expand its access to services, open new markets, increase productivity, and create new pathways to decent work. But technology must serve people and rooted in Africa's own priorities. Across Africa, successful models already exist in agriculture, manufacturing, services, the digital economy, green jobs, creative industries, micro, small, and medium enterprises, and beyond. But too often, these models remain fragmented. Come long-term transformation works. Mobilize pilots to policy, from policy to impact. We do need stronger coalitions around national priorities. Governments must lead with vision and commitment. The private sector must bring innovation, investment, and entrepreneurship. Development partners must align support behind national and regional priorities. Researchers and think tanks must help ensure that policy is grounded in evidence. And young innovators must be at the heart of designing the solutions that will shape their future. Excellencies, friends, the United Nations is committed to working with you. Through ECA, our resident coordinators and country teams, we will continue to support government in translating global, regional, and national commitments into concrete action on the ground. Excellencies, friends, the success of this forum will be measured by the quality of the discussions alone. It will be measured by the partnerships that are formed, the solutions that are formed, the accountability that is strengthened, and ultimately by the jobs, livelihoods, economic opportunities, and inclusive development delivered for our people. Let us move together from ideas to implementation, from dialogue to delivery, and from ambition to impact. Thank you, and I wish you fruitful discussions.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, with that, I am pleased to officially declare the African Development Impact Forum open. Now, before we proceed, I would like us to reach a quick collective agreement, and I'll provide some context. Earlier this year, I visited Japan with my family, and I was struck by their strong culture of timekeeping. I was told that if your meeting is at 9 a.m., and you arrive at 9 a.m., you are late. You are expected to arrive before. On one occasion, we were about 50 meters from the hotel bus, and I had 2 children, small children, and the bus pulled away. I thought to myself, where I come from, they might have kindly waited for us. You know, the African family, my brother, my sister. But while that would have been considerate, it would reduce the overall efficiency of the system. Colleagues, we have a very packed agenda over the next 2 days. So, may I kindly ask that we all agree to adopt Japanese time for this forum? If you are in agreement, say aye. Aye? All right. So, now, this will require all of us, moderators, speakers, presenters, and participants. So, with that agreement, we will proceed with strict Japanese-style timekeeping, not African time. Okay? D'accord, d'accord? D'accord. All right. So, now we move on to the youth dialogue on the global financial architecture. Moderating this session is the Vice President of the Pan-African Youth Union, Ms. Pamela Audrey Dirom. Ms. Pamela, can you please come on the stage? To set the scene and dialogue with the youth is the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Clave Gatete. I would further like to invite the group of youth participants to the platform. So the first group of participants, can you please come on stage? Mr. Rom, can you please come on the platform as well to moderate this session, for which you have 60 minutes and the clock will be ticking? All right, Mr. Rom, you have the floor. The session will run for 60 minutes. Thank you.
Mesdames n'auront pas leurs propres historiens, les récits de chasse glorifieront toujours les chasseurs. Pendant longtemps, les règles qui organisent la finance particulière, celle de la jeunesse, réalité continue. C'est pourquoi celui qui n'est pas assis à la table du dialogue risque de se retrouver au menu des décisions. Vous êtes les bienvenus ici et au bon endroit. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. C'est un immense plaisir de vous accueillir à cette session consacrée au dialogue des jeunes sur l'architecture financière mondiale. Cette rencontre est bien plus qu'une discussion technique sur les mécanismes financiers internationaux. Elle est une occasion pour la jeunesse africaine de faire entendre sa vision d'un système financier mondial plus équitable, plus inclusif et davantage adapté aux réalités de nos populations. Car derrière les notions des dettes, de coût du capital ou de financement climatique, il est question d'opportunités pour nos jeunes, de création d'emplois, de résilience de nos communautés et de l'avenir de notre continent, l'Afrique que nous voulons. Notre objectif aujourd'hui est simple, transformer les enjeux complexes en solutions concrètes et faire émerger des recommandations ambitieuses portées par la jeunesse africaine pour contribuer à façonner l'avenir de la gouvernance économique mondiale. Sans plus tarder, je vais donner la parole au secrétaire exécutif, M. Claver KTT, pour la mise en contexte. Monsieur Claver, vous avez la parole pour la mise en contexte.
Yeah, thank you very much, really, for this from the moderator. and for our team. And now that we are going to the global financial architecture, I just wanted just to say that everybody here can testify that the world is changing before us. Things are changing in a very big way, in a way that we have never seen before. If we are like 20 years ago, you never know that there is something called AI. You never have heard things like climate change. You never have had these shocks that we have seen, including from COVID to other things. These were things that were unimaginable. And you never had expected that the setup on the global financial architecture set up in 1945 actually is no longer working the way it was expected to work. And we've had many changes from the financing for development. It was realized in 2002, and now we've had the conferences trying to explain what needs to change. Now, since the world, as ECA have been doing quite a lot in this area, and my deputy, Dr. Mosi, has been leading us in this area of the global financial architecture. So she's the one that is going to take us through what are these changes, what are the implications for Africa, what are the implications for the young people. So over to you, Dr. Mosi.
Thank you, ES, and good morning to everyone, distinguished guests, and most importantly, the youth that are joining us today. When most people speak about global financial architecture, particularly the public or the youth, their eyes tend to glaze over. It may sound distant, technical, tends to be discussed by economists and policymakers and ministers, international institutions, that may be sometimes, removed from everyday life. Yet, the truth is that this global financial architecture is ultimately not about money. It's about the opportunity that it gets. Who gets heard, who gets to shape the future. It influences whether a young entrepreneur can access capital and grow a business. It influences whether a young graduate can find meaningful employment, whether government can actually invest in education, technology, healthcare and infrastructure, and whether Africa has a meaningful voice in shaping the rules that affect its development. This is why this conversation actually matters, because Africa stands at a defining moment. We are the youngest continent in the world. By 2050, one in every 4 people on the planet will be African. This demographic transformation should be one of the greatest economic opportunities for the 21st century. But the opportunity is not automatic. It requires investment, it requires jobs, it requires infrastructure, it requires innovation, and it requires affordable finance. And this is precisely where the current global financial architecture is falling short. Today, the global economy is operating in an environment of slower growth, heightened uncertainty, geopolitical fragmentation, and significantly higher cost of capital. For Africa, these global challenges are further compounded by long-standing structural inequalities in the international financial system. Despite our immense potential, Africa accounts for less than 3% of global trade. At the same time, the continent faces an annual financing gap estimated at nearly $1 trillion to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and respond effectively to climate change. Many African countries are confronting severe debt pressures, Over the past decade, public debt levels have risen sharply, and today, 20 African countries are either in debt distress or at high risk of it. But debt is not merely a fiscal issue. It's actually a development issue. When countries spend more servicing their debt than investing in education, healthcare, or the future of their youth, something is fundamentally wrong with the system. In 2025, African countries were expected to make more than $100 billion in public debt repayments. Many countries now spend more on servicing debt than on critical social sectors, whether health or education. And across the continent, debt service absorbs a substantial share of government revenues that could otherwise be actually invested in development. The youth did not create these challenges, but the youth often bear the greatest consequences of them. It means fewer jobs, less investments, reduced opportunities, and slower growth toward the future that Africa deserves. That's why reforming the global financial architecture is not a technical exercise. It's a development imperative. It's a matter of fairness, and ultimately, it's a matter of intergenerational justice. That's why really we wanted to have this discussion today. In response, the Economic Commission for Africa, together with our member states, the African Union, and other partners, have been advancing an ambitious agenda for reform, including through the Africa High-Level Working Group on Global Financial Architecture, which ECA serves as a secretariat. Let me highlight 4 priorities. First, we need a debt system that works better for development. When countries face debt crises, solutions should be timely, transparent, and effective. Debt restructuring processes should help countries return to growth and development more quickly, rather than trapping them in prolonged uncertainty. Africa recently adopted a robust common African position on debt, which is an important step in ensuring a stronger and more unified voice on this global debate and in shaping these reforms. Second, we must lower the cost of capital. Africa is often perceived as riskier than it actually is. As a result, African countries and businesses frequently pay significantly more to borrow than their peer countries do. This is not simply a financing problem. It's a jobs problem. It's entrepreneurship problem. It's an innovation problem, and it's a development problem. Correcting these distortions, actually, by improving risk assessments, strengthening data systems, and mobilizing greater investments are essential if Africa is to unlock its economic potential. Third, climate finance must work for Africa. Young Africans contribute the least to global emissions, yet often face some of the most severe consequences of the climate change. Climate finance must therefore support adoption, resilience, and green industrialization. It must help countries build stronger economies, create new industries, and generate opportunities for future generations. Africans should not simply export raw materials for green transition. Africa must participate fully in building the industries and value chains of the future. And fourth, Africa must retain more of its own resources. Every year, the continent loses enormous resources through illicit financial flows, tax avoidance, corruption, and other forms of financial leakages. Every dollar lost is a dollar that cannot be invested in schools, hospitals, infrastructure, innovation, and entrepreneurship. This is why strengthening international tax cooperation remains so important. And it's also why Africa's engagement and leadership in the negotiations toward a UN framework convention on international tax cooperation represents a historic opportunity to build a fairer and more inclusive international tax system. Dear youth, the rules governing the global economy are not fixed. They are created by people, and what people created, people can reform. The question is not whether these issues affect your future, they actually do. The question is whether young generation will have a voice in shaping the decisions that determine that future. Too often, discussions about debt, climate finance, taxation, development finance take place without active participation of those who will live longest with the consequences. I'm often reminded by my own children. So that must change, because you are not merely stakeholders in Africa's future, you're the authors of it. So you're, the entrepreneurs that will be creating businesses, innovators developing solutions, researchers generating knowledge, advocates shaping public finance, and leaders transforming communities. The future of Africa will not be determined only in ministries, boardrooms, or international institutions. It will also be determined by young Africans who are prepared to challenge old assumptions, propose new ideas, and demand a fairer place in the global system. Your generation has an opportunity not only to participate in reforming the global system, but also to redefine it and to advocate for Africa's voice for these reforms. So today, I encourage you to be bold, challenge conventional thinking, ask difficult questions, bring forward innovative solutions, and help shape a vision of global financial system that works not only for the few, but it works for all. Because the future of Africa should not be decided for young people, it must be decided with them, and it should be shaped with them. I look forward to hearing your ideas, your perspective, and your vision for the Africa you want to build. Thank you.
Micro, oui, c'est bien. Désolée. Merci beaucoup pour cet éclairage. Vous l'avez dit, l'Afrique d'aujourd'hui, l'Afrique de demain se fera avec les jeunes et pour les jeunes. Alors, merci. Nous allons, sans plus tarder, maintenant passer à la première session des discussions avec nos panélistes, nos éminents panélistes ici présents, sur 3 thèmes, à savoir le financement climatique et résilience, qui sera abordé, traité par Madame Aficia Legrissi. Pardonnez-moi si j'ai écorché votre nom. Oui. Je pense vous pouvez commencer pour nous parler sur le thème financement climatique et résilience. S'il vous plaît, on n'a pas vraiment assez de temps et donc je compte sur vous pour que vos interventions puissent être concises afin que tout le monde puisse y participer. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour, merci. Je vais commencer à parler de la finance climatique et résilience. Sur le terrain, la réalité est à la fois simple et brutale. Les pays africains sont en train de subir des crises climatiques qui n'ont pas provoqué et avec des financements qui n'arrivent pas ou qui arrivent souvent sous forme de prêts qui alourdissent davantage leurs dettes. Ce n'est pas un problème de ressources mondiales, c'est plutôt un problème de gouvernance qui décide à quelles conditions et à quelle confiance envers les acteurs locaux. La finance climatique ne peut pas continuer à être pensée comme un transfert technique du nord vers le sud. Elle doit être conçue comme un levier de transformation de la gouvernance qui renforce la capacité des États, des sociétés civiles et des acteurs locaux à piloter leur propre transition. L'Afrique n'a pas besoin de tutelle financière. L'Afrique a besoin d'une architecture financière qui lui fasse confiance. Des subventions plutôt que des prêts pour l'adaptation, un accès direct simplifié aux fonds climatiques et des règles qui permettent aux États d'investir dans leur résilience sans être pénalisés. On a besoin des règles de viabilité de la dette qui distinguent investissement en résilience et dépenses courantes et des réformes institutionnelles comme la FAD. Pour la jeunesse africaine, l'enjeu est double. Nous héritons des conséquences d'une transition écologique ratée, mais nous portons aussi des solutions dans l'entrepreneuriat vert, l'innovation institutionnelle, l'engagement citoyen. Il est temps que les ressources soient là où nous agissons. Et la question essentielle, Madame la DES, c'est comment s'assurer que les réformes de l'architecture financière africaine ne restent pas des constructions technocratiques déconnectées du terrain, et que les acteurs de gouvernance locale, société civile et jeunes experts africains soient réellement associés à leur conception. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Afissa. Je pense que vous avez respecté le temps. Nous allons passer la parole maintenant à Monsieur Majorie Mangbo. Madame, je vous en prie.
Ok, merci beaucoup à vous pour la parole. Je vais continuer dans la lancée de ma collègue et en disant que lorsqu'on parle souvent de financement climatique en Afrique, on pense beaucoup plus problème-volume. Mais la réalité empirique nous montre qu'au-delà du volume, nous avons aussi l'enjeu de l'efficacité qui est tout aussi important. Le continent ne mobilise que 3,6% du financement, du flux mondial du financement climat, et ça couvre à peine un quart de ses besoins. Et même quand ces financements sont disponibles, il se pose le problème de l'impact réel de ces financements sur la résilience qui souvent est limité. Et dans la théorie, c'est simple. On parle du financement, nous investissons dans la résilience et de ça, nous obtenons une résilience accrue. Mais dans la pratique, cette chaîne n'est pas si forte, elle est fragile. Elle est fragilisée par différents challenges que sont notamment la dépendance aux prêts. Et cette dépendance crée des tensions avec la soutenabilité de la dette de nos pays. Nous avons aussi des résultats de ces investissements qui sont souvent partiels et qui ne permettent pas d'avoir de résultats durables dans le temps, transformation durable de nos économies. Et enfin, nous avons des contraintes institutionnelles qui limitent l'efficacité de ces investissements dans la finance climatique. Ainsi, l'enjeu n'est pas seulement d'augmenter les flux, mais surtout de garantir leur transformation en résultats tangibles. De ce fait, ma question est la suivante, chère DES. Au-delà de la mobilisation des financements, comment la CEA s'assure-t-elle de leur impact réel sur la résilience dans nos pays? Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Majorie. Je vais sans plus tarder passer la parole à Tefera Tao. Monsieur Tefera.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate as a panelist in this year's dialogue. My reflection focuses on climate finance and resilience in Africa. Africa contributes very little to global greenhouse gas emission, but it is among the regions most affected by climate change. For Africa, climate change is not a future challenge. It is already affecting lives, livelihoods, food security, infrastructure, and generally economic stability. So my first point is climate finance for Africa is the issue of justice. It is not charity. It is an investment in a shared and better future. Therefore, those with greater historical responsibility and stronger financial capacity should provide fair support to countries most affected by climate change. Second, climate finance for low-income countries should be affordable and should decrease the debt burdens. Greater focus should be placed on grants and concessional loan. My third point, adaptation should be Africa's immediate priority. While mitigation remains important, adaptation is more urgent because the continent is experiencing the adverse impacts of climate change. Fourth, the youth must be a center of climate action. They should involve in policy making, implementation, innovation, and leadership. And finally, climate finance should be aligned with national priorities. It should not be donor-driven projects. So national initiatives like Green Legacy in Ethiopia and similar efforts across Africa must get greater support. And my question to the Deputy Executive Secretary is, how can climate finance and global financial architecture reform resolutions to be turned into concrete actions for Africa? Thank you very much.
Merci à vous, merci infiniment à nos intervenants. Alors, je crois que pour les questions données, vous allez répondre plus tard, ou je vous le passe maintenant. On va passer à la deuxième session des séries des questions, intitulée « Coût du capital, perception des risques, fonction de l'investissement » qui sera abordée par M. Kwasi Kadi, Akissi et Irénée.
Alors, bonjour à tous. Mon intervention va porter sur la réduction du coût du capital, la correction des perceptions erronées du risque africain et la mobilisation de l'investissement dans les secteurs productifs pour l'emploi et la transformation structurelle. L'ex-président de la BAD l'a dit lors de la 28e conférence annuelle sur l'analyse économique mondiale, que l'Afrique paye son capital 3 à 5 fois plus cher que le reste du monde. Ce n'est pas une fatalité, c'est le résultat de notations opaques, de règles internationales qui pénalisent les pays africains et de marchés financiers trop étroits. Comme conséquence, des projets viables ne voient pas le jour. Des PME qui pourraient embaucher des milliers de jeunes restent sur la touche. Pourtant, des solutions existent, notamment la transparence des agences de notation, la correction de la mauvaise perception du risque des pays africains à travers la mise en place d'instruments tels que les financements mixtes, tels que les garanties, et également l'émission d'obligations régionales en monnaie locale. Alors, le coût du capital ne devrait pas être un mur, il devrait être un levier pour l'emploi des jeunes. Alors, ma question est la suivante. Quels sont, selon la Commission économique pour l'Afrique, les leviers les plus urgents pour faire baisser le coût du capital pour que les jeunes entrepreneurs africains puissent bénéficier du capital et entreprendre pour contribuer à l'emploi des jeunes? Merci.
Merci, Monsieur Abdel Fall.
Merci.
Mesdames et messieurs,
vous avez 1 minute, s'il vous plaît. On court derrière le temps. Merci.
Okay, d'accord, je vais emprunter le pas à mon collègue. Dans la théorie économique, les modèles intertemporels reposent sur un paramètre fondamental, c'est-à-dire le taux d'actualisation, qui est la valeur que l'on accorde au futur. Et un taux élevé signifie qu'on sacrifie l'avenir au présent. Et c'est précisément ce cadre qu'on mobilise aujourd'hui. Et il éclaire d'emblée le problème qui nous réunit aujourd'hui. Le coût du capital en Afrique force les États à payer si cher pour financer leur présent qu'ils hypothèquent leur avenir. Ce n'est pas une métaphore, c'est une mécanique documentée, mesurable et réformable. L'Afrique subsaharienne emprunte à des taux 2 à 4 fois supérieurs à ceux des économies avancées pour des projets comparables. Et ce premium africain résulte d'un dysfonctionnement structurel. C'est ce qui est le résultat mesurable d'un système mal calibré. Et mon pays, le Sénégal, en offre l'illustration la plus récente. En 12 mois, Moody's a dégradé sa note souveraine de 4 crans. Le mécanisme africain d'évaluation par les pairs a publiquement contesté cette décision. La littérature sur la transition énergétique et par ailleurs les engagements climatiques et intergénérationnels dépendent sur ces notations, car les investissements reposent sur la base des notations des agences internationales. Cette génération ne demande pas l'indulgence, mesdames et messieurs. Elle apporte des analyses rigoureuses et la conviction que l'Afrique dispose des leviers pour prendre l'initiative de sa propre transformation financière. C'est ce qui me conduit à poser la question à la DS. Le cas du Sénégal montre qu'exercer sa souveraineté financière en mobilisant les marchés régionaux peut être sanctionné par une dégradation de notre. Donc, comment la CIA envisage-t-elle d'accélérer la mise en place d'un mécanisme africain indépendant d'évaluation du risque souverain? Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, sur la dernière question, l'action, le plaidoyer et la coopération internationale de l'Afrique sera abordée par M. Evans Kirui.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to speak about Africa's agency, advocacy, and role in international cooperation. Africa must not enter in international cooperation as a petitioner, but as a partner, an agenda setter, and a rule shaper. Yet the current system still works against the continent. Africa faces a financing gap of about $1 trillion each year to meet the SDGs and the climate needs. It pays a high cost of capital, carries rising debt pressures, and remains underrepresented where key global financial decisions are made. Too often, Africa pays more, receives less, and is heard too late. That is why Africa's agency matters. Agency means moving from being spoken for to helping shape the rules, and from fragmented voices to common African positions on debt, climate finance, credit ratings, and representation. It also means strong advocacy. These issues cannot stay in technical rooms. Young people must help turn them into clear public messages that citizens, investors, and policymakers can understand. And international cooperation must be based on partnership, not dependency. Africa should deepen South-South alliances and work with reform-minded partners to secure fairer debt solutions, affordable long-term finance, and climate finance at scale. The future of global finance should not be written for Africa. Africa must help write the rules. And the question to DES, Madam DES, what one practical step can Africa governments and youth take now to turn common positions into bargaining power? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, vous les avez suivis. Des points importants ont été évoqués et je pense que nous avons tous pris bonne note. Merci à nos intervenants. Compte tenu des contraintes de temps, nous allons passer aux prochains intervenants et peut-être les questions et les réponses seront abordées après. Je vous en prie. Et il y a le public. Je pense que les participants ont préparé leurs questions et qu'ils vont les présenter. Je vais inviter le reste des panélistes à monter. Merci beaucoup à nos panélistes qui viennent de s'installer. Nous allons aborder avec eux la thématique sur le flux financier illicite. Nous avons Madame Estelle Désirée Monesson qui va intervenir en premier lieu sur la question de la visibilité et gestion de la dette. Madame Estelle, vous êtes là, s'il vous plaît?
Merci pour la parole donnée. Mesdames et messieurs, à vos titres et rangs respectifs, bonjour. Sur la thématique viabilité et gestion de la dette, nous ferions une analyse dans une perspective régionale. Alors, quand est-ce qu'une dette est viable? Une dette est viable si le pays peut payer ses intérêts et rembourser sans toutefois couper brutalement dans les services publics ou alors faire défaut. Le seuil d'alerte selon le FMI, mesuré par le ratio service de la dette recette, est fixé à 23% du PIB. Faisons un état des lieux en Afrique. La dette moyenne en Afrique est passée de 55% du PIB en 2015 à 65% aujourd'hui, selon le FMI. Les pays empruntent moins à la Banque mondiale et beaucoup plus sur les marchés, à un taux compris entre 8 et 10% via les eurobonds. Que faire à l'échelle régionale? Premièrement, renforcer la coordination budgétaire au sein de l'UEMOA et de la CEMAC, développer les marchés financiers régionaux à l'instar de la bourse régionale des valeurs mobilières afin d'emprunter à monnaie locale. Troisièmement, mettre en place des mécanismes de restructuration plus rapides qu'aujourd'hui. En conclusion, la viabilité de la dette ne se juge plus pays par pays. Elle exige des outils régionaux. Une question à la DES, comment s'assurer que les politiques de développement tiennent compte des priorités exprimées par la jeunesse africaine? Merci.
Merci, Madame Estelle. Nous allons donner la parole à Monsieur Mongesha Yayo, qui va aussi intervenir sur la question visibilité et gestion de la dette, autonomie, plaidoyer et coopération internationale en Afrique. Alors, il n'est pas là, donc je passe la parole à Déborah Umba, qui va intervenir sur la même question.
Merci pour la parole. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, chers jeunes, s'agissant de la perspective de la jeunesse sur l'action, le plaidoyer et la coopération internationale en Afrique, il est à noter que dans un monde de plus en plus fragmenté, où se dessine une nouvelle architecture financière mondiale et au regard des défis auxquels font face les pays africains, notamment le coût élevé du capital, l'étroitesse de leur espace budgétaire pour bon nombre d'entre eux et tant d'autres, l'Afrique se doit premièrement de renforcer sa capacité d'action à travers l'accélération de la mise en œuvre des réformes, parce que l'heure n'est plus à la conception des nouvelles réformes, l'heure n'est plus à la formulation des nouvelles politiques, non. L'heure est à l'accélération des réformes et des politiques qui ont déjà été pensées depuis plus de 50 ans pour nos pays. Donc, il s'agit de renforcer l'accélération de la mise en œuvre des réformes, notamment pour accroître la capacité des pays africains à mobiliser leurs ressources, c'est-à-dire attirer des financements à grande échelle et également favoriser le développement des institutions financières régionales. Deuxièmement, l'Afrique se doit de renforcer son plaidoyer autour de la question du rôle ou de la place que ces institutions financières régionales doivent occuper dans la nouvelle architecture financière mondiale. Et enfin, il est question pour l'Afrique de renforcer sa coopération intra-régionale, c'est-à-dire entre pays, avant de prétendre occuper une place d'influence dans les instances des décisions mondiales. Car sans une coopération renforcée entre les pays africains, c'est-à-dire en adoptant une position commune et en portant un seul message, il sera difficile pour nos pays de prétendre influencer et porter leur voix dans les instances mondiales des décisions. Au regard de cela, ma question à Madame Morsi est la suivante. Quelle contribution la CEA envisage-t-elle d'apporter afin de renforcer la position des institutions financières régionales africaines au sein de la nouvelle architecture financière mondiale? Et toujours dans cette perspective, comment la CEA prévoit-elle de se servir des jeunes pour arriver à cette mission, étant donné que les jeunes représentent environ 60% de la population africaine? Merci.
Alors, merci beaucoup à nos intervenants. Je voudrais, avant de donner la parole à Madame Agathe Ngani, j'espère que je prononce bien le nom, voilà, donner peut-être quelques minutes des questions au public sur les premiers thèmes. Nos intervenants passés sur la question du financement climatique et résilience, coût du capital, perception des risques et promotion de l'investissement, l'action, le plaidoyer et la coopération internationale de l'Afrique. Et je pense que vous avez bien suivi l'intervention de Madame Afiza, Madame Majori, T. Ferra, Kwasi et Evans Kirui. J'espère que je prononce bien le nom. Donc, ils ont intervenu tout à l'heure sur ces questions-là. Nous allons commencer par eux. On va donner la parole au public. On n'a que 10 minutes. Si on peut prendre 2-3 questions avant de redonner la parole à Madame Agathe Ngani. Oui. Derrière?
Merci.
Le nom?
Idriss Lynch, directeur de rédaction de l'agence Ecofin.
Oui, on va prendre 5 noms, s'il vous plaît. Et puis après.
Idriss Lynch, directeur de rédaction de l'agence Ecofin. C'est une agence panafricaine d'information économique et financière.
Okay.
Alors, c'est très intéressant d'écouter la perspective des jeunes et le discours de Monsieur Gatete et de Madame Morsi, mais je voulais juste comprendre lors de l'African Forum organisé à Nairobi, on a parlé du NAFTA qui est développé par la BAD et j'imagine en collaboration avec la Commission des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique. Alors, est-ce que toutes les questions posées par les jeunes aujourd'hui trouvent une solution à travers le NAFTA qui est l'instrument développé par la Banque africaine de développement? Merci.
Merci à vous.
Je pense que vous allez, si les questions sont orientées aussi, les intéressés sont dans la salle, nos intervenants sont là, ils pourront prendre la parole après pour donner quelques éléments. Sinon, le secrétaire exécutif aussi pourra, bien évidemment, répondre à ces questions-là. Oui, de ce côté, monsieur.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank you everyone for such insightful session. Thank you for bringing hope and reminding us that transformation is still possible. At the end of the day, hope is what we kept as African young people believing in change that can happen. However, hope must be matched with action and access. For a decade, global financial institutes have spoken a lot of reformation, yet many African countries continue to face unsustainable debt burden, high borrowing costs, and limited access to development finance. As a young African, we are repeatedly told that we are the future of the continent. My question is, what is the fate of African youth if the country continue to inherit growing debt while having a little access to affordable capital investment and economic opportunity? If development finance is intended to improve lives, why do so many African young entrepreneur, innovator, and community leader struggle to access it directly? Where is the finance ultimate going if it is not reachable for the people expected to drive African transformation? At the end of the day, it is African youth who will inherit the consequence of today's financial.
S'il vous plaît, soyez concis. Il y a d'autres intervenants.
I already finished the question. Are we building the continent for opportunity, or are we simply passing a debate from one generation to next while denying young people access to resources needed to create opportunity? Thank you so much.
Merci. Oui, au milieu. Oui, 1 minute, s'il vous plaît.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy for the insightful opening section and also the first sections of the panel. My name is Melaku. I'm a founder and executive director for the Model Africa Union Ethiopia. But my question is directed to the presenters and also the ECA team as well. So it's very simple. What is the role of the African youth in advancing the African common position on climate change and all negotiations? Thank you.
Merci. Une dernière. Bon, merci beaucoup. Je crois que nos panélistes, voilà, ont suivi les questions. Compte tenu du temps, je ne vais pas revenir là-dessus parce que ça prendra assez de temps encore. Si ceux qui ont des réponses peuvent, voilà, lever la main pour répondre. Sinon, le secrétaire exécutif est là, il pourra aussi répondre à ces questions-là. Oui.
Estelle Désirée Bonusson. À la question de savoir où vont les financements empruntés, si j'ai bien pris note, les financements empruntés, en fait, sont utilisés dans certains projets. Mais en réalité, certains pays utilisent ces financements plutôt pour le paiement des salaires, au lieu d'investir dans des projets qui vont rapporter plus tard. Voilà pourquoi l'on ne se rend pas souvent compte, en fait, des réalisations obtenues des financements. Merci.
Merci pour la réponse. Je vais maintenant redonner la parole à Madame Agani, je crois. Et j'espère que je prononce bien le nom pour prendre le relais. Et veuillez m'excuser, tout à l'heure, j'ai pas
plus me présenter, je suis Pamela Audrey-Derom, la vice-présidente de l'Union panafricaine de la jeunesse et coordonnatrice du réseau des filles et femmes élites pour le développement en Centrafrique. Je suis en charge de l'Afrique centrale pour les jeunes. Je vous remercie. Madame Agathe, vous avez la parole.
Merci de m'avoir passé la parole. Alors, j'interviens pour la thématique sur les flux financiers illicites. Les flux financiers illicites, c'est chaque année environ plus de 80 milliards de dollars qui sortent du continent africain, selon les données de la CEA. 80 milliards, c'est plus que l'aide publique au développement que nous recevons chaque année. Ces flux ne sont pas que de simples statistiques. Ce sont des écoles qui ne sont pas construites, des centres de santé qui ne sont pas équipés, des infrastructures qui ne voient jamais le jour et aussi, le plus important, des opportunités qui échappent à des millions de jeunes Africains. Pourtant, le continent dispose d'importantes ressources naturelles, financières et humaines. Le paradoxe est donc assez frappant parce que, alors que le continent cherche à mobiliser davantage de ressources pour financer son développement, une part importante de celles-ci lui échappe à travers les flux financiers illicites. L'ADIF 2026 en général et en particulier ce dialogue nous invite ainsi à réfléchir à une question fondamentale qui est comment passer du constat à l'action ou encore comment transformer la lutte contre ces flux financiers illicites en un véritable levier pour le développement durable et la prospérité partagée. Ce qui m'amène donc à cette question pour vous, Madame la DIS. La CEA et d'autres organismes estiment que les besoins en financement pour accélérer le développement du continent sont environ de 1,3 milliard de dollars, alors que l'Afrique perd environ milliards chaque année à travers ces flux dans le cadre du Global Financing Agenda. Considérez-vous que la question principale ici est uniquement celle de la mobilisation des ressources financières ou alors des dynamiques comme la gouvernance, la transparence, le renforcement des capacités institutionnelles et l'inclusion des jeunes peuvent être des prérequis tout aussi déterminants pour transformer ces ressources des flux illicites en résultats de développement pour notre continent. Merci.
Ok. Merci. Sans plus tarder, je vais passer maintenant la parole au secrétaire exécutif pour des éléments de réponse aux questions posées.
Thank you very much. I think because it was moderated by the Deputy Secretary, Executive Secretary, I think you can go first, dear Senate, and then I come back later. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to just start by saying that I'm really thrilled and really energized by the level of engagement, insightful remarks and questions. And I think in the future we'll need to perhaps make more room for these discussions. Many questions have been asked. Let me start by how do I see the role of the youth in this agenda? Because it's really about, we talked about why it matters. We talked about why you should care. And we need to talk about what does it mean for you? What is your role going forward? I see that as, carrying and amplifying Africa's voice beyond just, the official policymakers, ministries. You're, the heart of the continent. The present and the future. So your engagement, awareness, and advocacy for this agenda will determine what happens next. So you need to be engaged at a national level, at a regional level, and at a global level on this. It's not just, the job of the governments, it's not the jobs of international institutions, it's your future. You need to own it, you need to advance it, and you need to support progress toward it. And that comes through, all the, voices, also your role in linking with the communities, African communities and African public, to understand the importance of this agenda, to make it really beyond kind of like, the ivory tower discussions. It's the discussions of your future, so it needs to be discussed at public forums, understood, and then advocated in different forums, also connecting with youth in other regions that, influence these decisions, be it, with youth outside the continent, and understanding and explaining how this affects and what is required is key, because at the end, we need, accountability on this agenda globally, accountability at a national level, at a regional level, but also globally. So your voice is critical. We would like you to be not just, observers, but we'd like you to be part of the force, advancing this. So having said that, there are, a number of questions that have been asked. Let me just maybe put them in, few buckets. One of them is the issue of the role of the continent and how it has been changing. I believe we have made, significant progress from moving to be just observers, rule taker, to actually coming to be part of the rule making. And this is really illustrated actually by the fact that the African Union now have a seat in the G20. So before we used to just, be a rule taker. Now we have a voice at the table to actually shape what comes out. We need to utilize this. We need to engage and to support, as all of us are, and ECA is a strategic partner of the African Union in their participation for the G20. We need to stand behind that to advance and push for the type of reforms that Africa needs. We have also other progress that have been made that is quite substantial. We have things that is now institutionalized. So for example, in the G20 processes, now under the leadership of South Africa, under their G20 presidency, there was institutionalizing of the G20 Africa engagement framework, which means that there is a way by which this will remain on the agenda to monitor commitments that are made and progress also that is made by the continent. So it's a way to keep accountability of both sides that did not exist before. And it's very important because with all what many of you have mentioned, the global changes, the fragmentation, a lot of things are changing. So having something that provides some stability and a mechanism that is institutionalized give us continuity, which is very important. And it's important to highlight that this was really done under the leadership of, an African country, South Africa, heading G20 presidency. Same thing we've seen the African leadership, for example, with the UN International Tax Cooperation. It was thanks to the African, negotiators that led this, and now that is working. So Africa has really, I see Africa as taking the lead, being standard. And that's what we would like you at your level to do the same, similar to what has been done institutionally by, within these frameworks, to take the lead, for this agenda to advance globally as well and continentally. There was also issues that were raised on issues of risk premium and what it means. Of course, there is a lot of work that has been done that shows that Africa bears an unfair risk premium relative to countries that have, similar fundamentals. it's a perception issue, which means that there are, two elements. One is by the rating agencies and how consistent the rating are, but also by us, meaning that we need to make sure that the data is available so that we are judged based objectively and not, by subjective assessments. So that part means accountability, means data being released, which as part of the African public, you have a role in calling for accountability for these data to be better released so that assessment can be challenged. We have been doing a lot of work supporting the the African rating agencies to, become a reality. This is a positive step, but we have to also manage expectations that this helps in having a baseline, but this is not a silver bullet point. We need to still work with existing and other rating agencies to make sure that it's done better, that we have, data, reliable data that we can use to challenge assessments, and that we also are communicating better about, the stories, the reforms, the progress that African countries are making. I think there was also questions regarding climate and resilience. ECA has been doing also a lot of work on that area, being through studies, trying to change narratives, but evidence shows that actually investing in resilience can save $1 invested in resilience can save $10 to $14 in future losses. So we need to think of resilience as an investment. We need to also, make sure that the quantity and the quality of climate finance that's flowing is appropriate. It need to be more toward adaptation, because this is what our country is going through. And what we have seen is that it tends, most of the finance does not go to that. So we need to reform that. We need to reform also the cost of that financing, because, the continent contributes very little, less than 4% of global emissions, yet it bears the brunt of the damages. So these are some of the things that we have to pursue. And ECA, for example, has been supporting, and particularly for Uganda, to change the narrative of investment in resilience, to showcase how investment in resilience can change future reduce risk, but also increase growth potential. So we have been working on a number of areas, including that. We've been supporting African negotiators. And I think the African youth, part of what they can help with is to, advocate for African common positions across the board, whether global financial architecture, whether climate issues, and really be the face and voice of it at different levels. There were also the issue of how can we turn the common positions into bargaining powers. We can do that through actually advancing it in, and using opportunities. So, for example, using, whether it's G20, G7, the finance for development, which actually the resolution for it, the declaration included the African position, integrated it into it. So using these various processes to advance and then to find champions, countries, whether G7, G20, that can actually support this and champion along with our countries so that we can get results. I think I will defer the rest of the difficult questions to the ES. Thank you very much for your engagement and engagement and enthusiasm, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. Yes.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs. Nous arrivons au terme de cette session particulièrement. Oui, vous voulez?
No, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, really. Really, when I heard the discussions here, I remembered when I was the Minister of Finance, and we were always talking among ourselves as ministers and other high-level people. But one day we started testing what we are doing in terms of budget with the civil society. And we had a session for the youth. Oh my God. After that session, we realized we were doing things wrong because there is information that was out there that the young people have that we didn't have. And yet we are the one determining their future. And I think from what they are discussing here, it really gives us an impression that we need to empower the youth. Because at the end of the day, when we travel, we go and meet governments. That means ministers, senior officials. From there, we go and meet in our conference rooms. They are the same people that we are talking to. But without the youth, whose future is at stake, if we don't empower you, it's not just involving you. Involving you is not enough, but also we need to empower you. On all the issues that we've been talking about here, whether it is the risks that we are talking about, starting from the state, we go and meet with them and they say, you need to have a good credit rating. We need to empower you. There is a perception of risk, which is bringing a high cost. And we are doing so much as ECA, together with member countries, but without you, we can't reach far because you are the beneficiaries. You are the ones who are supposed to be actually giving even ideas into how we are doing to de-risk our African continent. So it starts at the country level, at the regional level, and also at the continental level. How are you participating in shaping the decisions that we are talking about? When we sit in New York or in Washington, are you part of it? Because, just to give you an example, when after the COVID, when the IMF triggered the resources that are supposed to support the world of 650 billion, Africa as a whole continent, they only got 34. They did not make a mistake. It's because our shareholding is just equivalent to one country, Germany. And if you want to change that element of the shareholding alone, your voice becomes very important. But also, the way we work from the country level to the continental level, in terms of domestic resource mobilization, which you have never done, we are the lowest ever, at 16%. And we need to go way up. But because we are looking for money from outside, we are not doing much at home. You have a big influence. In terms of climate, you are the one who has a big influence, but you need our support to tell you what are the financial products that can help the young people. If you are talking about blue bonds, green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, are you aware of that? How do they work? How do you access them? How does it help which area? And there are many other areas. I don't want to take much of your time, but what I think now from the questions they have asked, you have to participate in all areas. Our job is to empower you. Our job is to provide you with all the information, and you have to find a mechanism under which we empower you because you have the ideas. You are the one who are going to do the business. The ones who are going to be, you are the one who are going to be in different organizations. But we need to empower you. And to empower you, first and foremost, is to give you information. I had someone asking about NAFAD, the new African Financial Architecture for Development that is led by the African Development Bank. The reason is that the money from outside was actually now becoming difficult. The aid is declining significantly. It's no longer there. The concessional resources, which is very cheap, is declining significantly, given our needs of our own economies. And then the debt levels are very high. And the structuring of it, the people who used to help are also getting difficulties, and we need to look at it differently. But on the other hand, Africa has been growing. The pensions have been growing. The sovereign wealth funds have been growing, and other resources have been. But where are they invested? Outside. When I was the governor of the central bank, I told my colleagues, I used to keep my reserves in Citibank, also in of the World Bank, mainly, that was 70%. In the country, I was only keeping less than 10% because you had to keep it in a AAA rating. Okay, African Development Bank is a AAA rating. Why can't we bring all these resources that we have in all our countries back to Africa through a AAA rating like ADB, and then use it to lend ourselves? At this time, minimized because it's a AAA rating, and you can leverage more resources from the private sector. And that's why the NAFAD is trying to see how do we actually use our own resources now to this time leverage more of that. You can leverage 3 times, 4 times of the private sector resources, and then the money would be available and the price would be cheaper because this time it's our bank. And so there are so many possibilities, but what I see here is that our role as ECA is how do we find a mechanism working with you to as much information and to get you involved at all levels. When you are talking about Africa, when you are talking in New York, when you are talking in Washington, when you are talking at other capitals, to make sure that you have not only a voice, but you are influencing. You give ideas, but you give ideas when you are well informed. And we are ready to assist you in this process, whether we are talking about job creation, whether we are talking about technology, climate, finance, and so many other areas. I think we need to get you involved, and we need to give you all that is necessary. But I thank the moderator for the job well done. I thank the young people here. I've been told that some of them have a background with ECA, and I think we need to keep all of you, even those that have not been here. From today, you are baptized. You are now part of the ECA. I think together we can really make a big difference to our continent. Thank you very much.
Je conclue. Merci, mesdames et messieurs, monsieur le secrétaire exécutif adjoint, chers participants, nous arrivons au terme de cette session particulièrement riche. Plusieurs messages clés se dégagent de nos échanges, à savoir la nécessité d'une architecture de la dette plus équitable, transparente et adaptée aux réalités africaines, l'urgence de réduire le coût du capital afin de stimuler l'investissement et la transformation économique du continent, l'importance d'accroître les financements climatiques, forcer la résilience des populations africaines, la nécessité de combattre les flux financiers illicites qui privent l'Afrique de ressources essentielles à son développement. Enfin, le rôle central des jeunes comme acteurs de changement et force de proposition dans les réformes mondiales. Les contributions entendues aujourd'hui démontrent que la jeunesse africaine ne souhaite pas seulement être consultée. Elle veut participer pleinement à la définition des solutions. Et à vous, je remercie chaleureusement nos intervenants aussi, nos participants, et l'ensemble de nos partenaires ici présents. Merci à l'ECA et à tous. Sur ce,
a big thank you to the Executive Secretary and the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, our excellent moderator, Mr. Rom, and all our youth for their insightful interventions. There's much more to be said, and I encourage you to please reach out and engage with the leadership and newly baptized ECA staff during the breaks. Please give them another round of applause. There will be a group photo of the panel, and the protocol staff will accompany you will be taken. Distinguished guests, we now have a 30-minute break for 2 purposes. First, we invite you to visit the Knowledge Fair. It is a fair which showcases how bold ideas are translated into real, measurable impact through the collective efforts of diverse stakeholders, from leading think tanks to the United Nations Development System to dynamic youth enterprises. Booth leaders are kindly requested to proceed to their respective stands. This will be followed by a health and coffee break. Both the Knowledge Fair and the coffee break are located on the floor below. Ushers will be able to guide you to the place. We will reconvene promptly in 30 minutes at 11:35 a.m., keeping to our Japanese standard of punctuality. We will see you then. Thank you so much.
Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. Often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum stocktake webinar series, convening experts in minerals and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey from ideas to action and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum stocktake webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey from ideas to action and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, mental break from as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum Stocktake webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the and impact for scale up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey from ideas to action and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impacts reach an implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum Stocktake webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey from ideas to action and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum Stocktake webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship, value chains, African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey from ideas to action and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss scalable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, stays out of, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, experts on AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 10 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 is where ideas meet before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, gather to discuss scalable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often stays out of, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on minerals, air, jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey from ideas to action and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future.
Whether you're on the panel, whether you're in the audience, you're asking a question, it's important to make yourself seen and heard as young people. Things like this cannot happen without your presence.
I'm a youth who is hungry to change Africa.
So there's been a great mention throughout the whole conference of young people being a growing population and how they're going to be so many. And it's kind of giving undertones of them being a burden, right? And also, a lot of times when they are mentioned, they are beneficiaries. We are not just beneficiaries, we are active partners who are involved in the iterative process, step by step.
Places like this are very good for the youth because whatever decision is being made as of now, it gets to affect us. So I urge most of the youths out there to take part, because whatever decision is made or policy is made is affecting us. So we need to be able to give out our voices.
The youth can not only be just here to be heard, but also how we can actually collaborate with the youth to solve like many issues, but not only solve issues, but actually co-working with them on the ground.
You are running a race. And you're running as fast as you can and as strong as you can. But the problem is you're running in the wrong direction, because right at the start point, it's a relay. You did not ask your teammate who's at the start point where they're going to stop and where you're going to pass them the baton. And you know who this teammate is? It's the young person. This is a relay. We are in this together.
With the rate of growth and the intellectual capacity of the youth, they might be seeing something that the elders are not saying. Youth are very energetic, and they lead some of the initiatives. With their energy, I'm sure there will be some positive changes.
If the priorities that are decided on in this conference, in this forum, do not take into consideration the experiences of young women, it will be very difficult to achieve some of the goals.
For a continent whose population is 70% are youth, and indeed of which 16% or more of those are youth with disabilities, it's imperative that youths are here, they are participating, and their voice and their agency is well represented.
Youth need to be consulted in decision making. We need action. We don't want things that to be said. We need action, because what Africa wants is action.
We need to trust the youth today. We need actually to give them the space. We need to see the change. We need to see what actually have been discussed here implemented.
You cannot influence what you don't understand. Incredible work is being done throughout the continent. Let's do this together. Whether you're on the panel, whether you're in the audience, you're asking a question, it's important to make yourself seen and heard as young people. Things like this cannot happen without your presence.
I'm a youth who is hungry to change Africa.
So there's been a great mention throughout the whole conference of young people being a growing population and how they're going to be so many. And it's kind of giving undertones of them being a burden, right? And also, a lot of times when they are mentioned, they are beneficiaries. We are not just beneficiaries, we are active partners who are involved in the iterative process, step by step.
Places like this are very good for the youths because whatever decision is being made as of now, it gets to affect us. So I urge most of the youths out there to take part because whatever decision is made or policy is made is affecting us. So we need to be able to give out our voices.
The youth can not only be just here to be heard, but also how we can actually collaborate with the youth to solve like many issues, but not only solve issues, but actually co-working with them on the ground.
You are running a race and you're running as fast as you can and as strong as you can. But the problem is you're running in the wrong direction because right at the start point, it's a relay. You do not ask your teammate who's at the start point where they're gonna stop and where you're gonna pass them the baton. And you know who this teammate is? It's the young person. This is a relay. We are in this together.
With the rate of growth and the intellectual capacity of the youth, they might be seeing something that the elders are not seeing. Youth are very energetic and they're full of potential. If they lead some of the initiatives with their energy, I'm sure there will be some positive changes.
If the priorities that are decided on in this conference, in this forum, do not take into consideration the experiences of young women, it will be very difficult to achieve some of the goals.
For a continent whose population is 70% are youth, and indeed of which 16% or more of those are youth with disabilities, it's imperative that youths are here, they are participating, and their voice and their agency is well represented.
Youth need to be consulted in decision making. We need action. We don't want things that to be said. We need action because what Africa wants is action.
We need to trust the youth today. We need actually to give them the space. We need to see the change. We need to see what actually have been discussed here implemented.
You cannot influence what you don't understand. Incredible work is being done throughout the continent. Let's do this together. Whether you're on the panel, whether you're in the audience, you're asking a question, it's important to make yourself seen and heard as young people. Things like this cannot happen without your presence.
I'm a youth who is hungry to change Africa.
So there's been a great mention throughout the whole conference of young people being a growing population and how they're going to be so many. And it's kind of giving undertones of them being a burden, right? And also, a lot of times when they are mentioned, they are beneficiaries. We are not just beneficiaries, we are active partners who are involved in the iterative process, step by step.
Places like this are very good for the youths because whatever decision is being made as of now, it gets to affect us. So I urge most of the youths out there to take part because whatever decision is made or policy is made is affecting us. So we need to be able to give out our voices.
The youth can not only be just here to be heard, but also how we can actually collaborate with the youth to solve like many issues, but not only solve issues, but actually co-working with them on the ground.
You are running a race and you're running as fast as you can and as strong as you can. But the problem is you're running in the wrong direction because right at the start point, it's a relay. You do not ask your teammate who's at the start point where they're gonna stop and where you're gonna pass them the baton. And you know who this teammate is? It's the young person. This is a relay. We are in this together.
With the rate of growth and the intellectual capacity of the youth, they might be seeing something that the elders are not seeing. Youth are very energetic and they're full of potential. If they lead some of the initiatives with their energy, I'm sure there will be some positive changes.
If the priorities that are decided on in this conference, in this forum, do not take into consideration the experiences of young women, it will be very difficult to achieve some of the goals.
For a continent whose population is 70% are youth, and indeed of which 16% or more of those are youth with disabilities, it's imperative that youths are here, they are participating, and their voice and their agency is well represented.
Youth need to be consulted in decision making. We need action. We don't want things that to be said. We need action, because what Africa wants is action.
We need to trust the youth today. We need actually to give them the space. We need to see the change. We need to see what actually have been discussed here implemented.
You cannot influence what you don't understand. Incredible work is being done throughout the continent. Let's do this together. Whether you're on the panel, whether you're in the audience, you're asking a question, it's important to make yourself seen and heard as young people. Things like this cannot happen without your presence.
I'm a youth who is hungry to change Africa.
So there's been a great mention throughout the whole conference of young people being a growing population and how they're going to be so many. And it's kind of giving undertones of them being a burden, right? And also, a lot of times when they're mentioned, they are beneficiaries. We are not just beneficiaries, we are active partners who are involved in the iterative process, step by step.
Places like this are very good for the youths because whatever decision is being made as of now, it gets to affect us. So I urge most of the youths out there to take part, because whatever decision is made or policy is made is affecting us. So we need to be able to give out our voices.
The youth can not only be just here to be heard, but also how we can actually collaborate with the youth to solve like many issues, but not only solve issues, but actually co-working with them on the ground.
You are running a race, and you're running as fast as you can and as strong as you can. But the problem is you're running in the wrong direction, because right at the start point, it's a relay. You did not ask your teammate who's at the start point where they're gonna stop and where you're gonna pass them the baton. And you know who this teammate is? It's the young person. This is a relay. We are in this together.
With the rate of growth and the intellectual capacity of the youth, they might be seeing something that the elders are not saying. Youth are very energetic and they're full of potential. If they lead some of the initiatives with their energy, I'm sure there will be some positive changes.
If the priorities that are decided on in this conference, in this forum, do not take into consideration the experiences of young women, it will be very difficult to achieve some of the goals.
For a continent whose population is 70% are youth, and indeed of which 16% or more of those are youth with disabilities, it's imperative that youths are here, they are participating, and their voice and their agency is well represented.
Youth need to be consulted in decision making. We need action. We don't want things that to be said. We need action, because what Africa wants is action.
We need to trust the youth today. We need actually to give them the space. We need to see the change. We need to see what actually have been discussed here implemented.
You cannot influence what you don't understand. Incredible work is being done throughout the continent. Let's do this together. Whether you're on the panel, whether you're in the audience, you're asking a question, it's important to make yourself seen and heard as young people. Things like this cannot happen without your presence.
I'm a youth who is hungry to change Africa.
So there's been a great mention throughout the whole conference of young people being a growing population and how they're going to be so many. And it's kind of giving undertones of them being a burden, right? And also, a lot of times when they're mentioned, they are beneficiaries. We are not just beneficiaries, we are active partners who are involved in the iterative process, step by step.
Places like this are very good for the youths because whatever decision is being made as of now, it gets to affect us. So I urge most of the youths out there to take part because whatever decision is made or policy is made is affecting us. So we need to be able to give out our voices.
The youth can not only be just here to be heard, but also how we can actually collaborate with the youth to solve like many issues, but not only solve issues, but actually co-working with them on the ground.
You are running a race and you're running as fast as you can and as strong as you can. But the problem is you're running in the wrong direction because right at the start point, it's a relay. You did not ask your teammate who's at the start point where they're gonna stop and where you're gonna pass them the baton. And you know who this teammate is? It's the young person. This is a relay. We are in this together.
With the rate of growth and the intellectual capacity of the youth, they might be seeing something that the elders are not saying. Youth are very energetic and they're full of potential. If they lead some of the initiatives with their energy, I'm sure there will be some positive changes.
If the priorities that are decided on in this conference, in this forum, do not take into consideration the experiences of young women, it will be very difficult to achieve some of the goals.
For a continent whose population is 70% are youth, and indeed of which 16% or more of those are youth with disabilities, it's imperative that youths are here, they are participating, and their voice and their agency is well represented.
Youth need to be consulted in decision making. We need action. We don't want things that to be said. We need action because what Africa wants is action.
We need to trust the youth today. We need actually to give them the space. We need to see the change. We need to see what actually have been discussed here implemented.
You cannot influence what you don't understand. Incredible work is being done throughout the continent. Let's do this together. Whether you're on the panel, whether you're in the audience, you're asking a question, it's important to make yourself seen and heard as young people. Things like this cannot happen without your presence.
I'm a youth who is hungry to change Africa.
So there's been a great mention throughout the whole conference of young people being a growing population and how they're going to be so many. And it's kind of giving undertones of them being a burden, right? And also, a lot of times when they are mentioned, they are beneficiaries. We are not just beneficiaries, we are active partners who are involved in the iterative process, step by step.
Places like this are very good for the youths because whatever decision is being made as of now, it gets to affect us. So I urge most of the youths out there to take part because give out our voices.
The youth can not only be just here to be heard, but also how we can actually collaborate with the youth to solve like many issues, but not only solve issues, but actually co-working with them on the ground.
You are running a race and you're running as fast as you can and as strong as you can. But the problem is you're running in the wrong direction because right at the start point, it's a relay. You did not ask your teammate who's at the start point where they're gonna stop and where you're gonna pass them the baton. And you know who this teammate is? It's the young person. This is a relay. We are in this together.
With the rate of growth and the intellectual capacity of the youth, they might be seeing something that the elders are not saying. Youth are very energetic and they're full of potential. If they lead some of the initiatives with their energy, I'm sure there will be some positive changes.
If the priorities that are decided on in this conference, in this forum, do not take into consideration the experiences of young women, it will be very difficult to achieve some of the goals.
For a continent whose population is 70% are youth, and indeed of which 16% or more of those are youth with disabilities, it's imperative that youths are here, they are participating, and their voice and their agency is well represented.
Youth need to be consulted in decision making. We need action. We don't want things that to be said. We need action, because what Africa wants is action.
We need to trust the youth today. We need actually to give them the space. We need to see the change. We need to see what actually have been discussed here implemented.
You cannot influence what you don't understand. Incredible work is being done throughout the continent. Let's do this together. Whether you're on the panel, whether you're in the audience, you're asking a question, it's important to make yourself seen and heard as young.
Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. Where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite you to take your seats so we can begin the forum. Thank you. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous invite à prendre place afin que nous puissions commencer le forum. Merci beaucoup. If you have a friend, if you have a colleague who is not yet here, please give them a call and ask them to come back in so we can begin. Thank you.
Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the Pre-Forum Stocktake webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite you to take your seats so we can begin the forum. Thank you. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous invite à prendre place afin que nous puissions commencer le forum. Merci. Distinguished guests, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the knowledge fair and had engaging conversations over the coffee break. In light of current health considerations in the region, we kindly encourage you to use the hand sanitizers positioned throughout the hall. Thank you for your cooperation. We will now move to the Policy and Strategy Hackathon. This session will be moderated by Ms. Mona Idrisu, Head of Youth Employment and Skills at the African Center for Economic Transformation. Please give her a round of applause. I would also like to invite our distinguished, highly respected, and incorruptible panel of judges. Please give them a warm round of applause as I mention their names. Mr. Said Adejumobi, Director of Strategic Planning, Oversight, and Results Division at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Please stand for recognition. Ms. Aida Azmi, Joint Managing Director and Partner at Pedmandu Associates. Mr. Matthias Nab, Director of the Regional Service Center for Africa at the United Nations Development Programme. Mr. Andrew Aliu, Regional Economist at the Regional Office for Africa, International Labour Organization. Ms. Rita Bisonauth, Representative to Ethiopia and Director of the Liaison Office to the African Union and ECA, United Nations. Ms. Idrisu, you have the floor. This session will run for 90 minutes in Japanese style. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm excited. Who else is? Who has been to a hackathon? Just by show of hands. Well, this session is where we do things a little bit different. We have here a panel of fantastic young innovators who have been tasked with just one question. They're here to hack the jobs challenge. How do we create quality jobs for young people? And I'm always amazed when we do these policy hackathons, some of the amazing ideas that reminds us that some of the solutions we need on this continent, we have them. We have the human capital. We just need to ensure we continue creating platforms like this to make sure that young people are ahead, and not just ahead, but they themselves are part of the co-creation process for some of the solutions we need. So this is how this is going to go. I'm going to give each contestant here 5 minutes. It's an elevator pitch style. 5 minutes, and my esteemed panel of judges are going to have the difficult task of telling us who wins. But not today. Tomorrow is when we announce the ultimate winners. So after the first 3 pitches, I'll take questions from our judges very briefly and then move on to the next. So without wasting more time, Sadiki, are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, round of applause for Sadiki. They need the energy. Let's go. So Sadiki is from Rwanda, and he will be presenting on what he calls the Africa Works platform. All right, your clock starts now.
Good morning, dear Excellencies. My name is Rwema Sadiki from Rwanda. I'm here to present the Africa Works platform. So through my background education in law and also with master in AI, I have examined critical challenge in our communities. We've also, regarding to our statistics, over 60% youth in Africa are under 25 years, and also 19% are SMEs or business. Also 17% are youth unemployed or underemployed. So Africa Work Platform is addressed to address those gaps. We've creating integrated system designed to connect youth to skills and entrepreneurship, and also for the enterprise at large scale. So as you see there is about a challenge. And also in 2050, in 1 in 3, there will be an African. That is a big challenge, so we have to look on it. And also a big challenge is an education which mismatch in the skills needed in the market. Also with the SMEs challenge, there is 19% out of African critical challenge, and also poor connection of the investors and the lenders. So what is the root of those problems? First is a skills match, limited access to finance, poor institutional fragmented job, weak SME digitalization, high informal employment. And then we are just bringing a solution. Our solution is found in 4 pillars. The first one, skills development, AI-powered dropping, entrepreneurial support, financial and market access. That is our solution. Everyone, they can see our solution, how is goal. And the second one, what we make us unique. We are just focused in the 4 things: youth, SMEs, government, and also investors. But the best thing one is our Africa platform is Pan-Africans. So Pan-Africa, you have to love our Africa, we have to develop our Africa. And also we combine education, employment, entrepreneurship, finance in one platform. Do you think this is a big thing for all Africans? There is big impact. Over 50,000 youth directly engaged, and also 10,000 over SME will be supported, and also 5,000 jobs will be also created. And the second one, which is good, the economic of Africa will be developed as youth have the energy, have the power of to develop economic of Africa, and also the poverty will be decreased. That is the big impact to our Africa Impact Forums. And then youth employment over 30-50 through certificate skilled, and also 240 will be also living in clays. So allow me to access about key partners. The partners also government, youth, ICT, education, as in private, as financial institution, technology, and civil society. So inclusivity, we have about rural and urban access, low cost, and also youth digital informal multi-language platform that is good for Africans. Disability sensitive interference design. So there is resources required. Digital platform development, training, content mentorship, seed founding, AI, and also data management. So about scalability and also sustainability, employer recruitment, placement service, premium digital tools, and for SMEs, training certificate, credit revenue, and also market attention, commission fees, data extinguishing, analytic, and support institution. So thank you so much, allow us to stop by here. I would like to welcome everyone here to support Africa Work Platform. Africa Work Platform is not for job, but also is for loving our Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sadiki, and thank you for doing this on time. So we'll move quickly to the next. We have Krishan Sukla from Ethiopia, who will be pitching on an integrated industrial ecosystem model. So a round of applause.
Excuse me. Good morning, members of the jury. Africa does not lack industrial potential, lack of ecosystem to connect workforce, production, and market into scalable job. I'm Krishan Sukla, Managing Director of CS Textile Limited, 25 years experience across Africa. Today, I'm pitch the industrial activation ecosystem, a battle-tested platform, rapid scalable, creation job. The problem, Africa needs 72.6 million jobs by 2030. Our industrial system is failing. We have over 60% of the factories sit idle. Market depend on expensive import. We have a skill program produce graduate without job. We have workforce factory and market integrated fragment, no work, no scalable impact. Our solution is integrated industrial activation. We connect what Africa already has. No new infrastructure required. We activate existing underutilized industrial asset into permanent employment engine. Implement of evidence. Implement of evidence, 25 years of field tested industrial proof, lazy to apparel skill, production link manufacturing hub, GFA, GIZ, and Europe BMZ. Development Bank of Ethiopia, full factory activation and skill transfer for no picture manufacturing. GFA Consulting Group explicitly endorses our technical expertise and reliability. Job impact, our model is scaled predictably. Procon 1,000 youth per 90 days cycle. Free annual cycle, 3,000 people ready youth per year. This model is different. This model is different. It is SDG 9, the strategy, Traditional program you have is skill transfer. From this model you having production integrated. No temporary workshop, permanent skill transfer, activating SDG 4, SDG 8, 9, and 10. Conclusion. Distinguished judge, Africa does not lack talent. We lack the integrated system to connect it. Proven track record, regional stability after aligned ready for immediate execution. Let us move Africa from raw potential to high value industrial productivity. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so next we have Solomon Boache, Credify, and he is from Ghana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Solomon, presenting on Credify. Now, the challenge, please, the slide. All right. So we have, this is Samuel, and Samuel keeps applying for jobs, but the responses he gets is that he does not have the experience. And so he remains in a cycle of no job, no experience. Why? Because he's a young graduate, and the university did not prepare him for work life. This is the issue in Ghana. In Ghana, for example, we have about 3,000 people who enter the labor market every year, out of which about 60% still remain unemployed or underemployed. If we look at those within the age of 15 to 24, we have about 34.4% of these people who are unemployed. Now, according to research, it showed that about 89% of HR leaders avoid hiring these recent graduates. Why? Because they agree that it's too expensive to hire them, and about 73% of employers say that university did not prepare them. And so we have employers on one side who say that they need evidence, they need proof before they can give the student work. But we have the graduates who are also on the other side who need a work before they gain their experience. That then creates a credibility gap because there's no structured transition system at scale that can convert this education into a trusted performance. And this is where Credify comes in. So Credify is a proposed digital work-based learning ecosystem that enables university students to complete real tasks from organizations, get them verified, and build trusted portfolio of performance before they leave school. Our solution brings together, creates an ecosystem of university, government, and private sectors, and help them transition from education to employment, resulting in faster school transition, improved employability, and reduced hiring risk. Why this approach? This approach because research shows that a work-integrated learning approach is one of the best ways for which we can solve this issue. And it has been shown examples in terms of apprenticeship, project-based learning, and many others. How does it work? So we have organizations and private companies, especially SMEs, who have issues recruiting these people, post-projects. Students get noticed using a real-time. We are looking at working it in a real-time mode so that they get noticed. They accept, this is not, they don't apply. They accept the project. Work is verified using an AI-assisted and also an HR-assisted, and then badges are given. With that, the student built a portfolio of work. Who benefits? The students benefit, employers and organizations benefit, universities benefit, and government also get access to real data for them to be able to track the mismatch between scale and all that. In terms of employers, they are able to contribute to the future of youth development because the skills they give out also determines what, it shows that this is the area that the world is going, and so universities can inculcate these things into their planning. Credify, we have existing platforms like LinkedIn, Job, but these people are not specifically built for students. They don't focus on transition to work. They are not real work-based. They don't verify proofs. And also, students must apply, and so it does not work general for somebody who is not within Accra or somebody who is not within a particular place. And so with Credify, it creates an ecosystem bringing all these people together. And so with one work, it can access, a lot of students can access just by accepting a project and get it worked on. In terms of impact, it will increase employment transition by 25 to 35%. It will reduce employment cost by 20 to 40%. Access to work rate will also increase by 3 to 5 times, and then faster graduate job search transition. This is based on work that has been done by Singapore. that show that this project is actually workable, and also research that also show that when we combine this, it will actually work. It aligns with SDG 8, Decent Work and Growth, 9, and then SDG 4. Scalability, phase 1, I'm looking at working with about 2 universities, get SMEs on board, recruit about 10 to 5 students, build micro projects, build a core verification engine, and then we start. We'll expand about 10 universities, and then we are able to expand after within 18 to 36 months about to West Africa and all that. Is this scalable? Yes. How is it scalable? Because we'll have a data, it will be like a data market data intelligence, and so SMEs can pay to have this access to this data. Subscription also, especially for SMEs, or maybe businesses, or even individuals, like that want to get optional verified certificate, they will also be paid for later. The resources we need an MVP, deployment phase 1, phase 2, we'll build an MVP, we'll launch, and then we pilot. If this had been in place, this system had been in place, I'm not sure Samuel's first day in university to the day he leaves university, he wouldn't have been invisible in the labor market. So join us in building a system where the story of young Africans is changed. Thank you.
Fantastic. So many innovative ideas, and we're just 3 pitches in. We'll take 2 minutes of clarification questions if our judges have any before we move on to the next set. However, questions, panelists, if a question is directed to you after all pitches before you answer, right? So we're just taking the questions for now. Any? None? Okay, fantastic. We can go on. Oh, Said.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the contestants. I think you've done very well. My question is to Chandrika. Can you kindly tell us how your model is different from the industrial park? What is different from what you are presenting to us from the industrial parks, existing industrial parks that we have on the continent? And being from Ethiopia, this is something that you must be familiar with in terms of the Ethiopian experience with industrial parks. What is different with your integrated industrial ecosystem model? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Mine is to Solomon. It would be helpful to hear from you whether there is already a prototype of what you talked about. I know you mentioned Singapore, or whether there is a pilot currently in Ghana, and also how tasks will be verified, how employers will recognize the badges, because the badge system is quite interesting, but how will all that be linked in terms of verification by employers, and how the platform will ensure enough quality projects for youth. I hope I'm clear. I'm saying how would, is there a prototype currently in place? You mentioned Singapore, but in terms of Ghana, is there a pilot that you have tested? And my concern is also how the task will be verified. You talked about badges, and how will employers recognize these badges?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we'll take the answers after a round. So I'll take the last question from Rita.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. My question goes to the colleague from Rwanda. I'm just thinking about how I was not very clear about how this Africa Works platform is going to work in practice. How did you set it up? How was the collaboration with the different entities of the government, with the private sector? Because you talked a lot about skilling, about working in education. We have a lot of educational platforms. So how are you referring to those to improve yours and really make it sustainable and useful for what you are planning? Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll go back to our pitches, and at the end, our contestants will have a chance to respond to our judges' questions. So let's get back to it. Next, I have Christian from Cameroon, who is pitching on the idea of IT Cola. A round of applause.
Bien, bonjour tout le monde. Je voudrais m'exprimer en français. Merci beaucoup. Donc, je m'appelle Christian Tchéché, je viens du Cameroun et je voudrais parler à l'Afrique à vous, d'un système intégré rural pour la création d'emplois. Donc, il va permettre à des femmes et des jeunes de partir de la formation pour l'entreprise et de l'entreprise pour les emplois. Okay. Donc, on l'a tous constaté, le défi, il est là. Il faut que nous créions chaque année 15 millions d'emplois pour arriver à l'objectif de 2030 d'à peu près 75 millions d'emplois. Et l'histoire part du fait que depuis presque 11 années que nous travaillons avec les micro-entrepreneurs en milieu rural, nous leur avons donné les formations, le coaching et aussi l'accès à des opportunités économiques. Et on s'est rendu compte que pour les entrepreneurs qui se sont limités à la formation, beaucoup n'ont pas vraiment évolué. Après 6 mois, les activités étaient toujours un peu difficiles. Par contre, nous nous sommes rendus compte que ceux qui ont bénéficié d'un accompagnement intégré, qui combinait l'incubation, l'accès au financement, les innovations agroalimentaires, l'accès au marché aussi, ils ont pu avoir des entreprises qui grandissent, donc qui étaient dans le sillon de la croissance. Donc, en réalité, ce que nous constatons, c'est que le problème n'est pas celui des talents, c'est pas celui des capacités entrepreneuriales, c'est beaucoup plus celui du système. Et cela est revenu dans les autres présentations. Le problème ici, c'est que lorsqu'on est dans le milieu rural, nous constatons par exemple que plus de 60% des micro-entrepreneurs n'ont pas accès aux compétences entrepreneuriales, comme je l'ai dit, au financement et au marché. Et parmi ceux-ci, pratiquement 85% ne peuvent pas accéder à un crédit formel auprès des banques en raison des contraintes de garantie. Malgré le fait que dans les zones rurales, l'agriculture, l'économie va constituer des potentiels sur lesquels tout le monde peut s'investir. Donc, de façon structurelle, nous avons 5 contraintes qui empêchent aux entrepreneurs de pouvoir évoluer. La première est basée sur l'intégration des compétences, que ce soit en termes de coaching, de finances, mais aussi l'accès limité aux finances, et cela est davantage accentué pour les femmes qui ont des contraintes cumulées en raison de pesanteurs culturels, en raison également des coutumes. Et nous nous rendons compte que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, les chaînes de valeur restent disproportionnées, restent fragmentées et ne permettent pas une certaine intégration. Et plus globalement, nous avons un écosystème où les acteurs travaillent de façon isolée, de façon fragmentée. Donc, le défi que nous avons ici, c'est de mettre en place une coordination dans l'écosystème et non pas seulement travailler sur les entrepreneurs. Donc, notre solution va aider les jeunes et les femmes à créer des emplois à travers l'incubation, à travers l'accès à du financement adapté. Et cela va s'appuyer sur 4 fonctions essentielles. La première fonction, c'est de développer les compétences et de renforcer l'incubation, que ce soit au niveau de l'entrepreneuriat, que ce soit au niveau de l'éducation financière, et aussi en valorisant tout ce qui est digital aujourd'hui comme levier d'accélération. Il faudrait également que nous travaillions à renforcer toutes les technologies, toutes les techniques sur les chaînes de valeur pour que les entreprises puissent être compétitives au niveau de la qualité des produits que nous proposons sur les chaînes de valeur. Le troisième élément, c'est un financement qui est inclusif et des marchés qui sont structurés. Parce que ce sont des marchés structurés qui vont permettre d'accélérer la croissance. Et enfin maintenant, et c'est une expérience que nous avons testée et ça a marché, c'est la coordination des acteurs en les ramenant le plus proche des communautés et des entrepreneurs dans les zones rurales. Donc, la chance que nous avons eue dans notre approche, c'est que dans l'accompagnement, nous avons pu, à partir des expériences communautaires de tontines, mettre en place une tontine électronique villageoise pour l'entrepreneuriat qui a permis de capter des ressources. Donc, l'épargne qui était faite pour les maladies, pour la solidarité, a été transformée en crédit productif c'est encore un financement extérieur qui vient renforcer l'activité des micro-entrepreneurs. Donc c'est un accélérateur sur lequel nous allons beaucoup travailler. Oh, good. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, we're going to hear from Burkina Faso. Luke is going to be talking to us around green and inclusive employment creation. A round of applause, please, for Luke.
This one? Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Merci pour l'opportunité que vous me donnez de parler de notre projet. Il faut dire que... s'il vous plaît. Il faut dire que Révi s'adresse au départ à ceux qui ont perdu tout en une nuit, les personnes vulnérables, les jeunes à la recherche d'un premier emploi ou de ressources pour soutenir leurs études, etc., dont le nombre augmente au Burkina et en Afrique. Ils sont concernés par la pauvreté multidimensionnelle, et vous pouvez voir aussi les chiffres qui s'affichent à l'écran, et ils n'ont pas un système de protection sociale. Notre réponse, ce n'est pas de l'aide, c'est un système qui s'autofinance. L'objectif, c'est de soutenir le développement d'une approche de graduation, groupe d'épargne et de crédit avec GERM, gérer mieux mon entreprise, du coaching combiné à la pratique de l'agriculture durable. Je suis Ouedraogo Nluc et Business Development et spécialiste chez Témoin des services. Au niveau de l'aviculture, il faut dire que l'aliment volaille représente 60 à 70% du coût de production avicole. Or, à l'échelle mondiale, près des 3/4 du soja produit sert à l'alimentation animale, la volaille en première ligne, et le soja est avec l'élevage bovin l'un des premiers moteurs de la déforestation mondiale. Et au niveau de l'Amazonie, vous pouvez le constater au niveau du Brésil, l'agriculture commerciale cause environ 90% de la déforestation tropicale selon la FAO. Notre alternative pour soutenir l'aviculture au niveau de Révi, c'est de produire aussi des larves de mouches de soldats noirs à partir des déchets organiques pour réduire le coût de l'aliment de 50 à 60 et plus % sans soja importé, ni pression sur les forêts, une économie circulaire qui découple la production mondiale la production de poulet de la déforestation mondiale. Et la demande mondiale de viande blanche explose. L'agriculture biologique est une mine d'or au niveau des marchés mondiaux. Comme efficience et impact, il faut dire que le coût maximum par participant est de $333 pour un revenu net généré de $600 pour la première année. L'investissement est presque doublé en 12 mois, puis le fonds Revolving finance la ménagère suivante. Chaque participant devient une auto-entrepreneur de l'aviculture via les groupes d'épargne et de crédit et se construisent un historique financier qui permet le jumelage avec des institutions financières formelles pour développer son activité au-delà de l'appui initial. C'est une base solide avec un volet éducation financière et coaching pour le succès des personnes. Nous avons un pilote et une équipe expérimentée solide, 60 ménages avec un taux de remboursement supérieur à 90% et un retour sur investissement social de $6 pour $1 investi. Nous sommes actuellement accompagnés par 2 incubateurs internationaux, Bridge for Billions et Venture Lab. Nous visons la mise en place de minimum 50 000 auto-entrepreneurs à succès dans l'agriculture et éventuellement des partenariats pour couvrir toute l'Afrique. Révi Burkina est en train de poser les bases de l'employabilité en Afrique et du développement durable pour tout le monde. Notre approche est l'alternative le plus cost-friendly. BRAC l'a démontré au Bangladesh, nous l'affinons et le contextualisons pour le rendre soutenable. Devenir indépendant ou entrepreneur demande beaucoup de choses, mais l'essentiel, c'est la discipline et l'accompagnement. L'essentiel, ce n'est pas de commencer grand, il s'agit de bien commencer. C'est ce que nous faisons. Les pauvres, les jeunes et autres peuvent être capables de rembourser des appuis. Personne ne doit être laissé de côté. Nous avons besoin des ADIF. Je vous remercie.
Well done. So we'll take another round of questions, 2 minutes from our judges. Any questions for the three that just presented? Okay, go on.
Yep.
Yeah.
My question is to Mr. Christian from IT Cola. The freemium to premium conversion model, so at what point does the beneficiary transition from free to paid services? And what conversion rate have you observed in the pilot stage? And how viable is this program without donor funding? Thank you.
Any more questions? Andrew. We can't, yeah, that should work now.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, and apologies. Yes, my question is to Mr. Wadrago, Ravi Bokina. In the submission, you spoke about AI credit scoring. I just some clarity around the appropriateness of that in a fragile setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Matthias? Oh, you're fine. Okay, great. Said?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My question is also to Adrago Luke. I find your proposal quite interesting on 3 or 4 counts. One, you are looking at waste to wealth. How do we create wealth out of waste? I think that's extremely important. Also, your focus on IDPs. I think oftentimes that's a forgotten category that we don't really look at in terms of issues of entrepreneurship. And finally, you are focusing on women. And I think that's extremely important. But my question to you is to ask whether is this an ongoing project that you're involved in? If that's the case, what has been your experience? What's the success story that you have, especially when you talk about the funding being based on the issue around solidarity rather than clear agenda in terms of, how the repayment back will be done. You talk about there doesn't seem to be a very strong incentive regime on how the funds being invested into it will be reclaimed. Secondly, is about sustainability. What do you see about the sustainability of this project on the long term? Do you think it's something that is quite sustainable, given, I suspect, if it's something that's already ongoing, your experience so far? Thank you.
Great. So we'll go to the next round of pitches. And next we have Eva, who is going to pitch on Kenya, solar workforce and climate resilience. A round of applause for Eva.
Good afternoon.
Her presentation isn't up yet.
I know a majority of you have ever relied on something you assumed would work because it had always worked before. What I'm holding here is an insulin vial. Millions of Africans depend on insulin for survival. Now I want you to imagine a nurse, Amina, in a rural hospital. She opens a hospital fridge to remove life-saving insulin and finds that it is spoiled because the solar system that was powering the whole hospital is no longer working. The insulin got spoiled not because there were no solar panels or sunlight, but because of poor installations by untrained technicians. Across Africa, solar adoption is growing rapidly, but the work leading to poor installations. Industry reports consistency first 12 to 24 months. When solar systems fail, people lose trust not only in the technician but also in the solar system itself. There is also a problem of limited enterprise growth. Talented technicians lack business infrastructure, such as financing tools, preventing them from scaling into sustainable solar enterprises. Our solution is Solar Enterprise Network Africa, or SENA. SENA's vision is to create thousands of green jobs while building Africa's largest network of certified solar technicians and renewable energy enterprises, accelerating economic inclusion. Second, solar enterprise development. Unlike traditional programs that stop at training, SENA helps them launch, grow solar enterprises, connect them to customers, provide access to financing and suppliers. Imagine a technician named John. In the traditional system, John, credibility. In the SENA mode, business support, supplier access, and technical mentorship. He starts earning from day one while building a sustainable business. They expected 100 solar technicians, established 20 indirect jobs 3 years. We aim to create over 100 green jobs, build employment, increase customer. They need affordable and clean energy, decent work, and economy. Successful companies like decentralized solar networks can create jobs while expanding energy access. The model is highly feasible rather than building new infrastructure partners. Inclusivity recruitment will prioritize unemployed youth. Partner with existing training institutions will empower Africa's youth panels. Africa does not lack impact.
Fantastic. To Tom Fay from Togo, who is going to pitch on an integrated agro-industrial ecosystem.
For giving. Et je suis très heureux. Tout d'abord, je suis économiste planificateur, spécialiste en suivi évaluation. Et spécialiste en suivi évaluation. Et aujourd'hui intégré. Notre solution aide les pays en déployant des écosystèmes décentralisés et notre solution aide les pays en déployant des écosystèmes décentralisés et 5% à 30% de leurs revenus ruraux, entrant directement dans le vif du sujet. Regardons les chiffres à Togo. 60%. Regardons les chiffres à Togo. 60% de c'est une bombe à gâcher. L'agriculture. C'est une bombe à gâcher. L'agriculture souffre d'un paradoxe. D'un côté, une demande industrielle forte, notamment avec la PIA, de petites post-récoltes, le problème rural et les chaînes de valeur industrielle. récoltes. Le problème rural et les chaînes de valeur industrielles. Nous ne proposons pas une simple basée sur 4 piliers fondamentaux. Nous implantons des hubs agro-industriels régionaux décentralisés pour rapprocher les usines de zones décentralisées, pour rapprocher les usines de zones, les usines et le marchage. Deuxièmement, pour sécuriser le marchage. Deuxièmement, pour sécuriser les contrats d'approvisionnement circulaires. Rien ne se perd. Les résidus de riz sont transformés d'emploi vers hautement productifs. Enfin, nous déployons une couche technologique légère par code USSD et paiement mobile. Nous passons directement aux impacts. Nous passons directement aux impacts. En nous basant sur le modèle empirique de la Banque mondiale et du GIPAL sur l'intégration des marchés en Afrique subsaharienne, nous ciblons une réduction de 40% de pertes post-récolte grâce à des recyclages et transformations de proximité. Et surtout, la trajectoire de 10 000 à 50 000 emplois formels et durables pour les jeunes. Ainsi, ce projet ne fait pas de la charité. Il crée de la valeur alignée directement sur. La feuille de route que nous nous sommes tracée, c'est que cette politique est hautement réaliste. Elle s'appuie sur un modèle de partenariat public-privé où l'État est hautement réaliste. Elle s'appuie sur un modèle de partenariat public-privé où l'État apporte le foncier et les infrastructures de base, tandis que le privé, le premier mois, les mois 1 et 2 seront dédiés à l'alignement sur les zones d'aménagement agricole ZAP. Le deuxième mois, la formation des jeunes sur les zones d'aménagement agricole ZAP. Le deuxième mois, la formation des jeunes.
Applause. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. So Nandi will be speaking on the agribusiness trade corridor pilot, and Nandi is from South Africa. A round of applause. From South Africa. A round of applause.
I think that alone should score me some brownie points. I'm an SMME development practitioner, and I'm also the owner of Nanlo Organic Farm. Today, I'll be discussing a challenge that Africa has been grappling with and also presenting. Today, I'll be discussing a challenge that Africa has been grappling with and also presenting a solution that Nanlo Organic Farm and Al Gandhi Trading, and Al Gandhi Trading, which is an AFCFTA. Okay, 6 out of 10 young people are unable to find stable jobs. When you compare those stats with what we're currently seeing, 2003 and 2025, this shows that there is a demand for agri-products, and our experience working with African agripreneurs that can address Africa's unemployment challenge. What we've seen is that a lot of agri-SMMEs have little to no trade knowledge, and unfortunately this means that they also don't have access or don't adequately know about the already existing B2B platforms as well as the e-commerce platforms. Of course, those that do look to lose anywhere between 10 to 20% and domestically operating at a domestic level. However, they do not have the cross-border trade formalization that they need in order to meet the trade programs that have looked to bridge the gap that a lot of the entrepreneurs have. However, they are excluding those that are not only export ready. Understand, and we do know that there are a lot of platforms that are currently available on the continent. However, many work with the assumption that these businesses are already compliant and they understand all the legal requirements that they have to fulfill. Now, our initiative is different in that a lot of the programs that are currently in the market sectional level, we will be basing our initiative on 4 pillars. Firstly, it's the cross-border formalization. It's MS MEDA that's based in Egypt to help the entrepreneurs that are already on board on their programs and already trained and already have compliance domestically to be existing PAPS digital payment system. Again, this system helps entrepreneurs get a compatible rate and also close deals. Entrepreneurs leverage and close deals that we are bringing as El Gondi and Nanloy means that we're operating at either side of the corridor. With the first phase already in action, we've already identified that if it formalized across the border, we are looking to onboard an additional 150 in the second phase. And third phase, which will be between 2028 and 2029, we're going to be onboarding 500 entrepreneurs. Of course, so that we ensure that we are not donor reliant. Secondly, it's financing spreads as well as services fees, and through one of our partners, Aerial for Africa, Aerial Advisory, who will be responsible for the advisory and investment readiness. We have CEDA and MS MEDA that are going to be helping with the formalization of the businesses, and currently as the Rotary Club in both Egypt and South Africa, so that we ensure that those who operate at the grassroots level are not left behind.
Speaker who unfortunately isn't able to join us in person, but is ready to join us online. So if we can lift transformation framework. Madochi, can you hear us? I understand he's online, but he has really bad for the 3 that just pitched. So judges, any questions? Okay, Aida.
Sorry, thank you. My question is to Ms. Nandi. Congrats on demonstrating the live cross-border transaction between South Africa and Egypt. What's the average transaction value? Second question is how is this proposal creating jobs at scale? Thank you.
Just before you come in, I see we have Madochi. I would like us to go take his pitch. Madochi, can you hear me?
Bonjour, chers excellences. Bonjour, chers panélistes et chers participants. Je suis Mardoché de la République démocratique du Congo. Je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez. Je suis en train d'avoir un problème de connexion. Je m'excuse en tout cas. Mais je vais présenter mon travail qui concerne les cadres décentralisés des transformations productives qui m'est venu d'un travail de terrain au cours de mon travail à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, notamment dans la province de la Chopo, dans la province de l'Ituri, dans la province du Sud Kivu et également dans la province du Nord Kivu, où j'ai accompagné des centaines d'entrepreneurs et des réseaux d'épargne communautaires, des entreprises numériques et des organisations économiques locales. Cette expérience m'a conduit à une conclusion simple. L'Afrique n'a pas un déficit d'entrepreneurs. elle a plutôt un problème de coordination productive. Les entreprises, je partage mon écran. Comme je le disais, je m'excuse, en tout cas, j'ai un problème de connexion et je suis en train de voir comment pouvoir partager mon écran. Je vous prie de me pardonner, de m'excuser. J'espère que là, vous me voyez. Comme je le disais, à l'est de la RDC, j'ai eu à faire face à des acteurs nombreux, mais qui étaient isolés, notamment les associations communautaires d'épargne et de crédit, les coopératives agricoles, les institutions de les institutions de recherche, les entreprises numériques, les autochtones, mais il y a une faible coordination, il y a faible transformation par les différents pays, également faible création d'emplois. Il y a faible productivité, faible valeur ajoutée et peu d'emplois. Selon maintenant les recherches, l'Afrique a des entrepreneurs, mais des éléments d'écosystèmes productifs. L'Afrique détient les records selon les recherches des Nations Unies après 3 ans de création. Et pourquoi c'est là?
Okay, so obviously Madochi is experiencing some technical hitches, but to ensure that he gets a fair chance at being judged, he's going to tape his pitch and we will send it to the judges so that they include his submission as part of their deliberation. So rest assured that we're going to Plan B and his pitch will be submitted directly to the judges. So thank you. So let's go back to the questions. Matthias.
No, thank you very much. I think I will come back to Luc Redrago. Clearly a very strong and evidence-based management approach, especially in relation to insecurity in beautiful Burkina Faso. The risk management approach in relation to animal health, for instance, since you'll be using a lot of waste. The risk in relation to the ethical use of AI in terms of credit scoring. And to Nandi, my sister from South Africa, again, very concrete and implementation-ready pitch. But it would be very useful, for instance, if you can really also convince us about the job creation logic. You put some number projected 10,000 and 50,000 jobs. What is it again? 50, 150, and 500. It's a little bit confusing how ambitious you are. Then lastly, if you can also clarify the financing model that you have and also the confirmed contributions from partners, for instance, would be very useful.
Okay. Thank you. So if I could particularly request questions for Tom Fay or Eva, and then I can come to, if there are any questions for the two. I don't note any questions that's been directed to them. Said. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My question, first question is to Eva. Eva, I think this is a very straightforward model that you've presented to us. It focuses here and for us to also increase energy access, as it were, which is a renewable energy. I think this is quite good. But two questions for you. One is, will this be anchored with a technical college or university? How will the training be facilitated? Second question, how will it be sustained, as it were, is able to have a life of its own? Madam Moderator, who is the second person you wanted us to speak to?
Tom Fay from Togo.
Let me give the floor to...
Okay.
Please.
Thank you so much. My question to Mr. Tom Fay, the industrial hub typically requires significant upfront capital, especially for cold chain and infrastructure. So what is the projected ROI and estimated payback period for the intended anchor investor for your first hub? Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'm going to come back to my panelists to take the questions that are judged. So no need to come back to me. After you answer, you just pass it on to the one next sitting to your left so that we can make up for time. So Sadiki.
Let me just answer the question from about scalability and about sustainability. About scalability, Africa Work Platform also, the pilot will focus in 1 and 2 countries for the first time. And also we have a partnership and we have the partnership from the AU and the ESA and COASA and even SADC. So that will be a part of the Africa Work Platform. And also for the sustainabilities, there is an employer recruitment plus and placement. As I said before, in our solution, if it's possible, they can just show my slide. In our solution, there is what we call AI match job, where we will use AI for recruiting, for applying for the job. It's a master AI, where the youth, they can put their CV, they can also put all information in order to see the employer will just go to the Africa platform for touching the employer who is competent. That is about AI. And also, as I said before, and the mastery in AI. That's why I have to design AI like that in order to solve the problem of job in Africa for the youth. And about skills, there's some panel who asked me about education. Normally, the young people in Africa increasingly with skills, but the problem is that the skills they have is a skills which is much in the market. So, as I told you before, Africa World Platform is to design to dress those gaps between skills, between education and skills needed in the market. Where in our solution, we have a skills development. Skills development, the youth will gain the short course about agriculture, about digital, and also about manufacturing. It means those skills, those can help a youth to get a job and also to make their own job. So I think the last question was about how Africa Works will have a partnership with a government. Exactly. This is a big point. We have to look on it because the government is the one who put the laws and regulations regarding to the employer and high informal employers. So when we say high employer informer, as lawyer, I just understand what is the meaning. So we have will be also reduced as a big gap. So that's why we need to collaborate with the government and even for the ICT. because we have an AI, and also we have to collaborate with the Minister for Education, like a TVETs, who produce the skills needed in the market. I think those is question for me.
Okay, so I will employ the rest.
Thank you, Mr. Seth, for your question. If I'm not wrong, you were asking what's the difference. It is for textile, apparel, and leisure industry. What it's having for TVET and manufacturing SME, what is not functionable in Ethiopia. We're having so many TVET which is giving normal training. And the lack, what is the difference, if you can see on the screen, you know, in manufacturing, they cannot take employer to train, they're going to lose their production. So our system is going to provide them 90 days of training to make them highly productivity and then transfer them to the industry. These are the easiest way that textile, apparel, and leisure industry can accommodate a lot of workers with a short period of time. If you go on in TVET, they are giving you training, a short period of training, they're not making their worker sustainable skill. But with our system, we're going to provide them 90 days of training, which makes them highly efficiency, and it will be sustainable. And also we're going to apply the SDG, reducing inequality. Don't have education, the chance to work. I hope I answer your question. And you were having another question, if I'm not wrong. Thank you very much, sorry.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Matthias, for your question. Yes, so Singapore has practiced this, and they started it around 2015. And currently they have about 1.5 million focused on students and as well those who are working. And they have about 23,000 of SMEs who have signed up to the platform, of which 97 is SME. In terms of how it will work, so when the companies, organizations are signing up, here they will create a criteria on which the work will be verified. And so when the work is, then the HR exactly where work needs to be done and all that, then it checks that. In terms of whether it has been started, I have 2 students currently who are building the UI UX design. Thank you.
Maintenant, le modèle freemium a d'une microfinance déguisée. En fait, c'est que ce sont des gens qui se mettent ensemble et qui rassemblent chacun des parts, des mises qu'on donne à une personne pour réaliser quelque chose. Et très souvent, le délai de remboursement de cette tontine, c'est 12 mois. Donc, c'est en fin d'année qu'on fait le bilan, on fait la cassation. Oui. Alors, dans notre système, on avait les microfinances économiques. Or, nous disons que nous allons partir des entrepreneurs de suivi pour des entrepreneurs de croissance. Ça veut donc dire qu'en introduisant le digital, c'est-à-dire qu'un CARE qui peut aider la microfinance, qui peut aider une plateforme de crowdfunding à voir comment l'entreprise grandit et comment elle mobilise des ressources, des capacités, accès à un marché plus structuré, tonique. Maintenant, qui est disponible pour financer les projets du financement issu. Donc, c'est cela qui permet du 9e mois pour continuer après les premières opérations sur la première année. Parce qu'entrepreneur, que ce soit à partir de la robustesse de ce mécanisme de forme digitale, faire le suivi en temps réel. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. Eva? No, let's go to Eva first. Yeah.
TVETs and provide, because it installation services, maintenance, contracts, product sales, memberships, and advice. Thank you.
Et sur l'historique des épargnes technologiques légères, du permettre les notes par synchronisation, et il y a un consentement éclairé des membres et les données sont pseudonymisées et revue humaine systématique. Donc il y a la validation des fiches de données et ce qui rend ça auditable par les bailleurs ou les institutions de jumelage. Donc cela englobe aussi la question de la sécurité. Il faut dire que les coachs sont choisis au niveau de la communauté et formés aussi pour la collecte. Les groupes avec, si vous n'êtes pas membre, c'est très rare de savoir où se groupent ensemble. Ils font du leur, ils mettent par exemple la caisse dans un plat et 3 femmes à la fois portent des plats. Donc personne de l'extérieur ne peut savoir dans quel plat il y a. Celui qui a la caisse n'a aucune clé. Donc voici de façon résumée. Et donc, il y a un pilote qui a été fait à petite échelle. Et aujourd'hui, nous sommes en train de développer au moins pour 150 personnes pour vraiment avoir des données fiables. Et puis, parce que nous sommes accompagnés par des incubateurs pour vraiment documenter l'autre. Et donc, là, concernant la bonne incitation à rembourser.
Thank you, Luke. Merci beaucoup. We have to move on. Thank you.
Start by addressing IDA score rating in both South Africa and Egypt. So we currently have 35% of the 50 projected that we want within the first phase, which is ending in November. Currently in a process to get formalized to be able to operate at a cross-border level. So the live component pertains to that. Then secondly, I think there was a bit of the 150 and 500. So those are not to the pilot. So we've got, it's going to run up until the end of 2030. We're looking to onboard it. So they will be created as the network level. So when you move a business, normally that business then gives the capacity to other value chain players, and you create anywhere between 4 to 6 roles within just one enterprise. So that's how we're looking to create those jobs that we've projected. Then Mr. Nab also had a question pertaining to have an investor readiness advisory partner. So they are currently completing an impact investing round with a UK-based facility. So part of that was to test the viability of already financing as well as the support. So that's one way that we are testing the viability of the initiative. Secondly, we do have 4 streams that we're looking to.
Sorry, Nandi.
Okay.
My apologies. Okay, let's take Tomfe and then we can wrap it up. Tomfe, in just a minute, please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Aïda, pour la question. Et étant donné que je suis au ministère de la Promotion des investissements, nous avons accompagné le ministère de l'Agriculture à mettre en place le projet d'agropole de Cara, financé par la BOAD et d'autres financements. Donc ainsi, par rapport à la question, je vais l'aborder sur 2 volets. Le retour sur investissement. Tout ce investissement s'analyse à travers un modèle PPP conçu pour atteindre son seuil de rentabilité financière. Étant donné que nous avons élaboré une feuille de route sur 24 mois, donc déjà entre le 18e et le 24e mois. Donc cette viabilité microéconomique repose sur la diversification stratégique des flux de revenus, combinant les marges de commercialisation des produits transformés à forte valeur ajoutée, l'application d'une micro-redevance technologique sur les transactions B2B et surtout la monétisation des principes de l'économie circulaire dont nous avons insisté dans notre présentation. En convertissant systématiquement les résidus des déchets agricoles en intrants commercialisables tels que du compost organique et des aliments pour le bétail revendu, puisque l'élevage aussi fait partie de nos points stratégiques. Aux producteurs locaux, le hub transforme un poste de coût environnemental et une source de profit secondaire à forte marge, garantissant un taux de rendement interne attractif pour les investisseurs privés. Deuxièmement, au niveau macroéconomique et social, puisque le macro influe directement sur le social également. Le retour sur investissement pour l'État et les partenaires.
Okay, thank you, Tomfe. All right, I know I'm standing between lunch, so we're going to wrap up. We didn't have an opportunity to hear from or to take questions from the audience, but they're amongst us, and so feel free to mingle, network, and ask your questions to our finalists. Now, our judges have the tough task of deliberating and coming back to us with both who is the winner, but also our top 5 finalists. This will be announced tomorrow, and the winner of this competition will have their idea as part of the simulation labs that we're having tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to hearing who the winner is. I wish we could put out a poll just to see what our audience also think, which would be a fun interactive exercise if we can build it in. But thank you all, and a round of applause for all our finalists. Making it this far in itself is commendable. And from Asset, we have hosted our hackathons, what we call the Asset Youth Policy Lab. We will have another one this year. So if there's any young person here who wants the opportunity to also hack at challenges faced on the continent, we will go live in August and you will have another opportunity to partake. Thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure moderating.
All right. Can we please give to our excellent moderator, distinguished judges and contestants another round of applause? And thank you for saving us a bit of time. We look forward to the results tomorrow. Distinguished guests, kindly note that the full program for the 2 days is available on the forum website, so you can follow all the proceedings. At this juncture, we will break for lunch. Lunch will be served on the upper level, and our ushers will be available to guide you. The Knowledge Fair remains open, and we encourage you to visit. Despite our best efforts at Japanese time, I think we're still African inside. We are running slightly behind schedule. We'll therefore aim to resume, please, at 2:10 prompt to continue with the forum. Thank you so much for your engagement so far.
Recording stopped.
Distinguished participants, we kindly ask you to proceed for lunch so we can commence promptly at 2:10.
Young people join Africa's labor market every year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, if just counting to 10 feels really long, imagine having those 12 million handshakes. Imagine talking to those 12 million people. I have met Hannah, who codes into the night when the power returns. I have met Samuel, who worked leather, who understands leather before he understood algebra. I have met a boy who smells of coffee and ambition, who understands grind sizes and grows profiles better than most of us here understand policy timelines. Youth are not a wave. We are names. Names are unrealized return. You speak of capital flows. We speak of rent. You speak of blended finance. We blend hustle and hope, praying that mixture holds. You say job creation. We say pace. Youth are not the problem to be solved. Youth are an investment. Not tomorrow's workforce, today's infrastructure. Because a continent is not built on minerals alone. A continent is built with hands. Hands that turn cabana leather into export. Hands that make beans into espresso instead of just freight. Hands that carry steel and cargo to the gates of Tanjurmet. I am not here to ask for applause. I am here to ask for arithmetic. If you believe in Africa, fund it. If you believe in innovation, fund it. If you believe in us, stop calling us potential and start calling us important. So do not let our futures become side events. Do not let our names become slides. We are not a breakout session. Instead, put our names on the wall and then meet them. Meet those names at the roastery. Meet them in the studio. Meet them in the workshops at 6 a.m. So when you leave this hall, let the commitments be heavier than the speeches. Let the funding outlast the forum. Not 12 million. One at a time. When anyone asks what we financed here, let the answer be simple. Names. Young people join Africa's labor market every year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, if just counting to 10 feels really long, imagine having those 12 million handshakes. Imagine talking to those 12 million people. I have met Hannah, who codes into the night when the power returns. I have met Samuel, who worked leather, who understands leather before he understood algebra. I have met a boy who smells of coffee and ambition, who understands grind sizes and grows profiles better than most of us here understand policy timelines. Youth are not a wave. We are names. Names are unrealized return. You speak of capital flows. We speak of rent. You speak of blended finance. We blend hustle and hope, praying that mixture holds. You say job creation. We say pace. Youth are not the problem to be solved. Youth are an investment. Not tomorrow's workforce, today's infrastructure. Because a continent is not built on minerals alone. A continent is built with hands. Hands that turn cabana leather into export. Hands that make beans into espresso instead of just freight. Hands that carry steel and cargo to the gates of Tanjurmet. I am not here to ask for applause. I am here to ask for arithmetic. If you believe in Africa, fund it. If you believe in innovation, fund it. If you believe in us, stop calling us potential and start calling us fortune. So do not let our futures become side events. Do not let our names become slides. We are not a breakout session. Instead, put our names on the wall and then meet them. Meet those names at the roastery. Meet them in the studio. Meet them in the workshops at 6 a.m. So when you leave this hall, let the commitments be heavier than the speeches. Let the funding outlast the forum. Not 12 million. One at a time. When anyone asks what we financed here, let the answer be simple. Names. Young people join Africa's labor market every year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, if just counting to 10 feels really long, imagine having those 12 million handshakes. Imagine talking to those 12 million people. I have met Hannah, who codes into the night when the power returns. I have met Samuel, who worked leather, who understands leather before he understood algebra. I have met a boy who smells of coffee and ambition, understands grind sizes and rows profiles better than most of us here understand policy timelines. Youth are not a wave. We are names. Names are unrealized return. You speak of capital flows. We speak of rent. You speak of blended finance. We blend hustle and hope, praying that mixture holds. You say job creation. We say pace. Youth are not the problem to be solved. Youth are an investment. Not tomorrow's workforce, today's infrastructure. Because a continent is not built on minerals alone. A continent is built with hands. Hands that turn cabana leather into export. Hands that make beans into espresso instead of just freight. Hands that carry steel and cargo to the gates of Tandramet. I am not here to ask for applause. I am here to ask for arithmetic. If you believe in Africa, fund it. If you believe in innovation, fund it. If you believe in us, stop calling us potential and start calling us fortune. So do not let our futures become side events. Do not let our names become slides. We are not a breakout session. Instead, put our names on the wall and then meet them. Meet those names at the roastery. Meet them in the studio. Meet them in the workshops at 6 a.m. So when you leave this hall, let the commitments be heavier than the speeches. Let the funding outlast the forum. Not 12 million. One at a time. When anyone asks what we financed here, let the answer be simple. Names. Young people join Africa's labor market every year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, if just counting to 10 feels really long, imagine having those 12 million handshakes. Imagine talking to those 12 million people. I have met Hannah, who codes into the night when the power returns. I have met Samuel, who worked leather, who understands leather before he understood algebra. I have met a boy who smells of coffee and ambition, who understands grind sizes and rows profiles better than most of us here understand policy timelines. Youth are not a wave. We are names. Names are unrealized return. You speak of capital flows. We speak of rent. You speak of blended finance. We blend hustle and hope, praying that mixture holds. You say job creation. We say pace. Youth are not the problem to be solved. Youth are an investment. Not tomorrow's workforce, today's infrastructure. Because a continent is not built on minerals alone. A continent is built with hands. Hands that turn cabana leather into export. Hands that make beans into espresso instead of just freight. Hands that carry steel and cargo to the gates of Tandramet. I am not here to ask for applause. I am here to ask for arithmetic. If you believe in Africa, fund it. If you believe in innovation, fund it. If you believe in us, stop calling us potential and start calling us portable. So do not let our futures become side events. Do not let our names become slides. We are not a breakout session. Instead, put our names on the wall and then meet them. Meet those names at the roastery. Meet them in the studio. Meet them in the workshops at 6 a.m. So when you leave this hall,
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite you to take your seats so we can begin the forum. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous invite à prendre place afin que nous puissions commencer le forum. Merci. Once again, if you have a friend, if you have a colleague that is not here yet, can you please give them a call to let them know that we're about to start, and could they please come quickly? Thank you so much.
Africa's future will increasingly depend on its ability to mobilize domestic resources, attract investment, build competitive industries, and create sustainable employment opportunities for its growing population. Africa possesses one of the greatest strategic assets, its people. More than 60% of Africans are under the age of 25, making Africa the youngest continent in the world. Every year, more than 15 million young Africans enter the labor market in search of opportunity and a better future. So yes, the challenge is significant, but so too is the opportunity. Indeed, if Africa's greatest challenge is jobs, then Africa's greatest opportunity also has to be jobs. Africa possesses many of the ingredients required for the transformation we seek. It has abundant entrepreneurial talent, vast renewable energy resources, critical minerals essential to the global energy transition, rapidly expanding digital ecosystems, growing urban markets, and the immense opportunities presented by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Africa's future depends on the choices that we make here today. Together, we can use this forum as a turning point to create opportunities for our young people, transform our economies, and convert Africa's immense potential into shared prosperity. Africa's future will increasingly depend on its ability to mobilize domestic resources, attract investment, build competitive industries, and create sustainable employment opportunities for its growing population. Africa possesses one of the greatest strategic assets, its people. More than 60% of Africans are under the age of 25, making Africa the youngest continent in the world. Every year, more than 15 million young Africans enter the labor market in search of opportunity and a better future. So yes, the challenge is significant, but so too is the opportunity. Indeed, if Africa's greatest challenge is jobs, then Africa's greatest opportunity also has to be jobs. Africa possesses many of the ingredients required for the transformation we seek. It has abundant entrepreneurial talent, vast renewable energy resources, critical minerals essential to the global energy transition, rapidly expanding digital ecosystems, growing urban markets, and the immense opportunities presented by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Africa's future depends on the choices that we make here today. Together, we can use this forum as a turning point to create opportunities for our young people, transform our economies, and convert Africa's immense potential into shared prosperity. Africa's future will increasingly depend on its ability to mobilize domestic resources, attract investment, build competitive industries, and create sustainable employment opportunities for its growing population. Africa possesses one of the greatest strategic assets, its people. More than 60% of Africans are under the age of 25, making Africa the youngest continent in the world. Every year, more than 15 million young Africans enter the labor market in search of opportunity and a better future. So yes, the challenge is significant, but so too is the opportunity. Indeed, if Africa's greatest challenge is jobs, then Africa's greatest opportunity also has to be jobs. Africa possesses many of the ingredients required for the transformation we seek. It has abundant entrepreneurial talent, vast renewable energy resources, critical minerals essential to the global energy transition, rapidly expanding digital ecosystems, growing urban markets, and the immense opportunities presented by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Africa's future depends on the choices that we make here today. Together, we can use this forum as a turning point to create opportunities for our young people, transform our economies, and convert Africa's immense potential into shared prosperity.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start. Can you please take your seats? Distinguished guests, welcome back. We hope you had a good lunch and engaging conversations. We will now be moving into our thematic sessions. We have 3 today and another 3 tomorrow. Thematic session A is on promoting high-growth youth entrepreneurship. It will be moderated by Ms. Susanna Swidrowski, Director of the Socio-Economic Development Division here at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. She'll be joined by various speakers, including the founder and managing director of Lasher, Abrame Andreas Butais. Also, the manager of corporate strategy, African Export-Import Bank, online, Thierry Kangoye. As well will be Chief Financial Economist and Coordinator, Enable Youth Program of the African Development Bank, Edson Mpisi, also online. The founder and president, Ethiopian Youth Entrepreneurs Association, Samia Godu. We also have co-founder and CEO, Arai Consultancy, Reiso Ismail. And also Economic Affairs Officer, Social Policy Section, Socioeconomic Development Division of ECA, Jane Muthumbi. Director Shwidrowski, you have the floor. The session will run for 65 minutes.
Thank you very much, moderator, and many thanks to all attendees and also to our participants. So they were already introduced. So let me just briefly mention the purpose of this session. So we are expected to contribute to the identification of practical solutions, as was actually said this morning by the Executive Secretary. So we are not looking only for ideas, but actually how to bring them to action and see results. And youth entrepreneurship is particularly important area. As was said, more than 15 million entrants of young people into the labor market every year, and only 3 million jobs being created in the formal sector. So youth entrepreneurship is part of the solution, but it's of course not the only answer. It's just one part of the solution. And we should also keep in mind entrepreneurship is not for everyone. And as was also said this morning, it is not only about startups. What is important that actually the startups survive and grow and provide high productive and high quality jobs for others. Let me quickly, we just have a new panelist that is joining us. So let me introduce Ms. Samia Abdul Kadir Godu, who is the founder and leader of Ethiopia's startup ecosystem and beyond. She has experience in building and strengthening Ethiopia's entrepreneurship ecosystem and especially supporting youth-led enterprises. So we will welcome and we will also benefit from your views. And then we also have Mr. Abraham Butais, who is CEO of Lersha, and who is a founder who successfully scaled business. And that was the most critical, and he will be sharing the most critical experiences from his company. So without further ado, let me start with the first set of questions, and it is actually to Ms. Samia, Samia Godu. And actually to all panelists, just to start, what do you view from your experience as the most important factor that is preventing enterprises led by youth to grow and survive and grow and employ others? And what practical solutions would you recommend? So your reaction would be appreciated.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. I am here to share my reflection for every question according to our 6 years experience of Ethiopian Young Entrepreneurs Association and our current membership data. First of all, Ethiopian Youth Entrepreneurs Association is founded by us, we young entrepreneurs 6 years ago, and we are the one who leads it. So who we are all of the founders of the association is startups. I personally had an education, edutech startup, my vice president in manufacturing startup, our boards with health tech, fintech, and diverse sector. So we came together and found this association 6 years ago and get the license from the Civic Society Authority of Ethiopia. We are here to bridge opportunities and to amplify the voice of our young entrepreneurs, because we are a part of the solution, and we are the one who is victim from the enabling ecosystem, enabling innovation in startup ecosystem in Ethiopia. So during our 6 years journey, I am humble enough to say that we really create an impact when it comes to even the word startups. Her Excellency, you can be maybe a witness because you stayed sometimes in Ethiopia, and you can see how the change about even the word startups and how the concerned bodies and the one who's the player, including today we are here talking about startup and innovation. So we bring this as an awareness because 6 years ago with my private company, when I went to the government officials, and nobody said that, nobody knows about the word by itself, you know. Even we don't have an Amharic term for startup, you know. So the awareness from the concerned bodies, the government, the players. So yeah, we really create impact when it comes to bring the agenda to the table. So this is the first things. Then after we create the awareness and after we make the agenda, the second and the big thing we do is we are the champion of the Ethiopian Startup Proclamation. Last year in July 2025, on the first time Ethiopia has the Ethiopian Startup Proclamation, and we are the one who's still actively working in the implementation of becoming, like, translating this proclamation to directives and translating this proclamation to implementation, because this proclamation have a lot of players, a lot of engagements that really expecting not only from our association and from the young entrepreneurs, but a lot of players, even almost 11 ministries, including in the proclamation, and also all the players in the ecosystem, starting from giving the designation of being in startups. Yeah, so this is the big achievement and the big things that we did so far, and currently we have 1,200 active members and who's fully registered and paid their membership fee through the Telebur digital national fintech platform. But we have more than 20,000 plus young entrepreneurs network, and the one who's aspiring entrepreneurship starting from the universities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this insight. And then the next question I would like to ask Mr. Abraham Buta is very similar one. So what is the main bottleneck, and what are the practical solutions to overcoming it when it comes to developing high growth enterprises led by young people?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abraham Andreas. I'm a managing director and founder of Lersha. Lersha is an agtech company. We are based in Ethiopia, currently expanding to Eastern and Southern Africa. I think the question Samia somehow touched upon some of the challenge experienced by fast-growing SME in Ethiopia and in the African context. To say a little bit about Lersha, we are promoting a one-stop digital solution to smallholder farmers. As you know, the demography of smallholder farmers in the African context is characterized by fragmented land. So serving them one at a time might not be profitable in terms of financial feasibility. So technology can be leveraged to aggregate demand from input and output side as well. We use agent network. These are son and daughter of farmer in a rural area. These are young people, graduate from universities in agricultural field. So these young people serve as a bridge between a farmer and our digital platform. Because the reality of a smallholder farmer, they have a low literacy, low connectivity, and low phone ownership issue. So we hear a lot about digital technology in agriculture, but on reality, no smallholder farmer care about the digital technology. What they want is the seed, fertilizer, or the mechanization service itself. So we should see it as a pipeline, as a tool to reach more farmers in a rural area. So some of the challenge experienced by these fast-growing SMEs, one is lack of data. Most of the sectors in African context, it's not well documented. So during landing stage, it takes a lot of effort and time to understand the context. And in every sector, context is a king. If you talk about agriculture, value chains, they don't behave in the same way. And if you move from one geography to another, let alone from one African country to another, but even within a single country, across multiple geographies, different value chains behave differently. So unless we have data, unless we have a proper context, a solution that might work in one area might fail in another geography, unless we contextualize it. So that's one big challenge. And the solution is partnership. Many sectors in Africa are public dominated. The government still play a big role. And they have data. They have data, they have well-documented experience, success stories across years. But it's not publicly available. So SMEs owned by youth should partner with such public institutions to actually get data, to learn better, and it cut the time that takes to actually grow the company. The other is access to finance. It's not a problem of access. Finance is not available. It's available, but it's available for those who have collateral, those who actually built their institution in favor of requirements set by the financial institutions. If I give you some examples in the agricultural sector, 85% of Ethiopian population lives in agricultural sector, and 64% of the job in Ethiopia is created through agriculture sector. But it's less than 2% of the finance goes to the agriculture sector. So as a young farmer, if you have a piece of land given by your family to access basic inputs such as seed, fertilizer, and then crop protection, no financial institution will give you a credit of $300 or $400. So this is one of the challenge, and the solution for this is a data-driven approach. I mean, financial institution as a company, we built a youth credit scoring for young farmer where a ticket size of $300 or $400 is given to a young farmer if they fulfill some demographic characteristics and psychometric characteristics. So that's a good start, where we started with $250. Now we are talking about $400 and plus for a hectare of land. So there are challenges, but also these challenges, if there is intentionality and there is an effort, there are listening hearts in the public sector, in the development partners, also to make it easy and make agriculture also profitable for these young people.
Thank you very much for this insight, in particular talking about agriculture, which is a key sector in many African countries and providing employment, and also highlighting actually a constraint that is not so often mentioned, which is lack of data, and linking young people with information that they need, but also bringing the constraints to policymakers. Now, you mentioned several important factors. One of them was finance, and the other one is partnerships. So I'd like to now ask online Mr. Edson Psi, who was also with us at the online webinar several months ago, who is the Chief Financial Economist and Coordinator of the African Development Bank's Enable Youth Program. And if you could maybe from your experience share what type of financial instrument may help to young people to grow their enterprises, and then also how can various institutions, including ECA, how can we work together with the African Development Bank to help overcome these constraints?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me and see me. Can you hear me well?
Yes, but we don't see you yet. At least I don't see.
Okay. Anyway, that's all right. I think I'll talk about that. Yeah, so yes, you rightly point out that there are quite a number of challenges, facing youth entrepreneurship on the continent. And obviously, the biggest bottleneck is not ideas or ambition. There's a lot of that, You can see from the young entrepreneurs who are sitting there on the panel with you. But one of the biggest, I think, challenge really is finance being one of them, but actually having a complete, comprehensive ecosystem that helps youth-led enterprises move from survival to scalable businesses. So those are some of the, I think, I've couched it in a comprehensive way. But since you asked specifically about finance, we find that that is also one of the biggest challenges. I think data has shown that Africa's tech VC deals fell about 52% between 2022 and 2024. Another big challenge about for finance is that roughly 80% of African startup funding comes from abroad. What that means is that if there is any shock, from abroad, we feel it much more in this area of startups. Now, this makes the startups highly vulnerable to global shocks. The other key challenge about financing is that women-led firms are hit especially hard. You find that female-founded startups received only about 6.8% of investments in 2024. Now, having said that, for both, whether it's the ECA, ADB, and other development financial institutions, we need to tailor our financial systems or let's say instruments to youth entrepreneurs. And there are many ways to do that, especially coming in with blended financing, because you might find that the local banks would be able to finance, but the risk, the way they view some of these entrepreneurs is that the risk is high. So we could use some amount of blended financing where we could do co-financing. That would reduce the risk, and then the local financial institutions can support youth entrepreneurs. We can also use guarantees, and there's a lot that has been said about that or has happened in the past. And the banks, I'm coordinator of an initiative called Enable Youth, where we support youth entrepreneurs in the agri-business sector. And we have used all of these instruments of co-financing to reduce, to provide blended financing that ends up reducing the interest rates, for example. Or we have used guarantees with local financial institutions to allow them, to be able to provide concessional financing to youth entrepreneurs. And right now, the bank that has a new initiative called NAFAD, where we're trying to bring in all financial institutions, on a platform of African financial institutions to be able to provide, financing at scale to most of the youth entrepreneurs. Thank you very much. I'll stop here for now.
Thank you very much for this insight, and including bringing the attention to blended finance, which is gaining attention in recent or many years, and especially in recent years, and as a way to reduce risk. Building on that, I would like to ask my colleague Jane here. We heard about several types of policies and regulation bottlenecks. So can you maybe pick one and tell us how this can be overcome in your experience? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So in terms of the kinds of policies or policy bottlenecks in the area of entrepreneurship, in most countries in Africa, you find that they are generally youth development policies, but youth entrepreneurship specific policies. So they tend to be, there are, I think, approximately 4 countries that have policies. And often these policies also, which is another challenge, they're standalone policies. They're not integrated into the broader development policies. And so the issue of fragmentation in that regard contributes to the issue of youth entrepreneurship not contributing significantly to development. So one of the ways to address that is to possibly support countries to develop youth-specific entrepreneurship policies, because youth in general, or young entrepreneurs, they face very different challenges from general entrepreneurs. They tend to be very young, issues of access to finance, which have been discussed here. They lack collateral, and so when they go to financial institutions to seek financing, they can't get it. And so also, I think the perception is still that most people should be aspiring to get a job. Entrepreneurship has issues around stigma around it, although there are very many young people who run businesses. And in most cases, they tend to run informal businesses. So to enable young people to unlock that potential to develop high growth youth entrepreneurship businesses that can contribute to job growth, not only developing jobs for themselves, but also for other people, it is critical that countries develop youth-specific entrepreneurship policies. So in terms of a solution, given that one of the strengths of ECA is supporting member states to develop policy frameworks, this is an area possibly that the institution can work on, support specific countries that lack those youth entrepreneurship policies to develop those kind of policies so that they can support young people who want to become entrepreneurs and to develop high growth enterprises to support them in that regard. So I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much for these insights. I think one of the important points and less often mentioned is actually the perception of entrepreneurship. So it is not the first choice of young people to be entrepreneur, and even less so to be entrepreneur in agriculture. And yet that's realistically where many of these opportunities are. So if there is a little bit of PR behind that systematically, but also linking these jobs with technology, it could become much more interesting. The other one is, as you were saying, young people, are different, and one thing, they have less agency, and we know even when they get the loan is much more easily diverted. And then from some of the research we are doing and others have done, it's also it has been also shown it's important, not to leave them alone. This is why initially some of the youth entrepreneurship funds did not succeed, because young people got money, and then 2 years later someone would ask, okay, what happened, and the loan needs to be repaid. But actually to have mentorship and systematic one, that's one of the methods that keeps to be working. Before we turn to the second round of questions, I wanted to see if there is any question or remark from the audience on what our panelists were saying. We're not leaving it only at the end as an afterthought. So anyone would have a comment or observation now? And if not, I understand also that our participants from the African Export-Import Bank, Thierry Kango, is online. So I would like to ask a similar question as the colleague from the AFDB. So what type of specific financial instrument, and what we also heard was the blended finance and psychometric testing as some of the newer methods. So what type of financial instrument may work for young people and help overcome the obstacle of access to finance? And then second part would be on the partnership. How can we partner with African development banks and Afrexim Bank, we as ECA, going forward? So Thierry, over to you, please.
Director Swidrowski, he's not online at the moment. We will continue following up with him. Thank you.
So, yes. Okay, sorry, so that was a mistake. So, so we can, is there any comment at this point from the audience? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. for your opportunity to speak in this meeting. I have economic questions because there is something side with entrepreneurial skills. That means that there is a different direction between entrepreneur and youth employment opportunity. Youth employment opportunity based on the person, leader or manager that have acquired this opportunity. But entrepreneur, it is creating a job and give opportunity to youth. And that's a good voice from young. And I'm happy to see them, and it is my comment because Africa needed a lot of creating job opportunity for youth, and also for the investing and everything, and that's good appreciation for them and for you, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And now, so before I turn to audience, I would like to also give opportunity to Ms. Reiso Ismail from Djibouti, who is a CEO of RA Consulting. So can you share your experience and maybe focus on a constraint specific to women, young women that they face?
Thank you very much, Madam Director. My name is Reiso, I think that has been introduced, co-founder of RA Consulting. We mainly specialize in strategic advisory, institutional matchmaking, project coordination and management, and partnerships with the public-private sector. I think that when we are talking about the inclusion of youth, particularly women, and in high-growth enterprises, it's very important to contextualize it with our current demographic reality. We all know that as our continent is navigating its demographic transition, we are hosting the world's largest youth cohorts. I think it's about 445 million of a population. And every year we're having about 20% of those youth that are not employed, or not educated, or not in any type of training. We know that the current public sector, as they are, cannot absorb them. The private sector industries, the traditional ones at least, also cannot absorb them. So what can we do? The main thing that we need to focus on right now is rethinking on how we can build enabling environments through an integrated approach or a pathway. What we're seeing is a lot of fragmentation. If we're to give an example of startups, because that has been mentioned a lot, or high growth enterprises, a founder may get initial information for business development in one area, then they might get mentorship somewhere else, they might get funding somewhere else, they might get structuralization information elsewhere. And that's even more fragmented when we're talking about people, population that are much more vulnerable or marginalized. So I'm particularly talking about women, people who are living also in more rural areas, and I'm not asking for us to kind of lower the barrier of entry, but I think we need to kind of widen the net and redefine what we mean by high growth enterprise. Of course, startup being an important one, because it's highly scalable, it's replicable, it's technologically dependent, and all these things, but it is requiring a lot of the infrastructure that the reality just is that it's localized in very specific urban capitals, which doesn't allow for other types of high growth enterprises to even access. We know there are problems when it comes to opportunities, with a problem when it comes to a lack of access to capital. It's very unfortunate that as a continent, when it comes to global venture capital, we're only receiving about 0.5% globally. That is abysmal. We have heard from other panelists here when it comes to the kind of blended financing approach and these type of things. I would propose a solution that is much more simple, which we can start with a sequential type of funding, meaning you make it in a way that is a lot more inclusive. So that means, who are you targeting? What are the metrics that you are reading through? Is it just about participation? Is it just about the amount of women that are participating in specific programs? Or are you making it in a way that it can be accessible online? Are you making it in a way that you have childcare that's accessible? Are you making specialized programs that can focus on sector specifics? Research are showing that when it comes to any kind of enterprises that are more social or environmental focused, it attracts a lot more of the attention of women. Why? Because women tend to be a lot more taking on more leadership roles when it comes to their communities. We know that if we're investing in women, they have this lever effect where they're able to pull other people out of, if we're talking about social development initiatives or we're talking about poverty reduction. So it does make sense from an economics perspective, from a return on investment perspective, to make it inclusive for not just women, but everybody that is kind of left out in the margins. From my experience working in that ecosystem, especially ecosystem building, you need everybody on board. You need the public sector to put in enabling environments, to put in the kind of policy that is required to allow for certain, start companies to be able to grow and access to specific capital. You need the private sector to be interested and look at this is something that's worth a while to invest into. You need the community to have a lot of awareness raising so that they can even understand what startups are. A lot of the time when people are talking about startups, unfortunately, they don't have the best reputation, I would say. Sometimes people use it interchangeably with income generating activities or other means. And if we're going to be serious about job creation, because we no longer have a choice, we have to rethink and reshape how the current model are. We have to be also very serious about where and how we are investing and in the types of integrated approaches. And we have to also be very serious about what kind of metric and outcome are we measuring. It cannot just be about participation. It cannot just be, we need to look at how many companies have survived, how many did not survive, and why, how many have been able to scale, how many of them have been able to have meaningful partnerships. So I think I will probably stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights and first-hand insight being CEO. And what I took out of it was again the measuring. So this relates to what the colleague on the left was saying, the importance of data. And not only at the startup stage, but also monitoring the outcomes. And I would only add also we need also data on those who tried to be entrepreneurs and did not succeed, right? Because that would also help us understand the obstacles, and we don't have such data. And again, emphasizing integrated and sequential approach and the importance of ecosystem. Now I would like to go back to our audience because there were hands up. Yes, so I start there with Zodwa, please, over to you, and then we go to the right. And then there, yeah. No, but first Zodwa, please.
Thank you very much, Director. I wouldn't agree more with you on the point that not all young people can be entrepreneurs, and we have seen this. But the model that perhaps we should be exploring is that you identify those who are in entrepreneurship because they have the skill, but also the capacity to scale, and then also consider those that can get employed. And I like the idea of Samia's group where they do have the group that is actually in entrepreneurship, but also they embrace those who are aspiring. I think that's a very good idea. Perhaps the question to you, Samia, is, are you confined in Ethiopia or you have members outside? And if not, do you have plans to incorporate other members from outside Ethiopia? Thank you.
Thank you so much, my dear. by the way, we have one initiative which is initiated by UN and the Chinese government in Beijing, which is called International Young Entrepreneurs Association Alliance. So in that alliance, there is 49 international countries. From that, Ethiopia is a member. It's found at 2022 in Beijing, and I met 7 other African countries, mostly from Southern African countries and North African countries. I was the only one from East Africa. Then we came together, all the 7 African countries, and we mobilized almost 22 African countries, and now we have the Alliance of African Young Entrepreneurs Association Alliance. It has 22 members, but we do all the strategy and everything, but we didn't start operation, you know what I mean? Because most of African countries, they don't have exactly like us, like Ethiopian Young Entrepreneurs Association, obviously Tanzanian Young Entrepreneurs Association, but when it comes to Kenya or other Ghana, like Young Entrepreneurs Network, Young Entrepreneurs in Business, Startups Network, you know what I mean? So according to the countries, there is a lot of different focus and different aspects, but we are trying to mobilize all of the African countries and bring this best practice and to share different opportunities, because our association is not only operating in Ethiopia and Africa, because we have an office in 4 different countries. For example, we have a platform and an office in China. Our China office is specifically working in manufacturing, because we try to bring all the best practice and what they have in best, because you know in Africa there is not that much good manufacturing, so our members have MVPs, like minimum viable products, so we took that product to China for the manufacturing. And we have another platform in Sweden, but we engage in a lot of European countries. From Europe, we do some technology, innovation, and knowledge transfer. So we travel a lot, and we try to expose our members and to breed our members for the global opportunities, and to do like a co-founder, you know, co-founder matchmaking. When it comes to Middle East, we do some, we have another platform and office there for the investment and market linkage, because a lot of VCs and angel investors from Middle East, especially from UAE and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we are trying to bridge our African young entrepreneurs to the rest of the world, because at the end of the day, we have a good talent, we have a good geographical opportunity. There is a lot of opportunity that we can do, but we don't have to close our doors, because at the end of the day, we are a global citizen, and we are trying to make a bridge. So we are trying to bridge the missing link, but our members, it's a national association, but our members is specifically Ethiopian. But when it comes to the alliance that we are founding in Africa level, yes, it's a big alliance, but for more we can chat during the coffee. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and I think there was a question. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nathanael. I've been working in the digital agriculture sector for the past 5 years. So my question goes to Mr. Abraham. Because I want to focus on the agricultural job creations. So you raise a very good important point. One of the challenges is data, yeah. So that what would like to do in order to mitigate these challenges, because as you know, this youth employment sector needs a continuous assessment and support. In order to do that, we need to have not one-time data, iterative data. So in order to mitigate this challenge on the data, as a successful private sector, what do you recommend in the broader in the broader views? Because nowadays the government also tries to do a lot of things regarding to solve this data challenge. As I know, recently there will be also a digital agriculture roadmap is implemented in the Ministry of Agriculture sector. So one of the components on that roadmap is to solve the data challenges and also to create some agricultural data marketplaces in order to support the employment and also the other attributes. So to make it specific, in a broader way, what should the stakeholders have to do to solve these data challenges? Thank you.
We have two questions over there, please.
Good afternoon. This is Malako. Thank you very much, Madam Suzanne, for your opportunity, and also the panelists. I will acknowledge the interference that you have from your perspective, but I want to, as an ecosystem of the entrepreneurship, there are much of challenges as a youth, entrepreneurship in Africa and a youth. So if we mention a lot of things like political instability, access of finance, as infrastructure, is a lot. But my question will be, how can we, government and developmental partner and also private sector, working together for strengthening the ecosystem challenge? So this is, in building the Africa we want. Am I clear? Sorry.
Who is this question, general or?
Is it general? Maybe for the also, maybe for the panelists, maybe for the house as well. So the main challenge is we appreciate most of the time as a youth, we speak about the challenge that we face on the bureaucracy during the entrepreneurship when we go to have the license and other things. But how we can make all the parties of to strengthen the ecosystem of in building the Africa we want. Thank you.
And, yeah.
Okay. Can I help to answer that? Okay. I'm called Junior Nwandinda from Uganda. I work with SMEs and the smallholder farmers. Most times the challenges he's talking about, we discuss them amongst the people facing the challenges only. For example, right now, if their SMEs may be facing registration issues, tax issues, finance issues, is our ministry people here, our departmental people, let's say from government departments and MDAs, are they here to listen to those challenges, such that they actually get solutions or they solve them there and then? No, that's usually the case. If we are lucky and they come in, they will come with presentations of what they want to tell us. And after that, they go. Then we remain alone, discussing our own challenges alone, without actually getting the solutions from the people that would have solved us. So I think going forward, we could shift such that, let's say now, we get maybe those challenges, then the next time, we know people face this, and this, and the people who are supposed to handle this are these. Now we task them to be there at that particular moment. If it's a registration issue, someone on registration stands there. They ask them how this should be solved. Then someone with a tax issue is also there. And by that, it creates accountability, responsibility, and leaving out all these things solved and people getting what they need in the real sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we had a question.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. My name is Topet Muduk. I'm from South Sudan. My question will go directly to my brother on this issue to do with digital agriculture. In my country, we are trying to we are trying to make sure that we move away from the oil sector, so that we can now have investment on this agriculture sector, and of course by also empowering the youth as well. So if I get you well, my brother, you were sharing the experience on how you've been running your private sector. I don't know how many years you've been running, but you say that you've been doing that business for quite some time. So my question would be, what would be your best experience, or what would be your best advice for a young applicant, like someone from South Sudan or from different country? If you want to do the same thing that you've been doing, what will be the practical solution from you? Because I don't need to start it from zero. I just need to get experience from someone who've done it before, and then I get it from there. So, what would be the best experience that you would give to someone that want to do what you are doing, and also what would also be the advice on issue to do with the data? Because we also have the same challenge in my countries. This data is even in all the meetings we say data. So, can you get at the experience on that? Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Maybe we can try to answer the questions. So one of them was how to close the major gaps in the ecosystem. So I would ask our panelist online, who is the AFDB coordinator for Enable Youth Program. So what, in your view, are the main challenges, missing parts of the ecosystem for high growth youth entrepreneurship, please?
Thank you very much. And thanks for a lot of good contributions, from the floor and from the panelists. And from my experience, running a program on youth entrepreneurship, the Enable Youth Program, in about 18 countries, with some investments of over 600 million, I've learned that to get a successful, enterprise off the ground, especially youth enterprise, you need to have really a comprehensive ecosystem or platform that looks at all aspects. I find that often, being the African Development Bank, we might focus more on access to finance. Somebody else might focus on skills. Another institution might focus on technical assistance. But for me, I think that we need to have a comprehensive ecosystem that addresses all of these issues, and that this is where partnership is important. So we need to provide, for example, incubation that looks at what I mentioned earlier, that looks at providing business skills, providing skills in the particular area. In my case, it was mostly agronomic business skills, looking at markets, looking at and then looking at access to finance. So really, we have to provide a very comprehensive approach, to be able to address all of these areas. And I think it can be done. And one of the, coming into this ADIF conference was what practical solution can come out of these discussions. And actually, I had one I wanted to share, especially with the ECA, being the convener of this conference. I would like to say that you could actually pilot what I call the Youth Agribusiness Scale-Up Accelerator. I could provide more details on that, but basically focusing on a small number of countries over the next 12 months. And we have a pilot that targets youth-led firms that already show market potential, but are constrained, by either finance, business systems, technology, and market access. And the objective would be, enterprise growth, job creation, and not training alone. And I'm sure that, the ADB would be very willing to, to work, with the ECA, given that the bank also recently set up a division for SMEs. In the past, we didn't have that division, but that is new. So there's a much bigger focus on SMEs and supporting youth to create jobs and decent jobs. So I think that is something that is, critical that can be achieved, in the short, to medium term. And in terms of the sector, I wanted to propose the agribusiness sector. And this is a strong entry point because agriculture still accounts for about 60% of youth employment on the continent. However, much of this work still remains in low productivity and insecure metrics. So the agribusiness sector, there's so many areas that different youth enterprises are in, from aquaculture, dairy, food processing, logistics, digital agriculture, climate smart agriculture, and the support then should include investment readiness, financial management, mentorship, which you mentioned is so critical, market linkages, standard compliance, and access to finance. So really this would be a comprehensive approach. I think one of the participants, had that question, how do we address all of these, different risks? So let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then maybe we could also hear, there was a question from South Sudan. What does it take to become entrepreneurs? I would like to ask Ms. Raiso, who is the CEO in Djibouti, to share her experience.
What does it take to become an entrepreneur?
Successful one, or what does it take to become CEO?
A little bit of insanity, I'd say, because a lot of times you're just jumping off and you don't really have a parachute, right? So you kind of have to be a little bit, have a bit of a, disillusioned, or no, not disillusioned, that's not the right word, have, in any case, a little bit of insanity is what I would say. That being said, I think there are ways to make it so that you are less likely to fail as much. I mean, I have also started businesses that were not successful. I think the majority of the people that I know that have been able to make successful businesses have been got it right the first time around. You have to think about, goodness, logistics, branding, legal, technical side, team building. It's so much so soon. And these are all skills that can kind of be shared. What I would suggest and recommend is that firstly, because I think from that question, I think you kind of have to get a lot of stakeholders involved. When there was a pattern that we were not understanding, we got all the people together, because what I noticed was it was really difficult to get access to finance. I don't have capital. I was, moving new to Djibouti. I didn't own a house or anything like asset. And then all of a sudden I have to bring in my entire life history just to have access to something. Next, I didn't understand how the structural portion of it, of company creation and IP and branding, and then all the obligations when it comes to paying for your income and taxes and things like that before you can even have a salary. So what we decided to do was I just went and asked directly. I went to each person individually and I was kind of like, hey, how is this supposed to function as a bank if I don't get a guarantee? We had a program that was like a youth fund guarantee, investment guarantee, but then their criteria was just as long. So it was like, okay, how are you supposed to be there as a co-guarantee for these youth that don't have collateral? Your list is just as long as barrier to entry as the bank. And then eventually we got into a lot of advocacy. To December 2025, sorry. So that was a lot of so I don't have a one size solution fits all, but I think that in our environments, especially in Africa, we are dealing with a lot more barriers than that other people in. That just comes with the package. That being said, you also have a lot more opportunity to fix those problems and fix those issues. Why? Because you are the ones dealing with the institutional gaps and the everyday frustrations of it. So don't wait for somebody to give you permission. find out the information that you need if the systems are not making sense. Realize that people are building these systems, and if they need to be redesigned, allow yourself to find like-minded people to advocate to redesign these businesses. And again, you don't have a foolproof model. Of course, not everybody's meant to be the entrepreneur. You need people to have traditional jobs. I mean, we need our traditional bedrock of our economy to function, of course. I hope that helped to answer the question.
No, thank you very much. And one of the key messages was basically, and very rarely you hear actually entrepreneurs admit that initially they fail. So when you fail, try again. And you mentioned the insanity in entrepreneurship research, we call it overconfidence. And entrepreneurs tend to be more overconfident than the rest of the population because we know the statistics, but everyone thinks their business will succeed. And that's a great thing. Thank you. I think there was a question from one of the think tanks over there, but maybe, yeah, please.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gugu Tusiso, but please call me Gugu, coming from Zimbabwe. This question is for Ms. Ismail. I think I've just added both of you on LinkedIn right now. But I think your contribution made quite a bit of sense, right? But realistically, right, globally, only 5% of startups actually get to being a high growth enterprise. Do you think that there's a risk that we're speaking about all these things? I know the gentleman from the African Development Bank was also talking about some interventions, but realistically, what percentage of those are we likely to see to actually get to high growth stage? Don't we think that we are tailoring products for a tiny demographic of people that realistically might make it, whilst leaving out the vast, vast majority of people that are not going to make it, in essence?
Can I answer?
Thanks.
Sure. Well, thank you for your question, and I think you're absolutely right. I think when we're talking about not just those that will reach high scale, when we're talking about unicorns, we're like at 1% or less. So I agree with that. But the skills that you're going to learn when you're going through a program, whether it's skills building programs, whether it's incubation, whether it's pre-acceleration or acceleration, these are skills that can be transferable because you're going to be learning things like, money management. You're going to be learning things like conflict resolution because trust me, those are definitely arise. You're going to be learning skills such as negotiation, communication, branding, marketing. You're going to be learning skills like, evaluating and making important decisions based on specific metrics, right? So these are all, even if you don't make it into a high growth, potential, the fact that you've gained some experience in that business sector will at least allow you to be more employable than you were before. And I think that kind of circles back to the initial intervention of how we can kind of broaden the net to get more women and underserved youth, because you're right, a lot of the times also when it comes to these type of startup programs and things like that, they usually target people that are already, or founders that are already very visible, either online or they are well networked, they have some kind of a resource, they are probably in an urban area, they are comfortable navigating formal settings. And when we are thinking about the majority of people that are just as entrepreneurial, but unfortunately may not be formalized, right, in the informal sector, we're counting a lot of these women out. And by excluding a lot of these women, just because of the fact that maybe they may not have less networks or less ability of access to financing or capital or collateral, or more time constraints because they have more social and familial obligations, we are completely, and they have less opportunities to build credibility in the eyes of investors, right? And so what happens then is we are leaving a big pool of potential innovative founders completely off the table. So yes, there is definitely criticism with the kind of targeting and segmentation approach, but on the flip side, I would say that the kind of experience and networking and training and skills that you would be gaining from this type of experience will make it transferable for other types of work.
Thank you so much. Just to add on my Gugu, Gugu. Yeah. And for my friend from South Sudan, your name?
Tor.
Ton, okay.
TOR.
Okay.
Or you can call me Tamil preference.
TOR, okay. Tor is okay. So, she mentioned everything perfectly. But the first question is you need to revise the question by itself. Don't work to be a CEO. You know what I mean? Most of our young people's challenge is to keep the name tag founder and CEO. Okay? Forget that. So what kinds of problem that you are going to solve? Focus on that, okay? So if you're really articulating the problem that you are going to solve, especially in a country like South Sudan, very new. I didn't forget the independent date of South Sudan because it's my birthday. Yeah, so it's very near. So you guys have a lot of opportunities because you have a lot of latecomer advantage. We, even as an African, because I have an opportunity to visit a lot of countries in the globe, and I see that we have a lot of problems that we need to solve. But the thing is, it's not about all the training, it's not about all the access to finance, it's not all about the policy, it's all about us. Like, are we ready as young entrepreneurs? Are we ready to sacrifice? Are you ready to pay all the stress, all the neglection, all the family, all the society, all the friend, and even the challenge from within the edge, you know? So are we ready to that? So this is my question. This has to be your question. Then it's very easy to be keeping the name CEO in our LinkedIn profile and to say that I am a founder and CEO. So are we here to solve a big problem and add impact, not only for our young entrepreneurs, but also for the one who will be coming as a next generation, even for our elders, you know? So that should be the things that young people have to consider. Because everyone is here, the government is here, the development partners is here. I know there's a lot of too many programs and projects. I know the fragmented. I'm also so frustrated about the ecosystem is fragmented because too many mandates and too many programs and projects. But are we focused and are we trying to solve the real and to catch the real opportunity and focus on the problem? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the perspective, and of course it's great to be focused on major problems, but for majority of young African people, the issue is how to put, food on the table and support their families before they can think beyond. So we need to also think about how we grow from the initial small enterprise to the bigger. Last but not least, we are nearing to the end.
Thank you very much. I'll be quick because I see time is against us. There was a question that was raised by a gentleman on how to deal with the regulatory process in country. And I might not have a response for all countries, but I'll just talk about what we do in our environment. Our organization, which is the Graça Machel Trust, work with removing systemic and structural barriers for women and girls. So what we do, we capacitate entrepreneurs. We then make sure that they have access to finance and access to markets. But over and above that is advocacy, where we have sectoral networks in country that are looking at the policy environment and making sure that it's enabling. The last part is then where we've appointed deputy female governors of central banks who are making sure that they are influencing the regulatory process and changing that. So I just wanted to give a solution to what is being done to do that.
Thank you very much for that. And this is a solution-oriented session and event, so we would like to follow up with you and learn more about the solution. And there is a perhaps last question from the gentleman over there. Okay, one
Thank
more,
you very
and
much.
that will be the final.
Can I speak in French or I have to speak in English? Okay, let me try to continue in English if you want. I can speak in French? Bon, je vais parler en français alors. D'abord, je vais remercier toutes les interventions, c'était vraiment très riche. Les 2 points, c'est rapide. Le premier point, c'est sur l'approche intégrée qui a été suggérée, je pense, par Madame de Djibouti. Ça me paraît fondamental. Comment agréger, faire travailler les agences qui s'occupent de la formation professionnelle, les autres qui s'occupent des business plans, de financement, comment casser les silos en quelque sorte. Donc c'est vraiment quelque chose, il faut approfondir la réflexion sur ça, parce que souvent il y a du conservatisme qui fait que c'est très difficile de les faire travailler ensemble. Mais certains pays réussissent. Si vous prenez la lutte contre la pauvreté, la Chine a lutté contre la pauvreté par ce biais. C'est-à-dire, quand on prend une personne pauvre, on lui offre un package intégré et toutes les agences viennent appuyer ce package. Le deuxième élément, c'est ce matin, le secrétaire exécutif a dit quelque chose de très intéressant en souriant, en disant que les jeunes qui sont là, vous devez rester avec nous. By the way, moi-même, je suis en BBCA. J'ai fait mon stage ici quand j'étais étudiant. Je pense que sortir de ce panel, vu la richesse des interventions, j'aurais suggéré à la CIA de faire un panel permanent, peut-être de 10 jeunes, qui vont accompagner toute cette réflexion sur l'emploi des jeunes. Merci.
Thank you for bringing the example of China to attention. As we know, China eliminated poverty 10 years SDG 1 ahead of the target, 2030. And their motto was employment first. So that's why we are also here focusing on high growth, and by that we mean job-creating enterprises. There was a last question from here. Is it still? There's a real... No, I think we really need to, because we have 2 minutes, so I think there was... for the rest, we can continue outside during the coffee break, please. So over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is A.K. Fasasi, Executive Director at the Global Alternative Group based in Nigeria. So my question is directed to Mr. Edson, PAC. So I took note of the Enable Youth Program, and then I wanted to find out, how do you define youth? Number one, I mean, talking about the specific, let's say, age bracket that is used to define youth in the context of this program. And secondly, how is AFDB looking at enabling youth through entrepreneurship? And that's particularly because in the agribusiness industry, experience is a very, very important factor in implementing, running the business, and also qualifying for investor funding and also lender financing. So how is AFDB creating solutions that leveraging entrepreneurship to increase employment, for example, for youth? And then you would also notice that creating the kind of agribusiness that would result to above 1,000 jobs requires a very large scale of financing and experience. So what are you thinking in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you. So that was a question to our panelists online. So over to you, please. Colleague from African Development Bank online.
Thank you very much for that question. The definition of youth is pretty standard, and it's something that has been given by the African Union, where we consider youth to be up to 35 years of age. So that is our definition, and it's pretty much across most African development institutions. In terms of how we approach youth entrepreneurship and creating jobs, it has become actually much more, taken a much higher visibility within the bank. Initially, we had specific projects that would focus on youth entrepreneurship, such as Enable Youth, where when we do have an investment project in a particular country, we have three main pillars of that project. And one would look at the environment, creating an enabling environment for youth employment, youth jobs, access to land for youth, etc. The second component is on incubation. So these projects would identify incubation centers around the country and provide training to youth, provide them skills, 3 to 6 months, depending on the particular let's say, commodity value chain that you're interested in. So within those months, you'd receive training, agronomic training. For example, if you want to do fish farming, aquaculture, you'd look at, where do you get the fish lining, where do you get the fingerlings, what's the density of the fish, etc. But at the same time, you'd receive business skills. How do you run your own business? How do you write a business proposal? Looking at income statements, looking at HR. So you get that kind of training. And the last pillar was actually access to finance. So now the youth who have gone through that training would receive access to finance, and there's different instruments depending on where you are in your on the job growth. So there are some grants, there's some concessional financing, then there's some more guarantees. So that's is how we approach on youth. But just to add on that, going forward, now we have what we call a youth marker system. Right. So how all the bank investments projects within the different countries would have to address how they're creating jobs for youth. So really it has a much higher profile right now, creating jobs for the bank. I know we're running out of time, but let me end there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insights, and also we would like to follow up with you after after this event, given your extensive experience. In conclusion, very briefly, I would like to ask my colleague Jane, because she mentioned the lack of entrepreneurship policies. So, based on your experience, just few key features that good entrepreneurship policy usually has. And then on that we conclude. Over to you, Jane, please.
My sincere apologies. We have 2 minutes, please. We're already over, so please 2 minutes. Thank you so much, Director.
Okay, so thank you. In terms of the elements of an entrepreneurship policy, one is looking at the regulatory environment. It could look at specific issues that young people face and try and integrate them. Also the issue of development, business development services. These are critical in terms of supporting entrepreneurs, whether they're young or not. The establishment of networks. Networks are critical, and it was mentioned here. And I would say specific to young people also the issue of of mentoring. So they need to develop, have mentors who can support them in their entrepreneurship journey. So, and finally, education and skills. Beyond just the regular education that one would have, also developing the education around entrepreneurship and gaining skills around entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Jane. And our understanding is the mentorship has to be continuous, not like one time, because the performance then drops. So on that, we would like to thank all of our panelists for taking their time, sharing their experiences, and everyone else who contributed.
Thank you very much, Director Shudrovsky, and our esteemed panelists. Please join me in giving them another round of applause for a very engaging panel. Thank you. Distinguished guests, as we wait for our next panelists to come on up, I have one announcement. To help you plan your time, please note that the ECA will be hosting a cocktail and networking session following the day's deliberations. I am told there will be an excellent selection of refreshments available, so please come. All right. Thank you again. Okay, without further ado, we will now move swiftly to thematic session B, titled Artificial Intelligence and Jobs in Africa, Opportunity or Disruption. This session will be moderated by Robert Lisinge, Director of the Technology, Innovation, Connectivity and Infrastructure Division at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Joining him for this discussion are Jake Kendall, co-founder and general partner, DFS Lab, Eric Amel Jumba, advisor to the Minister of Posts, Telecommunications and the Digital Economy of the Congo, and coordinator of the African Center for Research in Artificial Intelligence, Mwende Mugabe, founder of Mizizi Africa. Abraham Kuku Sam, Data Policy Advisor, Office to the African Union, German Agency for International Cooperation. Tamiwe Kayuni, Policy and Impact Coordinator, Future of Development Program, Oxford Martin School. Also from Oxford Martin School is Camila Talam, macroeconomist. Director Lisinge, you have the floor. The session will run for 65 minutes. You can do it in less if you want. We will be most grateful. Please give them a round of applause as we begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Banki. I think you are asking us to be given a round of applause to keep our session short. But thank you for that. I think usually it's not exciting to have a session in the afternoon, but given the topic AI and jobs, I think that everybody would be awake, especially as we have the young people in the room, and even all of us. We are wondering what will happen to our jobs because of AI. I think a couple of days ago at home, we were watching TV, and there were some young graduates in the house. There was a program on AI and jobs, and they asked me, Uncle, is AI going to wipe out all the jobs we have? I said, it's a bit of a complicated answer. It's not a straightforward answer, but I believe that the session that we are having now would shed some light on this. I think ECA, our economic report on Africa, harnessing frontier technology for economic transformation, the 2026 edition answered this question because AI is a critical digital frontier technology. So we look at the risk associated with that, but also some of the challenges. I will just highlight just 2-3 things that came out from this our report that speak to the topic we're discussing this afternoon, AI and jobs. The first issue I'd like to highlight from that report is that while AI may displace 92 million jobs globally, it is also projected to create a remarkable 107 million jobs, a net gain of 78 million, providing a compelling support for AI's impact on job creation. That report also highlights that frontier technologies operate as catalysts for entrepreneurship, innovation, trade expansion, and new forms of employment. So those are opportunity. And we also highlight in that report that job displacement and mismatch risks are most acute during the early transition phases, especially in economies with large informal sectors and limited reskilling systems. And finally, the report highlights that rapid technology diffusion without parallel investment in skills systems can deepen skills mismatch. By contrast, sustained investment in skills development support job creation as new technologies are absorbed, adapted, and scaled across firms and sectors. So that in a sense, gives you the answer to the question, would frontier technology, AI, wipe out jobs? But coming back to our session here, we have a very rich panel to shed light on this critical issue. I have with me Jake Kendall. He is the co-founder and partner of DFS Labs, a venture firm that invests in digital commerce startups in Africa. I have Dr. Eric Amel Dumba, telecommunications expert. He led network engineering at AT&T Mobility for 10 years. I have Ms. Mwende Mugambi, is the founder of Mizizi Africa, also known as Mizizi Policy Cafe. And finally, I have Mr. Abraham Kukusam. He serves as a data policy advisor for data governance in Africa. He works with the GIZ Africa Union. So now you know our panelists, but before we start, I'm going to ask Ms. Camilla Talam of the Oxford Martin School to take 5 minutes to set the scene for us.
Thank you very much for laying a very good foundation for my very brief context-setting conversation. I'd like to make 4 main points in the way of setting the stage for our conversation this afternoon. Firstly, we've heard about the jobs challenge. About 15 million young labor market entrants entering the job market every year over the next 20 years to 2050. But in contrast to this is the low job growth in Africa. For every 1% of GDP growth we generate, we create only about 0.04 jobs. This is 1/10 of what the global average is. And this is the backdrop. This is against the backdrop of AI transforming economies globally and in Africa. Specifically on our continent, AI could unlock over 100 billion in economic value in over 20 sectors. And this could boost GDP by 3% every year. Africa also has the opportunity to lead AI development in frugal AI development and move from just being a consumer to AI technologies developed elsewhere. But this will also have transformative impacts on our job market. In the key sectors likely to be impacted by AI currently, banking, retail trade, FCMG markets, AI could yield 16.7 billion in productivity and AI efficiency gains. And the impact of jobs are wide-ranging. The good thing is that Africa has a low AI exposure. Only about 85% of our economies have a low risk of AI. And this brings us to where we are now. What opportunities can we harness to unlock the value we've discussed? Looking at some of the key areas in terms of the informal sector, how can we tap into technology that SMEs can use to grow and expand and create jobs? What sector-specific job creation impact could we see in the key sectors that drive our growth? Trade, agriculture, industry, services. What skills need to be developed, upgraded for AI, for Africa to be ready to deploy AI in a meaningful way for our jobs? And finally, what does the policy landscape look like? What data governance systems do we have in place? And what role does sovereign AI have in shaping this AI ecosystem? With that, I yield back to Dr. Lesinge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just to give a roadmap of our session, I'm going to ask a couple of questions for each of our panelists. We'll give them 6 minutes each to respond to those questions, and we will have a question and answer session, and then we'll come back to the panelists to wrap up. Now, there are 4 thematics that the panelists are going to speak to. The first one is AI and informal economy. The second is sector-based AI opportunities. The third is youth employment and skills. And finally, the fourth is policy, data governance, and sovereign AI. So the panelists, I'm going to urge you to, as you respond to your questions, for the thematic that you'll be speaking to, you kindly look at briefly. Jake, what evidence in your view exists on how AI is already reshaping productivity and income patterns in Africa's informal economy, and what are the inequalities risk that are most acute, and secondly, what models of AI-driven financial inclusion have shown measurable impact in African labor markets, and what conditions determine their success. Please, if you could try to be succinct and respond in 6 minutes. I know that is a lot to chew.
Thank you, first of all, to the organizers for having me here. I'm very honored to be here in front of this audience. It's a very important topic, and I'm excited to discuss it with you all. So first of all, the informal economy is not a side issue on this panel, right? Informal firms make up about 80% of the firms in many African countries, and informal employment through those firms often similar, 80% or more. So this is an incredibly important sector to look at. We have an emerging set of research, and I'm going to speak to you both as an investor, but also a researcher. I'm an economist and do a lot of research as well. So I'm going to give you both looks. From the research side, there's an emerging set of studies looking at the impact of AI on jobs, on employment. Unfortunately, almost none of them are looking at it within the right context for this discussion, right? There's a series of randomized control trials, many of you might have heard of, where in a whole bunch of different formal employment contexts, they show efficiency gains, productivity gains. They show catch-up from least effective and least productive employees to the most effective. And so paints a pretty bright picture. Also looking at the macro level, there's a number of studies trying to assess the potential impact of automation, replacing jobs versus augmentation, which would raise productivity as well. Most of those, again, are predicated on a formal employment pattern where there are jobs and there are tasks associated, and AI plays a role in either augmenting or replacing those jobs. Unfortunately, in the informal sector for small businesses, those studies don't tell us very much, right? They paint a pretty rosy picture, but it's pretty hard to know how they're going to translate into informal sector employment and firms. The one study that I know of where they've actually given AI in the form of an AI business advisor to firms in Kenya, all of them small and informal, had no impact on average, didn't improve things at all. And when the researchers dug in underneath the data to understand what happened under the hood, first what they find is it's really only a small number of the most high-performant firms that were already doing well who use AI to improve, and they grow, I think, about 15% in a few months relative to a control group. On the other hand, the reason there's no impact on average is that a lot of the firms actually did worse because of the AI. And that's a phenomenon we really need to understand. The researchers in that study look at the kinds of questions they were asking and try to understand, what is it that causes these entrepreneurs who use AI and take its advice to actually end up worse off than their counterparts in the control group. And it's hard to say. I think part of it is that those entrepreneurs who weren't doing as well before seem to not be as good at picking out what kind of advice the AI is giving them to follow and what kind to set aside. And I think part of why you see such uniform improvement in formal employment is a very different, more linear, more structured set of tasks and decisions that are being made in that context, whereas, as we know, small-scale informal entrepreneurs face a whole range of very complex and uncertain tasks, and may be harder to know what advice to follow. Another longer thread of literature that I find very important here is the study of how economies differ across firm size, right? So high-income countries, most employment tends to happen through large-scale formal firms. And those large-scale formal firms hire a large number of white-collar employees and are critically dependent on them to manage the complexity that comes with being a large firm, right? You need procurement managers and HR managers and finance managers and all kinds of people who are delegated specific tasks. Whereas in lower income countries, developing countries, there's a lack of those white collar skill sets, and then often you find most of the firms are small. And there's actually been a recent study looking at sort of the difference, and it turns out that the lack of white collar skills and employees accounts for about 60% of the difference between lower income and higher income countries. So it's an incredibly important bottleneck to economic growth and I think to firm evolution. Now, one thing that you might say is, okay, so that's actually potentially optimistic in terms of how AI can play a role. And AI, who are the people that are afraid of losing their jobs to AI? It's the white collar workers, because AI does really good at those tasks. So maybe that's an opening. I wanted to talk a little bit then about how that might play out, because I don't think it's as simple as just give AI to small firms. When, as an investor, we've, looking back at how giving different kinds of digital tools to small firms has played out, and there's been $5 or $6 or $7 billion worth of capital put behind those kinds of models in the past 10 years or so. One thing we see is that most of them fail. Most of the ones that do succeed tend to be sort of raw infrastructure inputs, payments, credit, mobile connectivity, very simple things that don't imply a white collar skill set in order to manage them. The ones that imply bookkeeping and more complex supply chain management, things like that, often fail because they're built on the premise that they're helping sort of a white collar skill set manage a complexity, and that person often isn't there, I think, within the firm. So just reflecting for me, the notion for me should be, how do we help those firms who can, at the top of the sort of performance spectrum, who can really grow into larger firms? And we'll get into my policy thoughts on that, but I think the critical thing is to think about, how do we give them the things that they can use to grow and become large and much more performant. So.
Thank you so much for shedding light on this subject. I think what is coming out that it depends the kind of job that at risk actually depend on the job, white collar versus blue collar. What you also highlight is that while there are some studies on the impact, especially for informal sector, we don't have too much studies, and some of the findings could actually be counterintuitive. Instead of improving performance, efficiency, studies have seen cases where the performance has actually gone down.
Yeah,
So
I should say, I'm actually just now launching a study in Nigeria looking at small firms using AI to sort of launch more digital products and online profiles. And so I'll be sharing that at some point, hopefully later this year, once our study's done. But you can follow my LinkedIn or something like that. Will be, hopefully should be some pretty interesting results.
No, thank you. It's quite important to base our discussions and decisions on evidence from robust study. So let me move to the next panelist, Mr. Eric Amel Dumba. I think we're a good partner of ECA, being at the Artificial Intelligence Center in Congo, Republic of Congo, but also advisor to the Minister of ICT. The question to you is, which sector-based AI applications offer the highest potential for structural transformation and job creation in Africa? And secondly, drawing on your experience and observations, what ecosystem conditions have proven most important for scaling AI innovation hubs and centers of excellence across the continent? I think no one is better placed to speak about centers of excellence than you. You have the floor.
Merci. Je voudrais d'abord remercier la CEIA d'avoir bien associé notre organisation à cette activité. Donc pour répondre directement à votre question, à mon sens, je dirais qu'il y a 4 secteurs présentent un potentiel particulièrement élevé pour une transformation structurelle de la création d'emplois au niveau de l'Afrique. Le premier secteur, nous l'avions dit depuis ce matin, c'est d'abord l'agriculture. qui demeure le principal employeur du continent et le principal employeur des jeunes. Et comme vous le savez, grâce à l'IA aujourd'hui, il est désormais possible d'améliorer les rendements agricoles, la précision, les prévisions climatiques, la détection précoce des maladies et la gestion des ressources hydrauliques. Donc cette évolution crée également de nouveaux métiers liés par exemple aux drones, aux données agricoles et aux services numériques qui alimentent toute la chaîne derrière de mise en relation entre les agriculteurs et les acheteurs. Donc ça c'était le premier. Le deuxième ici est celui de la santé. Hein, les outils d'IA et d'intelligence artificielle permettent déjà d'améliorer les diagnostics et si vous voyez aujourd'hui la télémédecine est de plus en plus développée en Afrique, c'est aussi grâce à l'IA. Donc tout ceci crée une forte demande pour des spécialistes par exemple en données médicales et des technologies numériques de santé. Et donc le troisième ici, c'est le secteur des services financiers numériques. Les applications basées sur l'IA qui facilitent déjà l'inclusion financière, qui améliorent l'évaluation même des risques et renforcent la lutte contre la fraude, favorisent le meilleur succès au crédit des petites et moyennes entreprises. Et enfin, la transformation numérique des administrations publiques. C'est ce que nous sommes en train d'utiliser d'ailleurs même dans notre pays aujourd'hui pour améliorer les performances de l'administration publique. Ici, ça représente une opportunité majeure et améliore la qualité des services publics. Ça permet de renforcer la transparence et accroître les politiques publiques. Donc, ces différents secteurs que je viens de citer ici démontrent que l'IA constitue non seulement un facteur d'amélioration de la productivité, mais également un puissant moteur de transformation structurelle et des économies africaines. Alors, pour passer directement à la deuxième question qui a été posée, notre expérience au sein du Congo en intelligence artificielle et technologie émergente nous montre clairement qu'un écosystème performant repose sur des fondements très complémentaires. Donc le tout premier est le développement massif des compétences, parce que sans ingénieurs, sans chercheurs, entrepreneurs et décideurs qualifiés, aucune stratégie nationale d'intelligence artificielle ne peut réussir. Le deuxième, l'accès à des données fiables, sécurisées et souveraines. Les données constituent aujourd'hui une matière première indispensable à toute innovation en intelligence artificielle. Et je pense qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, le grand souci que nous avions aujourd'hui, c'est au niveau de la donnée. C'est pour ça que dans certains pays, on a pris même les initiatives de digitaliser nos langues de façon à ce que nous ayons aussi des données suffisamment bien structurées dans nos langues. Parce que dans peu de pays, quand vous interrogez l'IA avec la langue nationale, vous n'avez pas de réponse. Donc, nous, au niveau national, on a pris déjà cette initiative-là pour digitaliser les deux langues, de façon à permettre aux jeunes d'entraîner les modèles IA déjà sur ces langues. Donc, la troisième observation ici concerne le pilier concernant les infrastructures numériques, notamment les centres de données, les capacités de calcul haute performance, les plateformes cloud et les réseaux haut débit. Et donc, l'Afrique souffre encore un peu de tous ces problèmes-là, l'accès aux données, les supercalculateurs qui ne sont pas suffisamment disponibles dans certains pays africains. Vous avez vu ce matin, on avait un jeune qui était en RDC qui voulait bien faire une bonne restitution, mais qui a été confronté à un problème de connexion Internet. Et enfin, le quatrième facteur est la mobilisation des financements qui est nécessaire au développement des startups, des laboratoires de recherche et des projets. À ce titre, il faut que les États créer des fonds de développement de l'intelligence artificielle et des technologies émergentes. Parce que s'il n'y a pas de fonds, s'ils ne sont pas soutenus financièrement, évidemment, ils vont être comme pas des start-up, mais juste des stand-up, où ces jeunes qui vont commencer, mais qui vont après abandonner tout le processus. Donc, les expériences réussies observées sur le continent démontrent que les meilleurs résultats sont obtenus lorsque le gouvernement, les universités, le secteur privé et les partenaires internationaux travaillent ensemble dans une logique de coopération durable. Donc, c'est pour terminer, je voudrais juste dire que l'intelligence artificielle représente probablement la plus grande révolution technologique de notre génération, mais pour l'Afrique, elle constitue une occasion unique, non seulement d'accélérer le développement économique, mais également de construire un modèle fondé sur les talents, les données,
les données de qualité, l'innovation et sa souveraineté numérique. Notre responsabilité collective est désormais de faire en sorte que cette révolution soit inclusive, responsable et surtout créatrice d'opportunités pour nous tous. Donc, c'est pour dire que l'Afrique ne doit pas être simplement un marché des technologies qui sont développées ailleurs, elle doit devenir un acteur majeur dans leur conception, dans le développement de leur gouvernance au service des populations africaines et de son propre avenir. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think you ended by highlighting the need for close collaboration between the government, the private sector, universities. I think some people call that the triple helix. But you highlighted two dimensions in your answer for the sectors that you see as very useful: agriculture, health, financial services, and e-governance. I think our work at ECA actually confirmed that those are some of the sectors that frankly have a huge potential for AI. In Guinea, ECA is working with them to digitalize the health sector. In Mauritius, we just work with them to come up with a fintech strategy. The same with Botswana as well. So our work here at ECA actually confirmed that these are some of the sectors that are appealing or provide opportunities for AI. But you also highlighted some of the foundational issues for successful AI strategies: human capacity, robust data, digital public infrastructure, and research. But thank you so much for that. I'm sure that there will be a lot of feedback from the audience. Now I move to the youth. Ms. Mwende Mungambi, how can Africa youth be better equipped with future-ready skills to participate meaningfully in the AI-driven economy? And secondly, what role do you see entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem playing in addressing youth employment in the context of AI disruption?
Thank you so much for that question. It is an absolute honor to be identified as a youth, and I'm really hopeful that the points I do give will highlight the place of the youth in Africa and Kenya. So we do agree that the youngest population that we have currently is the youth, with 42% of the global population being made up of youth by 2030. So that says that there's a huge mismatch between the number of youth we have and the opportunities that we have currently. So we are missing out on the opportunities of ensuring that the youth that we have currently are well equipped and well engaged. But there's been another mismatch. When we think of AI and tech, we think of coding, right? Today when you think of AI, you think of, you have to sit down, you have to understand different tech languages like Java and other big languages. But AI is actually moving far more than just coding. There's something called vibe coding that you can just create something within a few minutes using the LLMs that are currently available. So opportunities are there, and there's a lot of opportunities, especially in AI and tech. But now we lack the mismatch between access to AI and actually using AI in the correct way. So we have a lot of information. There's been a huge internet penetration. I'd give an example with Kenya. We have over 50% internet penetration. But the mismatch is there's no internet integrity. So you have a good penetration, but you're not using the internet properly. So how can we tap into these existing opportunities for young people? So we need to ensure there's a coexistence between the governments and the youth and the universities and other development partners, as our former speaker has highlighted. Because the youth do not lack information, they lack access. For me to be here today, I would say it's an absolute miracle that I'm seated down in this panel, because as you can see, the age demographic is there. And so it's very important to notice that access to these doors, access to these opportunities is what is lacking. Skills in Africa are not lacking. We are one of the sharpest brains you'll find in the world. But do we have access? No, we don't have access. So if we have sharp brains and we don't have access, then that means there'll always be a mismatch. And we will always sit down in these spaces to always have conversations about employment and youth involvement. So for me, how does entrepreneurship come in? First of all, when we create spaces, there's going to be space, right? When we create new AI opportunities, there's going to be space. Our former speaker has highlighted 4 areas: agriculture, health, finance, governance, and so many other areas that we haven't talked about, infrastructure and other different areas. So if young people are going to be put inside these specific areas, then there's going to be a gap whereby we have the existing workforce and the incoming workforce, which is now the youth. So if there's going to be a gap, who is going to fill it? So is it the youth that do not know how to use AI properly? Or are they the youth that will be trained properly on how to use AI? So the next thing that we need to do, entrepreneurship will create a space for us to empower young people to ensure that they run with the cycle and ensure that they are part of the process actively. Then the other thing that entrepreneurship will do for us, it will make work very easy, because with entrepreneurship there is income, right? And with income now we will have young African entrepreneurs and not just young African users. You know, we will have AI entrepreneurs and not just AI users. Because I'll tell you this for sure, in every 5 of young people that you meet, they are really good at using their AI. They know how to prompt cloud correctly. I'm sure if you work with young people in your office, you usually go to them, how can I ask ChatGPT to do this for me? Because they are really, really good at it. So imagine if this person was given resources, an opportunity, and a door to actually do this more properly, then that would mean that we will go away from looking at the statistics of lack of employment to now statistics of opportunities that do not have people to employ. As we speak, AI opens opportunities like AI trainers, models. We have so many opportunities that young people can tap into. So we can actually open up this door and ensure that more young people are trained. And not only trained, they're ensured they're very empowered and that they have AI integrity, then this is going to be a conversation of the past. We will not be sitting here and saying that we have a huge population of young people who are not employed. And I think this touches into my policy area. I do believe that education in AI needs to start very early. Well, unlike my case, I got to start AI, I think, 4 years ago when I was an adult. So imagine if I had started this a long while ago, I probably would be at MIT or Harvard, you never know. Yeah, you know, I probably would be somewhere else. But it's taken me some time to learn how to use AI properly, to, you know, prompt properly, to build the chatbots that I do. And it's taken time for me to actually garner my experience properly and grow from just building a chatbot for 24 hours to 4 or 5 hours now. So if this had started way earlier, I would have been really, really good at what I do right now. So for me, my urge is, can the member states adopt frameworks for education as early as children start understanding how to use computers? Because only then can we be like China and fight poverty, right? Only then can we have a generation that can create employment at an early age. So yeah, that would be it for me in that question.
Thank you so much. I think you built a lot from what Eric said in the ecosystem of government, private sector, university, bringing in and empowering the youth. And you also highlight the need to start AI education pretty early. Government should create the framework for that. Now, I will go to the last speaker, of course not the least, in the panel, Mr. Abraham Kukusam. The question to you is as follows. The AU, African Union, has developed several frameworks on data governance and digital transformation. From your experience, what key governance gaps still need to be addressed to strengthen data sovereignty and support responsible AI development across Africa? Secondly, the AU data policy framework provides a shared vision for data governance, yet implementation across member states remains uneven. What is driving this gap, and what practical approaches are showing results in closing it. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So just to share a few statistics, and I will attempt to answer the two questions. If we look at the Africa policy landscape at the moment, at the continental level, the African Union Commission has developed the AU Data Policy Framework. Also, the African Union has developed the Continental AI Strategy. At the regional economic community level, I am aware that at least ECOWAS have revised their Supplementary Act on Personal Data Protection to incorporate all provisions to support the implementation of AI in West Africa. Also, the East Africa community have developed the East Africa Community Data Governance Framework, and this year, I think even last week or so, there was a stakeholder engagement on a regional AI strategy. And then if you come to the country level, when it comes to AI policies, there are about 22 AI policies in various stages, including draft form on the continent. And when it comes to data protection authorities, we have at least 43 of them set up on the continent. But there is a challenge. And this brings me to the first question, the gaps. The first gap is an implementation gap. I think that as Africans, we are focusing on developing the policy frameworks, but we are not implementing them with the same energy. And there is a big problem, because the nature of AI is such that things change so fast. And so if you don't implement the policies, they become obsolete. And with AI, things are also dynamic. So you need to implement the policies to be aware even of what will work and what will not work, so that through the learning and experimentation, you can also adapt your policy. So this is one big gap that we need to address. The second one is an enforcement gap. We have data protection laws on the continent, but usually you realize that the institutions are weak, they are not well funded, they lack the capacity and the skills to enforce our data protection laws. The third one is a data gap. And we know AI thrives on data. Our youth want to innovate. And the first place we can probably start from is public data. So governments use taxpayer money to collect data, but they are not willing to put the data out there for it to be used for research, for innovation, in order to create a local African indigenous AI ecosystem. The other challenge is about allowing data to travel across borders. We are developing policies in our countries, but we are still not opening up to cross-border data flow. And this is where with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement coming into force, we need to put pressure on our African government to open up so that data can flow freely but in a secure and safe manner. And then finally, there is a sovereign gap. Only 1% of data centers can be located on the continent. And so it means that most of our data, especially the ones on the cloud, are sitting elsewhere. And this is also not good for us. And these are gaps that we need to close. And when it comes to why implementation is uneven across the continent, I will briefly highlight 6 issues. The first is the digital infrastructure. You realize that if you travel across our countries, the infrastructure is at different levels. You cannot compare some countries on the continent to say South Africa. So you find a lot of the infrastructure in that part of Africa whilst other countries struggle with even basic connectivity. The second one is on our legal environment. So AI will not only thrive because you have an AI policy, but AI also require other auxiliary policies like competition law, intellectual property law, consumer protection law. If you go to our countries, most of our countries do not have this legislation in place. The other one is institutional capacity. We don't have, our institutions don't have the capacity to manage sovereign AI and also protect its citizens from the risk while taking advantage of the benefits of AI. Then for me, the biggest challenge is political will. Most of our presidents on big platforms claim that AI will help us leapfrog. But how much of our GDP do we put in AI implementation? And it's about time we end the lip service, and if we really believe that AI would help us leapfrog as a continent, then we have to put our money where our heart is. Then it's about financing. AI requires a lot of money to implement, and then finally we need to build the technical expertise. And because of time, I may have to leave, so maybe let me give 2 recommendations quickly. If you look at most of the AI policies globally and also on the continent, they address 4 main issues. So I'm not saying beyond this other issues are not addressed, but these issues you will always find in all AI policies in Africa. The issue of lack of quality data, the issue of access to infrastructure and compute, the issue of capacity and skills, and finally the enabling environment or the regulatory framework. And I am not sure I have seen one AI policy on the continent that has specifically addressed issues around AI and jobs. And so this is one thing we should look at as a continent, to develop an AI and jobs prototype that countries can incorporate into their AI strategies. Luckily, we still have...
We are running out of time, please.
Okay. Luckily, we still have a lot of countries that are here to develop their policies, and so this is good. We need to look at AI and jobs in the light of employment policy, skills policy, industrial policy, and social protection. We need to make sure they speak to each other and they are connected. We need to see how we can protect workers whilst enabling productivity, entrepreneurship, and job creation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that you have to leave. That's why I allow you to have a bit more time than the other panelists. But let's open the floor now for questions, comments. Please just raise your plug if you want to speak, and if possible, you could identify the panelists to whom you are directing your question. Yes, I can remember TOR.
Yes. Thank you very much, Director, and thank you very much, all the panelists. I think if we are going to talk about the this issue to do with the AIs. I think we can spend the whole week talking of it. And my question would be, I think a lot of panelists have talked of AIs in terms of infrastructures, in terms of job creation. But my question is, in terms of policies, you know, we have to be very frank to ourselves that we are in a situation where our institutions cannot support what the AI is looking for. Like now, to me, I feel like there has to be a clarity between what kind of job do we think that AI should do, and what kind of job should we keep for the humanities or for the sake of, you know, employment and also the rest of issues. So my question would be, don't you think that there has to be policies and also strategies in terms of what kind of industry that we should focus on, and also what kind of industry that we should also make sure that people don't lose their job on? Thank you.
Maybe we'll take a series of questions before we turn to the panelists, please. So yes, I see two hands here. Let's start on my far right,
thanks.
And then we'll come to the gentleman in the middle.
Thanks for the for your comments and opinions. My question is to all of you. Do you think it is possible to completely regularize AI? So we come up with a whole bunch of strategies and things like that on AI policies and how to deal with it. But given the pace that is changing, is it honestly possible to do that? And the second question is, especially here in Africa, we are trying to but to regularize AI, but we are not necessarily the developers of AI. So the mismatch between regularizing things that we are not developing, it's something that's a bit of an enigma for me. So it's a question to all of you.
Yes, you have the floor. If you could also direct your question to...
Okay, my question is for all of the panelists and also including the House. So I think when we speak about to the AI things, it's one of the things is the advantage and the disadvantage. So as a continent, you know, we might be have, you know, a narrative that will not speak about us. So the truth, I mean. So how we need to have a framework or a policy that to have a control mechanism of the AI. So we know the advantage, but also the disadvantage. So I think we should have as a continent, you know, the control mechanism. So evaluation and monitoring, because if we given all the things for the AI that is true, we will be, you know, in a difficulty as a continent. So the narrative will, I mean, the continental narrative will be disappeared. So I think as a continent, so all the concerned policies makers or the government, all of the concerned policy developer, they should have, you know, how we can make those policies together. So I think we need to have, you know, a common policy framework or a system that controls the AI as a continent. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think there were two. Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, and to all the panelists for your insightful presentations. My name is Jamal Nuh, and the founder and the CEO of Rise Forward Initiative, based in Somaliland. As an African youth engaged in development work, I have observed that many young people have faced challenges such as limited tools, training and mentorship in AI and technology. So my question is specifically to Mwende, and my question is, what strategies do you think are most effective to help the African youth not only consume AI technology, but also actively create solutions and innovations using AI? Thank you.
Okay, I think okay. I have two questions here. Let's start with the lady, then we go to...
Thank you. I think what Jake was saying actually resonated a lot. I think there's a lot that we're ignoring about AI. As he indicated, the people that are doing well are the ones who are most likely to be able to take advantage of AI to continue doing well. If you're not doing well, the odds are AI is not in your favor. I'll give you an example. I run a fintech. We are in the lending space, right? I think we had financials that we had to put together last week. I'll be very honest, I did not use our usual accountant. I figured out the financials by myself with Claude, right? You take your, what is it? Your Zoho books, right? You plug it into Claude to say, please generate XYZ for me. Jake says he wants to see these particular metrics. Do it for me, right? And then you then pay your accountant maybe. I paid the person, I'll be very honest guys, 1/10 of what I would pay them for them to generate it for me. Because I'm not just paying them to rubber stamp what AI has done for me. Same thing with call center agencies, which I think in terms of job creation, we've been seeing quite a boom. I think within the past couple of months, I've been getting a number of missed phone calls from UK numbers, and you can tell this is an AI voice, right? It's not a person on the other line, which then makes me wonder, realistically from a job creation perspective, should we not be worried? It's not going to create jobs for us realistically. I think it's going to actually subtract. This is even before we start talking about resources. I think the gentleman from GIZ was mentioning that. We're seeing in America, there's uproar over data centers and water. We cannot afford to be losing water that we already don't have. Are we truly being realistic about the pros over the cons that AI is going to give to us as a continent based on where we are at this current stage? This is directed to, yes. You saw, I can't quite see your name, but I think what you're saying as well as to Jake as well. Yes.
Okay. I think Jake maybe. Okay, no, let's, we'll take the very last question in the interest of time, because we have less than 15 minutes left and we want to give the chance to the panelists to respond. So please, I will give you just 1 minute each for your questions. Please just go directly to your questions. I will take you, and yes, because we need to stop at some stage, otherwise you would not get any responses.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think the question over there is really a storm that is heading in front of us, particularly for Africans. But we cannot escape from the challenge. So we need to create some sort of strategies in order to combat the challenge. But my question for all of panelists would be, what policy frameworks and public-private partnership are needed to ensure that young people are not only users of AI technologies, rather creators, innovation, and entrepreneurs in AI era? So this is the question, because if you answer this question, I think we will manage the challenges that we are facing currently. Thank you.
We have to really move on now. We can continue the conversation during the coffee break that we would have. So let me go to the panelists. We had a number of questions. I will give the floor to all the panelists. You can respond to any of the questions that you would like to, but please don't take more than 2 minutes so that everybody has a chance to respond. And as you do that, if you can just leave us with one critical recommendation that you think would help to address all the challenges that you yourself raised and also the questions that have come from the floor. So you have the floor, yes.
Thank you very much. So I want to address the question of what kind of job should AI take. Yes, I think that we should look at the conversation this way. How can we use AI to solve our problems? We have huge problem with health on the continent, education, agriculture. Let's start from there. Of course, I agree that some jobs will go, and especially call center jobs, they will go. A lot of clerical entry-level jobs will go. But let's do the difficult job. How can we leverage AI for the informal sector? The informal sector is a big chunk of our economy. I think these are the things that we should look at. Because that is why I'll come back to my recommendation that we need an AI and policy, AI and jobs policy that integrates employment policy, social protection, industrial policy, so that we will know which jobs will go, and then we prepare our youth for that, and then we also know where we can create employment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to Jake.
Yeah, so great questions. I'm going to try to answer your question. I think if anyone tells you they know, they probably don't know. I don't think that's I don't think anyone can say they have any certainty on that. I guess it's possible I'm fundamentally optimistic. I do think there's big risks. I think, like I said, earlier, I think a lot of the data points to a certain amount of insulation in the African economies, since so much of it will be in white-collar, jobs where there's disruption. I also think that generally history points to when these kinds of disruptions happen, they create new and unexpected sectors and jobs that it's much harder to predict the new and positive outcomes because they're not there right now, whereas it's much easier to see what's going to be disrupted and hurt. So I'm fundamentally optimistic. I also think that, a lot of these forces are beyond the control of any single country. And on some level, we just have to lean into the positive side because cowering and waiting for bad things to happen is, almost never the right response, right? So trying to insulate ourselves from possible negative negative outcomes in the way that global labor, global trade flows, global organization of value chains, all those things are going to change. We just have to, I think, try to be nimble and respond and try to find the positive opportunities. I don't know what else to do, basically. I wanted also, there was a question over here around how African countries can regulate AI when a lot of it is being produced elsewhere, and I think that's actually a really critical question. For me, I think if you look back at the data privacy, which is, a question that's maybe 10 years old at this point and is a lot further along than what to do about AI, what to do about social media platforms and data privacy and that kind of thing. The dynamic you saw was a lot of those things being created in the United States and a few specific countries, and then Europe and a few other countries coming up with regulations to manage them that then became kind of a global norm. And I think looking to that model might be very interesting. I think for African countries who maybe feel like, this stuff is happening somewhere else, looking to see who else is a potential ally. How can we construct, coalition across countries who all maybe have similar sets of incentives. I think Europe is potentially, and again, potentially a positive ally in that case, but other parts of the world as well, and saying, look, how do we come together as a bloc and put forward a set of policies and regulations that we can all adhere to and get benefit out of and protect our workforce as well as get the most positive benefits. So that would be a perspective I would have on that particular question.
No, thank you so much, Eric.
Merci. Je voulais juste ici ajouter, parce qu'il y a 3 questions qui ont été posées, mais je pense qu'il s'agit sur la régulation, mais aussi une question sur le cadre légal et réglementaire. Ici, je voudrais reprendre un peu ma casquette en tant que exécutif pour vous dire qu'un pays ne peut pas se développer ou mettre en place des initiatives en matière d'IA si à la base vous n'avez pas encore défini la stratégie nationale du pays en matière d'IA. Parce que la stratégie, c'est un document de co-construction. C'est un document que vous construisez avec l'écosystème national. Et c'est dans cette stratégie que vous définissez tous les besoins du pays. Une stratégie en matière d'IA, c'est une stratégie qui est assortie d'un plan d'action sur une période quelconque, sur 3 ans, sur 5 ans. C'est vous, le pays, qui allez dire qu'est-ce que nous voulons implémenter très rapidement en matière d'IA. Quel est le domaine que nous voulons mettre en avant en matière d'IA. Donc ça, c'est clair. Et deuxième chose aussi, ce qu'il faut retenir, parce qu'on parle aussi de la donnée. On ne peut pas, d'un côté, ne pas avoir la stratégie de l'IA et on n'a pas aussi la stratégie de données. Ce n'est pas possible. Donc, s'il y a une stratégie de données, forcément, il doit y avoir une stratégie de l'IA. Ou à défaut, vous les combinez les deux en un seul document et avec une vision claire et précise du pays. Il y a une question qui a été posée, je pense, sur la régulation de l'IA, mais je crois qu'on a déjà répondu à cette question. C'est pareil aussi pour mettre en place le framework qu'on est en train de dire ici en matière d'intelligence artificielle. Donc, si le pays n'a pas une loi sur l'IA, parce que de la loi va découler plusieurs autres documents d'encadrement justement de cette technologie-là. Donc, je voulais juste, pour répondre à cette question, apporter cette précision. Merci.
Thank you. So let's get the last response. Mwende?
I'd say a majority has been said. I'll just focus on 2 key areas. One of the panelists did highlight an issue with implementation, and I will highlight that as I also respond to the question that was asked by the founder from Somalia on what training can we have for young people to ensure that they create solutions and innovations. So our first challenge that we have currently is we have an issue with implementation of existing policies. And like we all know, Africa has amazing policies. We have very beautiful shelved policies. And so what we do is we create AI platforms that translate these policies. And that could be one of the ways that young people in Africa can use their skills to create solutions and innovations. And I think it doesn't have to be a specific way. It doesn't have to follow a specific pattern. Because, again, the conversation on us being users and not developers has been brought up so many times. And so we also need to realize that our abilities can only get to a certain level when it comes to actually using AI at the current moment. As I finish up, I would say that it is important that we ensure that our young people are getting direct mentorship. There's still a huge gap in the mentorship in the AI space because not a lot of us have expertise in that. But if you happen to find an expert in that, please hold on to them because it's really, really important. And my last words would be, it is about time that we move from the Book of Lamentations when it comes to matters AI and the youth and open the page of Acts. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we have just 1 or 2 minutes left, and I see the colleagues already looking at me. So I use those 2 minutes. I will leave it with our colleague Camilla of Oxford Martin School on her final reflection. She may like to touch on some of the questions, or she may just say her take from this session.
Thank you, Director. I think what I take from this is there's more questions than answers that we have, which really calls for more data and research to understand how AI and technology and innovation will impact our economies. automation and bringing a robot into, for example, a restaurant in Africa will likely create a job to bring in someone who understands how that robot will fit into the ecosystem, whereas the same robot will actually displace a job in China. So I think it's important to put into context all these discussions in terms of how do they apply to the context of our economies. One big thing I think is in terms of skills and the opportunity to leapfrog. We don't have to use AI or develop AI in the way that we have seen it developed in advanced markets. We don't have to follow those systems. And I think we've already seen it happening with different technologies in terms of climate applications, in terms of agricultural applications. So maybe looking at some of the opportunities and some of the skills that align with our sectors of growth and that are aligned with unique opportunities that we have. Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we don't have any more time for further comments. I will just ask all of us to join me to give a hand of applause to our panelists.
Thank you very much, Director Lesinge, and our esteemed panelists. Please join me one more time in giving them a round of applause for a great panel. Distinguished guests, as we await our next panel, may I kindly invite you to stand for a moment? Can everybody please stand up? I'm told by the doctors that this is good for us to stretch a little bit after, sitting for 2 panels, so please feel free to stretch. Don't hit anybody on your left or your right, but let's stretch a little bit. All right. And now can you please talk to the person beside you and remind them to join us for the cocktail later on? Just say you're invited. I hope I'll see you there. There are lovely refreshments. All right. And then remind them that there's also the knowledge fair. Thank you so much. You may please be seated. Okay. We have one more thematic session and a very short impact talk remaining today. We will now move to thematic session C, which will focus on unlocking regional value chains within the African continental free trade area to empower youth-led enterprises across Africa. This session will be moderated by Melaku Desta, Director in the Regional Integration and Trade Division at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Joining in for this discussion are Tasha Chitika, founder, Wingi General Dealers; Gugulethu Siso, Chief Executive Officer of Thumeza; Senhal Guesh Beri, founder and CEO, Cabana Design; Shipra Chisha, President, African Women in Business; Fetene Aragao, Business Development Manager, A-Trade Group; Andrew Aliu, Regional Economist, Regional Office for Africa, International Labour Organization; and Emmanuel Subiran, Policy and Program Officer for Trade and Economic Integration, Delegation of the European Commission to the African Union and ECA. Director Desta, you have the floor. The session is scheduled for 65 minutes, but if you want to use less, we are very happy. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, and thank you, Master of Ceremony, by reminding us all about the cocktail. I'm not sure if you are helping this session or not, because we are already very late, and but we'll try our best, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great session. A lot of effort has gone into this. My name is Malaku Desta. I'm the acting director of the Regional Integration Trade Division, and the underlying work for this was done by the colleagues from the Sub-Regional Office in Southern Africa, to whom I'm really, really grateful, in collaboration with the ILO and the Southern African Youth Forum. So I'm very, very grateful that we have put this session together. And of course, it very much resonates. It's at the heart of the entire conversation that we are having here, titled Unlocking Regional Value Chains and Empowering Africa's Youth-Led Enterprises to Thrive under the FCFTA. So regional value chains, youth-led enterprises, the FCFTA. These are the three buzzwords that we have here. We always talk about the FCFTA in very high-sounding terms, for good reasons, because we believe if it is properly implemented, this is a platform that can help all of us unleash the power of economy of scale and take Africa forward significantly. I don't have a lot of time, as you can imagine. Initially, we were told we had an hour and 15 minutes, then that was cut down to about an hour and 5 minutes. So I'm not going to take long to introduce this session, but let me just give you an outline of how we are going to run this. First, we will hear from three colleagues here on the stage, three young ladies who are doing some inspiring work. We are going to hear their testimonials about their experience as entrepreneurs. Two come from the Southern Africa region, from Zimbabwe, and another from Zambia. And the third one comes from here, closer to home, from within Ethiopia. And then that will be followed by a panel discussion among the other colleagues that you see on the stage here. So, without further ado, I'm going to follow the sequence that I have in front of me, and I'm going to start by asking Mrs. Gugulethu Siso, founder of Tumeza in Zimbabwe, to take the next 4 minutes maximum and give us your testimonials, your experiences, and the extent to which the FCFTA can help, and hopefully it does not hinder, the work that you are trying to do would be very helpful, and then of course we'll be identifying the key issues around which all the other colleagues will be having a conversation about. Over to you, Gugu. 4 minutes from now, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think you've been hearing a lot of my voice for the past hour, so no need for introductions in essence. As indicated, I'm the CEO as well as the founder of Tumeza Enterprises. We're a fintech that provides working capital financing to the logistics sector. So my intervention in essence is just going to be a quick sharing of the Tumeza story as well as my story. So Tumeza started off in 2018 in Zimbabwe as a last mile logistics company. This was in response to when Uber had just got into the market, and Uber was moving goods, for people across the world, but in Zimbabwe, we hadn't quite gotten there to that point. As you quickly realize, anyone who's ever done any form of e-commerce support system, volumes are what make or break you. If you do not have the volumes, you do not have a business because the margins are too small. Quickly realized that the hard way, and then pivoted to now moving goods on behalf of retailers such as Pick n Pay, Spar, to name a few. We moved their goods within my hometown. Shout out to Bulawayo, if there's anyone from here. Doesn't look like it. But yes, quickly we started moving goods on behalf of Pick n Pay, let's say from warehouse to warehouse, in essence just last mile fulfillment. Then once again realized that there's not too much money in that sector. Moved up the value chain again to now freight, which in essence is moving goods for the Pick n Pays within Zimbabwe, as well as cross-border to South Africa, Zambia, Botswana, as well as a couple of others. Then COVID hit. I think many of us in business, if you're in logistics, I see there's a gentleman smiling over there. He already knows what I'm about to say. COVID hit, which means that logistics, which is already an industry which is plagued by, lengthy payment timelines. In essence, what you were getting in, let's say, 45 days, you are now getting in 90 days, if you're lucky. And remember, there's no one in an office, so businesses could get away with saying, we'll see you when we get to the office once a week. So if you don't have any form of leverage, and by leverage I mean either you are a transporter with quite, a lot of vehicles, or you have some form of leverage, there's no one who's going to take you seriously. Unfortunately, we were forced to shut down that particular business model because we owed so much money to our transporters that by the time we got paid, everything just went to our debts and there was nothing left. So I took a break and I sat down and I was like, let me figure out my life. Maybe let me look for a job. Then I started getting some phone calls from our transporters saying, hey, so remember how you would give us a little bit of money for fuel in order to service Pick and Pay? Turns out they'd been taking that money that I was giving them for fuel to then get to drop off the goods and then come back with cash trips. Cash trips that might not pay them as much, but meaning cash in hand. So in essence, I'd been financing these people without realizing it. So I was like, I think there's a business model there. I can make money off of this and I can, sleep well at night, which is something that I think if you were to see me 4 years ago, you see that there's a big difference. Which is what has currently led to our current business model, which is Tumeza Financing, how we are now actually providing invoice financing for the logistics sector. A typical transaction is that we will approach an entity such as Pick and Pay, who heavily outsources. We finance their logistics transporters upon delivery, and then Pick and Pay pays us at the end of a prescribed payment timeline with, of course, a percentage for us. However, in terms of the AFCFTA, I think we are one of the companies that have been able to walk the talk in terms of cross-border trade, because we currently have transactions in Zimbabwe, South Africa, Kenya, as well as Uganda. But I'll be very honest, this is something that I wish someone has set me down and said, are you sure that you're able to actually service what you're swallowing right now? The key issues that we're facing in terms of this, dispute resolution as well as payments. So I'm going to finish this off in 1 minute. By dispute resolution, I mean, once you have a contract with someone in Kenya from South Africa, jurisdiction is a big issue. If someone owes you money, your court process is not the simplest thing to do. You have to sue them in South Africa, get a judgment, then go to Kenya and sue them and get another judgment. How many of us can actually afford that, let alone a small-scale trader? Same thing, payments. I've got my South African rands, I need to give you Kenya shillings. As much as we've got the PAPs, right, that's not actually active in our corner of the world in Southern Africa, which means that I need to buy USD, get it to Kenya, and then when they're now trying to pay me back, they need to buy USD and send it back. And with businesses that rely on extremely small margins, this is not worth it. So I know that I do not have any more time, but that is our experience with trading across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The moment you start talking about the issue of conflicting judgments or carrying judgments from one jurisdiction to another, you took me back to my days as a professor of international law. So now I'm going to go to Mrs. Tasha Chitka, founder Wingi Generals Dealer, Zambia. Tasha, you also have 4 minutes. I'm hoping that you will tell us your story within 4 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Tasha, the founder of Wingi General Dealers, a company that deals in the importation of table salt and coarse salt, because salt is a natural resource, and Zambia, we don't have that natural resource. So we depend on countries like Botswana and Namibia to have our table salt. And being a cross-border trader as a woman and as a youth is not an easy thing. Like, there are many challenges and also there are many opportunities. And I'll just highlight few challenges and also few opportunities, because it might take me the whole day talking about cross-border trade. So some of the challenges are theft. In cross-border trade, there's so much theft. 5 in 4 SMEs, cross-border traders, have lost money. Why? Because they lack knowledge, and there are many middlemen, and there are also cartels that have been operating in cross-border trade for a while. And the second challenge is Forex. I cannot exchange the Zambian kwacha to the Botswanan pula or the Namibian dollar. I need to rely on unregulated money changers who are found at the borders. So you'd find that the currency will be strengthening, but then because they are unregulated, they will not be able to reduce, or they want to also make a profit at the end of the day, in short. Then the other challenge is delay. Sometimes you'd find that because Namibia has got its own clearing process and the papers need to move from Namibia, when the agent from Namibia is done, they are sent to Zambia and then your truck is released, inspection, so you lose time and some transporters get frustrated. And the other challenge is monopoly. So there are many big players in cross-border trade, and you find that you are relying on the same supplier, and they'll go to the supplier and say, I'm the only one who wants to be sourcing products from you. I don't want these others. If it were you, what would you do? You go and say, we can't sell you anymore. But you're asking, Tasha, how have you managed? So how do we deal with theft? Number one, the introduction of mobile money services. Actually, 3 weeks ago, I just used Airtel Money to send money to Kenya, and I was so excited. So you can now pay your custom duty directly to your supplier or to your transporter without depending on an agent. And also, the other way is having the right information and talking to the right people. Then when it comes to Forex, so how do we deal with Forex in cross-border trade? You identify some traders from Namibia or Botswana that, sell and import goods from Zambia. Then you exchange 1-to-1, nothing like no 1 point what, no. It is 1-to-1, and it has really worked. And the other challenge I forgot to mention is transportation costs. Transport is very expensive. And how do we deal with transportation cost? There are backloads. Like, Zambia is a land-linked country, and we have many trucks going to Durban, Port Durban, Wavis Bay Port. So when those trucks, companies, deliver their goods, they are likely to come back empty. So we utilize that transport at a lower rate to transport our goods, and then delayed clearing of goods. So the moment your goods are loaded, you get the papers, send them to your agent, and they start processing. Before the truck even starts off, they start processing your goods so that by the time your truck is going to get at the border, they would find that the documents are ready. Yes, and I would also just love to say that it is doable. If I can do it, every youth can do it. And many sectors in Africa, they are not ready for us, the youths. So we can't just sit down and wait for things to change or work in our favor. We need to step in there and fight, because we are the future leaders and we can do it. Let us step in sectors where others are afraid of stepping in. Thank you.
If I can do it, all of us can do it. Wonderful. I think that should be the slogan of this session. Thank you very much, Tasha. And now I go to Samahal Gushbarhe, CEO of Kabana Leather from here in Addis. Kabana, I think, is the name of the village. Am I correct? Kabana. Or is it Kabana?
It's Kabana.
Kabana, I'm told. Because there is also a village, an area of the city called Kabana. Please, over to you, Kabana.
Thank you so much.
Samahal.
Thank you so much, Malako. Usually people assume that we are from Kabana River.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
Kabana is an old word. It means directly from us to you. I am the founder and CEO of Kabana Design. We are downstairs at the Knowledge Fair, for those of you who haven't seen us. I started Kabana as a young entrepreneur around 2017 after successfully failing 3 businesses. I think I would say successful because all of them taught me all the taxations that go into a business, all the impact that needs to bring, and all the hurdles that a business owner needs to have. I'm a soldier's daughter. Both my parents are government workers, so I have no history of business, so all I had to do was fail and learn. So we grew the business from a small startup to an export-oriented manufacturing company. We became the biggest bag exporter in the country, running 2023 and 2024. So it was a successful business without any kind of investment or outside financing. We've exported close to 3 million USD in leather goods, but unfortunately, only, less than a quarter of it was within my continent. I think we've created jobs for our community. By policy and by design, we hire women, and most of the women are coming from our community. I don't know if in other African countries we have it. In Ethiopia, government has a policy to support women who are returnees or deported from Gulf countries. So we directly hire from shelters. We've trained around 250 people directly in our factory. Well, COVID, as my friend was saying earlier, gave us a wake-up call, so we pivoted into a textile business, so which opened our textile business. So that means, it was a problem child, but it allowed us to expand not only to US market, Germany, but also within Africa. So after COVID, we opened our first shop in Kigali. Maybe we expanded too quickly because Ethiopia hadn't rectified the African Free Trade Zone tariffs, so it didn't give us that opportunity to be able to take advantage of the tariffs. So we opened 2022, but our biggest advantage or our biggest export came in 2026, where we exported around 2,000 shoes and close to 1,000 bags, where we're seeing the advantage of the tariffs, where I am able to see sourcing from Africa. Recently, we had a meeting with a YKK zipper that we can source directly from Swaziland through South Africa. So that gives us the advantage that we can source within Africa and get the advantage that our continent has. We can manufacture through Africa as well by collaborating with other entrepreneurs in Rwanda as well as in Kenya. So that means our biggest export becoming 90% to US will now be reversed into an African export. So one of the things I've learned is it's not the talent that was the problem, it was really the access. And I was able to see that we were not able to finance most of our purchase orders directly. Even if you get like 100,000 purchase orders, if you cannot be able to finance it, lack of the finance for young entrepreneurs became a bottleneck for us. So we had to, dissect those orders into 3-4 purchase orders, spreading it through the years. But what I also understood is also cross-border payments and trade barriers were there. If I'm able to sell from Rwanda, I can accept via M-Pesa from Kenya, but I'm not able to accept any kind of money from Ethiopia. I can pay from Rwanda to Ethiopia, but I cannot pay from Ethiopia to Rwanda. So those are some of the things that cross-border payments that I've understood. Logistics and shipments, my friends have already said it here on the panel. We had to use Ethiopian cargo, even though Rwanda was very close if we're using a road transport, which would have been cheaper. But it's a developing country, right? So we're still yet to take advantage of those things. Also, what I've understood is with these jobs, with this trading, we can be unlocking a lot more jobs than what we currently have. So I'm very happy to be an African SME giving testimonial on this panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will agree with me that between these 3 colleagues, we have heard some very inspiring stories, really. If I start from the last one, for example, to hear that the FCFTA market, the African market, is providing an alternative to the foreign non-African markets that used to be available. In the case of AGOA, for example, I still remember when the beneficiary, Ethiopia was removed from the beneficiary list there, and how many textile companies in particular were impacted. And now you are telling us you are looking to Africa not just as a market to export to sell in, but also as a market to source from. That I think is the kind of story that we want to hear when we talk about the FCFTA. And then, Tasha, I think you identified a number of the challenges that affect anyone who dares to try to become an entrepreneur on this continent. You reminded me, when you were talking about this, reminded me of a panel that I was in the audience, but on the panel was Aliko Dangote. And he was talking about his experience being an industrialist, a manufacturer in the continent. And he made this very interesting point at one point when he said, look, when the judgment day comes, those of us who have been trying to be industrialists on the African continent will go directly to heaven because we have already paid our prices while we're on earth. So I think that is the kind of, you're talking about knowledge gaps and cartels, monopolies, payment challenges, delays, you name it. So I thought that was and despite all that, you conclude by saying, if I can do it, anybody can do it, and it can be done. And Guguletu, I think the way you started talking about Uber coming into Zimbabwe and then how that started affecting the market, and then how it went into freight transport across borders, and then COVID, and then they need to improvise in the face of COVID, and then you conclude by talking about the issue of dispute resolution, conflict resolution, where you are right. If you ask Emmanuel on our panel, he will tell you how they tried to overcome this issue of judgments delivered in one country not recognized in another country, for example, through a treaty mechanism. And then I think we'll come to all those issues in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the challenges have been laid out in front of us by these three inspiring colleagues on the stage. Access to finance, market access opportunities, information, anti-competitive practices, and of course the issue of payments and settlements, currency convertibility. All of these things have been raised. And now I'm going to go to my panelists. I have some four very qualified, eminent colleagues on the stage. I have Mrs. Shifra Chisha, who comes from the Gracia Marshall Trust, but also SADC Business Council. We have Mr. Fatana Aragao, who comes from A-Trade. And then my colleague, Mr. Andrew Aliyu from the International Labour Organization, and our friend and colleague, Mr. Emmanuel Subiro from the European Union office here in Addis. So these colleagues will be able to shed light on some of the challenges that have been raised here. So I will follow the sequence that I have, and panelists, if you try to limit your interventions to a maximum of 5 minutes, we'll be able to give a chance to the audience, to the room here, because as you can see, they are very patient. They are waiting and listening to us at this time of the day. So, Shipra, I'm going to come to you. As someone who comes from the Gracia Marshall Trust, which does a great job of supporting women to grow enterprises, you were talking about earlier during your own interventions, expand financial access and become architects of economic change. Can you please tell us what, in your view, are the major finance-related impediments that face youth-led businesses, and how digital marketplace and e-commerce platforms can help youth enterprises access regional and continental markets using the FCFTA as a platform? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I think as I was listening to the youngsters talking, to the youth talking, I was thinking about a couple of years back when we were looking at the African continental free trade, and we were saying that this is gender blind. And at that point, we then looked at the protocol on youth and women and youth. And I've got a lot of answers and questions for them as well. But I just sat here and I thought, we were thinking about the agreement being gender blind. Now we're thinking about the implementation and how do we need to implement, and what are the challenges that what we created needs to be sorted so that we can look at implementation. But I'm going to stick to my script so that I can keep the 5 minutes, because as I say, I've got quite a lot to say. But just maybe thinking about an example of one of our entrepreneurs, Diana Kachingwe from Malawi, an entrepreneur that was supported by the Graça Machel Trust, and you'll hear me talking about the Graça Machel Trust, the African Women in Business, as well as the SADC Business Council, because I represent all those organizations. The Graça Machel Trust Women Creating Wealth Jumpstarters program, through our catalytic financing, mentorship, and digital business training, she was able to strengthen her productivity, capacity, and she was able to access markets and also assist beyond her immediate community through digital platforms. This is where financing began to translate into trade. Her monthly sales increased 45% in income. Her enterprise moved from local survival business into digitally connected trading activity with wider market reach, showing how financing and digital access together unlock real trade outcomes. Now she further expanded into cross-border digital services and delivering online training to 83 participants in Mozambique, in Kenya, as well as Zambia, demonstrating that youth enterprises are no longer confined to local markets, but increasingly a part of the regional and digital services and value chains. So the key question then that we have and we're looking at is what financing mechanisms can realistically be scaled? I think behind me we're saying that today we are here to look at innovative solutions to enable more youth enterprises like this, and how do we ensure that digital platforms functions as through trade infrastructure under the AFCFTA. Now, from my experience at the Graça Machel Trust, through this program that I mentioned, the Women Creating Wealth program, which has reached over 6,400 women who have created over 30,000 youth jobs and are looking at impacting more than, and have impacted more than 100,000 livelihoods. Youth entrepreneurship must be understood as a pathway for structural transformation, value addition, as well as regional integration, not only job creation. The Jumpstarter model that I've mentioned shows that effective support must combine catalytic grants, it must combine mentorship, it must combine investment readiness support. If one does the one without the other, you're setting up young people for failure. It needs to be a 360. Through this approach, youth entrepreneurs across 6 countries have been supported to move from ideas to scalable enterprises. So these are some of the solutions that we have offered. In Senegal, we had an entrepreneur, Anta, who used the program support to strengthen her digital strategy and business capacity. Her revenue increased by 11%. She created jobs for young people, and she also trained young people through digital careers. This reinforces for us the key lesson that financing or finance only becomes transformative when it is linked to capacity building or capability, markets, and implementation support. So as I say, if we want to make sure that young people succeed, we need to make sure that we provide all this. This is why mechanisms such as non-collateral lending, challenge funds, purchase order financing, crowdfunding, and I think this morning it was mentioned, but blended finance models are essential for scaling youth entrepreneurs. And we have a lot of, in Malawi, for example, we supported financial institutions to increase non-collateral loan ceilings with certain thresholds, removing structural barriers that limit youth participation in production. So the AFCFTA requires us to treat digital platforms, not as e-commerce tools, but as regional trade transformation. These platforms enable markets to access suppliers, to connect suppliers, to look at logistics and coordination, and also to look at digital payments. So in closing, the challenge is not only to create youth-owned enterprises, but to ensure that they move from survival entrepreneurship to competitive, to value creating, to enterprise embedded in the regional value chains, which aligns our focus today, looking at implementation, scaling what works, and accountability for the results. Then the success will be measured not only by policy commitments, which I think is what has been discussed this morning, but by enterprises that are scaling, that are looking at creating jobs, that are accessing markets, and that are making sure that livelihoods are transformed. So AFCFTA provides us with a platform. The young people are providing us with innovation. Let's look at how to deal with that.
Thank you very much, Shipra. I think clearly the trust, even from that one project, talking about creating 6,000 plus jobs, I think it's something that must be, recognized, uploaded, and all. So now I'm going to go to Mr. Fatana Aragao from AE-Trade. Fatana, as someone who comes from AE-Trade, which is, I think, I'm sure you will say something about that. I find this as one of the pioneering enterprises in the digital trade field in particular. So, and then earlier when Tasha was talking about how excited she was when the idea of mobile money came, I was thinking about the question I was preparing to ask you. So can you tell us, please, what governments can do to accelerate the development of digital trade corridors, smart borders, and what would be your advice for SMEs to translate their online presence into cross-border trade, physical deliveries, and payments? Over to you, Fatana. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. From AE-Trade's perspective, we believe that the real challenge is not whether African entrepreneurs are entrepreneurially potential or not. We believe they clearly do have the entrepreneurial potential. The real challenge is that many user-led enterprises are not fully utilizing the ecosystem to access the market. So here comes the major challenges that face these SMEs. Most of the challenges include standards and certification issues, market information issue, and secure payment issue, and of course, as mentioned, logistics and financing issue. And there is also trust issue between buyers and sellers, and there is also a gap in skill among the entrepreneurs or SMEs. As a result, even there are opportunities across the FCFTA. SMEs are not able to convert those opportunities, and actual transactions are not being made. The key issue here is that market access must be viewed as a complete journey, not just a single intervention. As a solution, we recommend 3 actions. One is the use or SMEs must be trade ready before they are asked to export. So before we ask young entrepreneurs to export, we must help them improve product quality, packaging, standard compliance, and business documentation processes, pricing, and also digital readiness. So export success begins before products reach a border. So we believe the first task should be educating the entrepreneurs. So the second issue is connecting young entrepreneurs to the real buyers through platforms like Sokoko Africa, which is an e-commerce platform under AE-Trade Group. Business can gain visibility beyond their local communities and access regional market. So through Sokoko, market visibility will be created. However, visibility alone is not enough. So there is also a need to complete transactions, which is a critical action. So even if there is a trade opportunity, only it becomes real when a buyer can trust the seller. Payments can be made securely, and goods can be delivered efficiently, and both parties can operate within a predictable framework. So this needs to operate an integrated ecosystem, which is essential for the SMEs to be active in the ecosystem. So under the African Continental Free Trade Area, digital marketplace and e-commerce platforms can only play a transformative role by reducing distance and connecting businesses across borders. However, effective digital platforms must do more than simply display products online. So they must provide, like mentioned earlier, trust must be assured between traders, and there should be secure payment infrastructure, logistics support, and training and capacity building. And lastly, access to finance is critical for the success of the overall ecosystem. So usually there is a common misconception: online presence alone or automatically leads to trade, but the reality is that most SMEs may have social media pages or storefronts, but yet still they struggle to conduct cross-border business. So the key bottlenecks here remains the same. There is trust issue and payment issue, logistics, and access to finance and compliance issues remain the key bottlenecks. So governments here should intervene by integrating the general ecosystem or by developing digital trade corridors and smart borders through digitizing the entire ecosystem or the entire trade journey from business registration and product verification, electronic certificates and compliance documentation, digital payments and financial infrastructures, logistics tracking and border management, and buyer-seller verification and trust frameworks are necessary that the government should intervene. As at A Trade Group, we are building exactly this type of ecosystem. We have Sokoko Africa, which is a market which creates market access and continental visibility for the SMEs. We also have A Trust, which is a secure transaction payment system that supports buyer-seller transaction and builds trust. There is A Logistics for the fulfillment and delivery coordination. And we have also a learning platform for the capacity building and digital training for the SMEs. And for the finance facilitation, we also have an investment alliance wing that provides access to finance for the SMEs.
I'm having to ask you to finish, Fatana, please.
Okay. And lastly, the most transformative intervention for youth enterprises is the creation of a complete support pathway. Training alone is not enough, and access to market is not enough, and marketplace alone is not enough. So young enterprises need all of the following connected systems as an ecosystem, like business formalization, and product readiness, digital visibility, market access, and logistics, and access to finance and secure payments are necessary to be connected. So when these elements are connected, youth enterprise can move from survival entrepreneurship to competitive participants in the regional and value chains. So the concrete commitment regarding the concrete commitment for a trade, logistics access, and finally we will work with financial institutions to improve access to finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fatana. I know you have a lot to tell us about this in this area. I still remember meeting your colleague from A-Trade when we were still at the drafting stage of the FCFTA agreement back 10 years ago, and I'm happy to see that you are still going strong and you are helping us come up with innovative solutions. Now I'm going to come to you, Andrew Aliyu from the ILO. You come from the ILO, an institution which is critical to our discourse here. And of course, I would like to thank you for joining us. My question to you centers around access to established businesses. Very often when we talk about youth-led businesses, we talk about SMEs. And of course, we love to support SMEs, but at some point, at least some of the SMEs, hopefully we also want to see them grow into large businesses, right? That's what success is. Now, what can be done to strengthen linkages with big businesses, for example, Andrew? What is the role of initiatives such as supplier development programs and the like in the effort to connect youth-led enterprises with large enterprises? And then where do you see those opportunities for networks, value chains, linkages, etc.? Over to you, Andrew. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Malako, and thanks to the team for this opportunity, and good afternoon, everyone. You mentioned about supplier development programs. It's interesting, this is the first time it's been mentioned throughout this conversation. So I will take probably a few seconds to talk about it as the approach that has been used. So supplier development programs generally are initiatives that help small and medium-scale enterprises to become more competitive suppliers to large businesses, to multilateral, to multinationals, and to government agencies and export markets. Basically, supplier development programs link the small actors to the big boys, if you like. The overall objective normally is to strengthen the capabilities of local suppliers so that they can meet the requirements of the big players. And these requirements mostly are around product quality, standards, reliability, production capacity, because most of the small businesses don't have production capacity, adequate capacity. But importantly also regulations, because regulations have been, is one culprit for putting small businesses out of business. But when you talk about regulations, since you say I'm from the ILO, we also talk about occupational safety, health, and environmental compliance. Small businesses also struggle with technological innovation. So supplier development programs help to support them with that. So these are supplier development programs generally. But why are they relevant to youth in particular? Of course, most of the speakers here have spoken quite eloquently around the barriers youth-led enterprises face. So for example, lack of market access. So what supplier development programs do is to link or introduce small businesses. So we have good examples. So for example, the Kenya Linkages program, they also help to address the issue of credibility that young enterprises lack, skills gap, and small scale, and also the issues around information asymmetry. Small businesses normally lack this, and supplier development programs try to fill that gap and connect them. So for example, a typical supplier business, supplier development program in agro processing will, for example, identify a promising youth-led enterprise, help them to meet issues like food safety, and then connect them to some working capital and some supermarket chain. And so this is how they operate. And then now, how can we strengthen them? In short, it's really a twofold or two-pronged intervention. One, we seek to address their capability constraints on one hand, but on the other hand, we also help them meet the requirements of the larger farms and the regional value chain. Effective approaches have used a combination which I think one of the colleagues mentioned, skills, enterprise upgrading, market access facilitation, and incentives for and incentivizing lead farms. So, I mean, they strengthening them. I mentioned the issue about capability. It still remains, I mean, we joke about the continuous capacity building, but it still remains a significant dimension of how these youth enterprises or youth-led enterprises can be, of course, the issues around capacity should really become a package bundle that looks at, as I said, skills, finance, standards, and operating markets. Lessons from ILO interventions around Africa suggest that youth enterprises succeed when they go beyond entrepreneurship training, but also really trying to understand how the market operates or functions. That leads me to a second point, which is quite important.
And if you can finalize in 1 minute, Andrea,
okay.
Please.
That training alone is not sufficient. Because most of our interventions are supplier-driven. It's important that we make supplier development really demand-led, and ensure that the supplier development programs are actually embedded in market system. Most often, we try to capacitate them in the hope that they will find their way into markets and value chains. So our interventions, ILO interventions in Zambia, Zimbabwe, Kenya point strongly to this evidence. And we've also been doing quite a lot in refugee host communities in Kenya, and we are doing something here in Ethiopia. An approach we call AIMS. AIMS is an approach to inclusive market systems. It has two dimensions. One is the pool dimension, which will help to develop markets and value chains to create opportunities. Then the push dimension is actually to work with these groups so that with the right skills and capabilities so they can access those opportunities. So the AIMS approach is actually being used in currently over 25 countries on the continent. Then just one last point, Malako, issues around being intentional. Really, if you want to, the issues around actually targeting youth-led, but also creating incentives for the larger firms to deal with the youth. There are strong examples in South Africa, for example, Kenya, Zambia, and Zimbabwe on the points that we're working on. Thanks, and over.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Again, I would have loved to give you more time so we could hear the full, presentation, but we have to cut you short, unfortunately, because of the time. Now, I'm going to go to Mr. Subiro Emmanuel. As someone who comes from one of the major partners and supporters of Africa's development endeavors, the European Union, I would like to ask you, Emmanuel, to please speak to us about the major finance-related impediments for the youth entrepreneur. We know finance is a big issue even for the established businesses, let alone for the small players, for the young players who are just starting. And what can be done about this? Perhaps there might also be lessons that we can learn from the European experience in this area. So if you take 5 minutes, if you limit yourself to 5 minutes, Emmanuel, you'll also allow me to give a chance for one or two persons in the audience to ask questions. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Ok, merci bien. Je vais passer au français pour les francophones. C'est une opportunité. Donc effectivement, je pense qu'une des choses qu'on a vues au cours de ces dernières années, c'est une tendance à la baisse de l'aide au développement, et il risque d'y avoir dans les années qui viennent peut-être encore moins de fonds de ce côté-là. Et donc du coup, une des choses sur lesquelles on essaie de se concentrer, c'est notamment le financement mixte, blended finance, parce que effectivement, ça permet de faire un effet de levier et de diminuer les risques, notamment pour le secteur privé, pour les investisseurs, les fonds en capital risque, etc. Et l'Union européenne, alors je vais parler de ce qu'on fait à l'extérieur. Bien sûr, on a des mécanismes parfois similaires en Europe, hein, donc c'est simplement qu'on les adapte pour les pays partenaires. La plus grande initiative en ce moment de l'Union européenne, c'est Global Gateway. Je pense que tout le monde en a entendu parler. On parle quand même sur le cycle programmatique 2021-2027 de plus de 300 milliards d'euros d'investissement, dont le package pour l'Afrique qui représente la moitié, 150 milliards. Et on est en 2026 et on a déjà 90% des objectifs qui sont atteints, donc on ira probablement au-delà de ces 150 milliards d'investissement pour l'Afrique. C'est vrai que c'est beaucoup des infrastructures, mais ce n'est pas uniquement des infrastructures. Je voudrais parler d'une initiative en particulier qui est très importante dans l'appui aux PME. Alors, ça a un nom en anglais, donc désolé, mais c'est Investing in Youth Businesses in Africa. Ce fonds, alors c'est à la fois des garanties. Là, on parle de plus de 700 millions d'euros de garanties. Quand on parle de garantie, en fait, c'est par exemple de l'argent qui permettent de réduire les risques pour les banques locales pour pouvoir prêter de l'argent aux PME. Mais on parle aussi de plus de 300 millions en programme. Donc des projets, on a quelque chose comme 8 à 10 projets régionaux qui couvrent plus d'une vingtaine de pays en Afrique. Et là, on touche le préamorçage, l'amorçage, alors, je sais pas, seed money, hein, je sais pas si, et tout ce qui est l'accompagnement, parce qu'on se rend compte que les financements seuls ne suffisent pas. Il faut à chaque fois quand même pas mal d'accompagnement. Et dans ce projet-là, donc c'est soutenu par l'Union européenne, par 13 États membres de l'Union européenne, et puis des banques à la fois publiques, privées, la Banque européenne d'investissement, etc. Ce qu'on voit, c'est que l'accès au financement est un vrai problème, mais effectivement, il y a beaucoup de solutions. Ce qu'il y a, c'est que souvent, c'est une question d'échelle. Il y a eu une étude de la Banque mondiale il y a quelques années qui disait que pour accompagner une entreprise, il fallait qu'un partenaire financier mette à peu près $10 000 pour l'accompagner. Donc vous imaginez que si on doit accompagner des milliers, voire des millions d'entreprises sur le continent, c'est vite un manque de moyens important. Je me souviens de projets, par exemple, où on pouvait soutenir 5000 jeunes entrepreneurs. On était très contents, mais par rapport au nombre de jeunes entrepreneurs qui étaient sur le marché dans un pays donné, c'était une goutte d'eau, quoi. Donc en fait, la question, c'est vraiment comment démultiplier ça. Et grâce au financement mixte, on arrive à lever beaucoup d'argent. Mais ce n'est pas uniquement pour je dirais, donner des garanties à des grandes banques commerciales sur le continent. C'est aussi parfois soutenir ou créer des fonds locaux qui vont directement appuyer les PME et notamment les jeunes ou les femmes dans leurs entreprises. Donc là, on parle d'appuyer donc des fonds en capital risque, mais ça peut être aussi de l'accompagnement à travers des accélérateurs, des incubateurs, ce genre de structures. Un point particulier que je voudrais mentionner, parce que en termes d'innovation, c'est pas très courant, même si ça existe depuis un moment, c'est accompagner la diaspora, ou les diasporas, notamment africaines, notamment celles qui sont en Europe, et les migrants, que ce soit notamment ceux qui sont de retour dans leur pays. Parce que finalement, il y a des dispositifs qui existent.
Can you finalize in 1 minute, Emmanuel,
oui,
please?
Oui, sur ce point très spécifique de l'accompagnement de la diaspora, où on s'aperçoit que beaucoup de gens de la diaspora veulent investir en Afrique et ils ne savent pas forcément comment faire d'un point de vue financier. Et donc, quand ils mettent de l'argent, il y a des projets où on peut faire un top-up de leur propre contribution pour les aider à ça. Il y a plein d'autres exemples que je pourrais donner, mais je vais m'arrêter là pour laisser le temps aux questions-réponses. Merci.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I also did it in good time. I hope the entrepreneurs sitting around me will be asking for your card before you leave. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not doing justice to this panel because I don't have time even to highlight some of the key points that have come out. But let me allow 2 questions. 1 minute each, 2 questions. I see a lady's hand over there and another lady over there. 2 of them, that's it. 1 here, 1 there. 2 ladies, and that's it. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. This was a session that I was looking forward to it. So we speak a lot about moving goods under this FCFTA, but goods don't move on their own, right? Truck drivers, transport workers, they are facing real barriers with visas and cross-border mobility. So let me be sharp and ask this question to ILO. Yeah? What concrete action are being taken to address labor mobilities, and what are the biggest gaps still holding this back? We know that it's important, but what's holding it back? Maybe the other question is for the businesses. We hear that Pan-African Payment and Settlement System by AfriXim and FCFTA has been operational, but many businesses here still face major bottleneck. That's what each of them mentioned. So I'm curious, have any of you used that system to transfer payment? What was your experience? That would be nice to hear. Thank you.
Very good questions. Thank you very much, and to the point. Yes, please. Follow the same model. 1 minute. Direct questions, please.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Efrata Matthews. I'm South Africa's Youth Forum Ambassador to the AU and Ethiopia. So my question is to the entrepreneurs. As entrepreneurs who successfully broke into regional markets, what was the biggest hurdle you faced regarding capital when trying to scale across borders, and what needs to change practically so that young women can also transition from survival entrepreneurship into competitive regional value chains? Thank you.
Excellent questions. Thank you very, very much. So the first one is to you, Andrew. It is mainly about labor mobility, but I think it's bigger than that. It's about movement of persons in general. And if we had the time, we would have been very happy to talk at length about the free movement protocol and the challenges facing. Nevertheless, you can take 1 minute to address that, Andrew, and then I will go to the colleagues to look at all the 3 to respond to these questions with 1 minute. Just 1 minute max, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The ILO, of course, is doing quite a lot. We have the Continental Program, the Joint Labor and Migration for Africa Program. Through that continental framework, we have the AU that works closely with the AU migration policy framework. There's also the continental strategies related to skills as well, skills and mobility. We're also working on the portability of social security. At the REX level, there's been a lot more advances, including the SADC protocol. We are also supporting a work with the African Union with GCC countries. So there are quite a lot to talk about.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Now let me ask each of the entrepreneurs to take 1 minute, please. There are 2 questions to all of you that I would like to touch on. We have PAPS. We have been celebrating its launch. Has any of you used it? Because we still talk about payment and settlement systems as a challenge. What's your experience? And the second one was, what was the biggest hurdle that you faced? On that, I think you have already told us, but maybe if you want to take half of your 1 minute allocation, you can do that. Samahal, please. I will start from you, and I will go this way.
Thank you. For payment systems, we haven't been using that. The way we've been selling is direct wire transfers. From Rwanda, we've been able to handle refunds. That allows us to receive the payments, but if a client doesn't want the product, we can be able to do the refunds. But from Ethiopia, unfortunately, we haven't been able to do any kind of refunds. So that's why we've been trying to partner with other payment systems within Rwanda and Kenya to do these payments. But one thing I'm very happy about is the mobile banking system through Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya has allowed us to be able to sell to the Eastern African community. And the second question on hurdles, I think the hurdles are going to be continuing. It's a new system. Regional sales will always have those hurdles. One of the biggest things we've been able to understand is that to be able to move large goods, we've been able to move around 300 kg easily, but when we reached 2,000 kg, that was very hard for us. And size, exactly. And the next is, how do young women or young entrepreneurs break into regional market? I think you just have to go and start. There's nobody stopping us. There's nobody holding us back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I come to you, Google it, please.
Thanks.
1 minute.
Thanks. So the question concerning PAPS, I think it's the same one. We're in Southern Africa. It's not operational for us. And then the question concerning access to finance for young women. So speaking with our context, we've been heavily reliant on individual investors. We have not been able to raise any form of financing from financial institutions. So we've had to really look inwards. In essence, a big part of our investor network for us is the Zimbabwean diaspora community. So it's people who believe in you who are most likely able to give you money. In terms of what we see moving forward, in terms of access to formal financing, I'm a big proponent, or rather my big audacious goal right now is creating a behavioral data credit bureau. I think we're leaving quite a lot of money on the table for young women within the informal spaces or within the shadow network, by not looking at that to say, when you are being able to give in money, something as small as $1 or $10, how exactly do you behave with that? So I think if we move on to that sector, we'll be able to include more people. Thank you.
Thank you, Google too. Tasha, again, 1 minute, max.
Thank you very much. So for the payment system, like my friend said, we're in Southern Africa and it's not operational. We rely on mobile money in bank system. And then the question that she asked, how young women can be able to attract financing, more especially in cross-border trade. Honestly speaking, for me in cross-border trade, before you start, I don't advise for you to seek financing because you don't know the waters you're going to dive in. You might crash or you might make it. So it's better you get a small capital like I did, and I've scaled. I started with 200 bags, but now I can do 60 tons in a month. So I advise you start small, and as you test the waters, then seek for funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I just wish I would allow these panelists to continue going for another couple of hours. I cannot. This panel, Eunice Kamuendo, to please come in, take 1 minute, and say a few words. Eunice, please.
Thank you so much. much, Malaku. I really enjoyed the session, just listening to all of them. So, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. So this is where I'm going to start from. I think it was powerful to start with the entrepreneurs, because I think that's where we're getting the practical lived experiences where all of us have to coalesce to come in and help unblock some of the challenges that we have. But if you can see also, and I know I'm yet to meet a few of the entrepreneurs, although I've engaged with them before, but all of them, I think all the three spoke around issues they started for whether it's logistics, financing, or indeed value-added products in the leather one. They're all there to solve problems. And I think that should be instructive to a lot of our young people to say, if you want to go into a business or entrepreneurship, it really is about solving a problem, whatever problem that is, as a starting point. And I think another lesson, a lesson learned from all the three of them, which I also found very useful, was how they've been successful in falling forward. Again, all of them have spoken about issues of how, you know, they struggled, failed, started again, and so on. And I think what that tells all of us is the tenacity to keep going, but also picking up the lessons that you face along the way to be able to be successful in a business. And then I think the ending in terms of all of them, again, just presenting a lot of the challenges which all of us have spoken about is useful. A lot of the challenges, I think they've been able to work around them and solve them. But I think this is a lesson, again, to us as development partners to see where we do come alongside entrepreneurs to support. And it was therefore gratifying to hear, whether it was from Gresham Michelle Trust, A Trade, ILO, EU, and the rest of the other panelists, that creating practical solutions in this regard. And I think that is where we should indeed, including ourselves as the UN and others, we should come in. And I think finally, and this is more...
If you can finish it, please, Eunice. Thank you.
I am. UN colleagues, including ECA, I think it's to really now look at a high level, at a policy level, on all of these issues, whether it's around dispute resolution, security issues around borders that have been spoken to, PAPs. I mean, we all are celebrating around PAPs, but clearly there are issues there, and I think that sits into some of the areas that we need to work on. And finally, just again to thank my team, of course, that made my team and your team, and across our board in terms of the headquarter colleagues that made this happen. And if this is not the end, I think a start, and hoping that we're going to be able to continue the conversation. But thank you, all of you, for making yourselves available for this exciting session. Back to you, Malaku.
Thank you very much, Eunice. And I think tenacity is the word that I want to keep when I think about these three young ladies here. And now a final one, Mr. Mischek Gondo. 1 minute vote of thanks, please.
Thank you very much, Melaku, for driving this session. And indeed, as alluded to by the youth development model, that young people are anchors for innovation. Young people are stakeholders, and leaders for transformation. We have witnessed it in this session where young people have proffered solutions, practical solutions that would drive on the basis of Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And also we've heard from the institutions that are supporting the work of young people. Allow me to thank everyone, including our moderator, for today's session. As alluded to by the former speaker just now, we are going to continue. It's the Southern Africa Youth Forum, known also as SADC Youth Forum. We are proud to support young people in terms of driving this. I would like to acknowledge the co-organizers of this session, the International Labour Organization, ILO, the Southern Africa Youth Forum, SAYOF, and ECA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I don't have any time, any additional time, any more time to say anything more. But please join me one more time in thanking this amazing panel, and let me also thank our Master of Ceremony for allowing me this additional 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Desta, and our esteemed panelists. Please join me in giving them another round of applause for their very engaging session. We also want to thank all moderators and panelists, as we actually had to cut your time by 10 minutes, and you have done well not to revert to the original time. Some were just 5 minutes short, but at least you gave us some time. Thank you. Distinguished participants, thank you very much for staying with us. While we may not have achieved Japanese-style precision in our timing, we have done quite well. And we sincerely appreciate your patience and engagement. We now come to our final session before we proceed to the cocktail and knowledge fair. I was told to try to engage you more by saying that the cocktail will be taking place on a terrace with a beautiful view of Addis Ababa. So please, you do not want to miss that. Now, the final session is an impact talk, which will be delivered by Ms. Marlene Emily Boss, Regional Communications and Advocacy Officer for Africa. This last panel is very enthusiastic. The session will be chaired by Ms. Kautar Mudar, Head of Partnerships and Resources at the Pan-African Youth Union. Ms. Mudar, the floor is yours. The session will run for 25 minutes. Kindly awaiting Ms. Muda and Ms. Marlene to please mount the platform. All right, we have 25 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay. So, Excellencies, dear distinguished guests, good afternoon or good evening. My name is Kautar Mudar, so I'm the Head of Partnerships and Resources at the Pan-African Youth Union, which is a member-led state-led organization or as union, and we are the largest convening power mobilizing youth since 1962 in governance, institutionalized participation, capacity building, leadership development, and multi-stakeholder partnerships. So today's session is the last session, but it's going to be brief and fruitful, inshallah. So it's going to be about the impact talk. So where we're going to explain the Pact for the Future to young people and to all our stakeholders and partners. For that, let me call my dear colleague and sister, Ms. Marlene Emily Buss, who is here joining me in the stage. Then definitely she will give us more insights about the Pact for the Future. So let me just give you a very brief idea about it before getting into deep insights and information. So the Pact for the Future is a global agreement adopted by countries at the Summit of the Future back or in 2024. And in simple terms, it's a roadmap for creating a world that is more peaceful, fair, inclusive, and definitely sustainable. So this talk will be led by Ms. Marlene, which will walk us through the Pact for the Future to help deepen our understanding, and her presentation will guide us from understanding the Pact's key commitments toward identifying practical actions and pathways for implementation. So Ms. Marlene, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Kautar. And hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hope you can hear me well. Excellencies and colleagues and friends, before I start my moment, I would like to do a small exercise with you. Can I ask the colleagues to start the presentation? Yes. So, I would like you to read this paragraph. Actually, let me help you with this one. We commit to promoting coherent, coordinated, inclusive, and integrated approaches that facilitate the effective implementation of nationally determined priorities through strengthened partnerships, enhanced institutional capacities, and whole of government and whole of society frameworks, while fostering policy coherence, promoting sustainable and resilient. Please be honest, how many of you zoned out? Yes. And I don't blame you at all. I've been working for the United Nations for a few years now, and I have to read these types of paragraphs, these types of text twice myself. But here is a more important question. What does that text actually mean? What does it mean to a young graduate in Addis Ababa? What does it mean to a woman starting a business in Dar es Salaam? What does it mean to a farmer in Senegal? What does it mean to a student in Benin? Most people wouldn't know, not because they're not smart, not because they don't care, but because we have been very good at writing for conferences, we've been very good at writing for reports, we've been very good at writing for each other, and much less good at writing for the people that those conferences and those reports are actually about. And I want to be clear about something from the start, because this is not a small problem. Because when people cannot access the language of a decision about their lives, they cannot participate in it. They cannot challenge it, they cannot own it, and they certainly cannot act on it. And language is not just a communications issue, it is an inclusion issue. And that is where this story starts. So, in September 2024, Kautar already talked about it, world leaders gathered at HQ in New York, UN HQ, for what was called the Summit of the Future. And I'm pretty sure most of you in this room have already heard about this summit. The premise was simple. The world is facing many challenges that no country can solve alone. Climate change, debt, conflict, the rise of artificial intelligence, jobs that don't exist yet for a generation entering the workforce, and also a growing crisis of trust in institutions and in each other. So leaders came together and negotiated a new agreement, and it was called the Pact for the Future, a roadmap of sorts, a promise to future generations, a commitment to do better. And the final document was 56 pages long. Thousands of words, dozens of commitments, very important commitments about education, about jobs, about the planet, about peace. And when we first looked at it at the UN Development Coordination Office, we found ourselves wondering, how many young people are actually going to read this? Not because they don't care about the future, but because we had once again written a document meant for young people about their future in a language that most young people would never really engage with. And before I'm going to tell you what we did about it, I want to pause on that for a moment, because I do think it matters more than we usually acknowledge, and especially in Africa. By 2050, more than 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African, which means that when we talk about Africa's young people, we're not talking about a niche demographic. We are actually talking about one of the most influential, one of the most consequential generations in human history. And yet, we write about their future in a language they cannot easily engage with. And we make decisions about their lives in rooms that they are often not in. The generation we most need to close that implementation gap that we're talking about at this conference, at this forum, is the same generation that we consistently excludes, amongst others, through the language that we use. So this is not just an inclusion problem, as I mentioned before. It's also an implementation problem. Because the people we need most to turn ideas into impact are often the very people that we treat as not quite ready. And perhaps that's why we still describe them using a curious phrase: youth potential. A Gen Z colleague I used to work with a while ago, she has said something to me that has stayed with me ever since. We were in a meeting talking about youth engagement, and suddenly she said, "I don't really like this expression, youth potential." And I asked her why. And she said, "We've been talking about youth potential for decades. If we keep calling it potential, we'll never recognize what young people are capable of today." And she was right. Potential, it's a strange word. It's a slippery word because it sounds like a compliment, but what it actually means is not quite ready, not quite yet. Not quite yet contributing, not quite yet leading, not quite yet ready. And it lets us off the hook because as long as young people have potential, we can continue to plan for their lives without really including them in it or really involving them in it. But look across Africa today. Young people are already building businesses, they're already creating jobs, they're already finding solutions to many of the challenges many governments and institutions and experts haven't come up with yet. And I'm sorry, the videos don't seem to work because of the Wi-Fi. So yeah, maybe the challenge for us is not to unlock youth potential, but maybe it is recognizing youth contribution and making young people active players in closing that implementation gap. Which brings me back to the Pact for the Future and to the question that we kept asking ourselves. So if this document, the Pact for the Future, is about their future, why are we writing in a language that they cannot really engage with? And that is when my boss made a comment that I still really like. He said, we should translate the Pact for the Future. We should translate the Pact for the Future from English to English. Not English to French, not English to Arabic, not English to Swahili. No, English to English. Take the same ideas, keep the same meaning, but make them relatable, make them understandable, and make them human. So we created what became the Gen Z Pact for the Future. We brought in a young woman from Morocco, Lina. She's a Gen Z, and she understood instinctively what her generation thinks, what they care about, and most importantly, maybe how they communicate. And she did something that none of us really could have done ourselves in our office. She wrote for her friends and not for us. So the first draft, we tested it. We shared it with young people across Africa, and we asked them for honest feedback. What landed, what felt distant, and what still needs to change in this first draft. And we went back and we reworked that first draft based on what they told us. And then we asked a very talented graphic designer, an Ethiopian graphic designer, Henok, to also make it look the part. And when it came together, it looked like this. So, I'm going to give you a few examples. I'm not sure if the videos will work, but let's try. On peace and security, important topic in the Pact for the Future. So the Pact language talks about multilateral frameworks, conflict prevention, institutional reform, but we translated it into peace starts with what you share online. Because for many young people, peace is not only negotiated in conference halls. It is shaped every day through social media and increasingly through AI. A young person who has watched a piece of misinformation or disinformation spread across their social media, who has seen how quickly a false story travels, how few people check the source of what they share online, and how difficult it is to, once a false story is out, to put it back in the box, that person will read this line and I think they will feel something click. And this is a short animation that we made. active players. Or take youth employment. So the Pact for the Future, again, it contains very careful and precise language about structural barriers facing young people that are entering the workforce. So the original pact sentence is on the left. Perfectly good policy language, accurate, it's technically correct, but now compare it to this. The Gen Z pact says, degrees ready, doors closed. Fix the system, not the youth. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year just to keep up with the youth entering the workforce each year. So that line, degrees ready, doors closed, is a description of what happens when that gap is not closed for them. Or take youth participation. Policy language often talks about meaningful youth engagement. Again, an excerpt of the original pact, and then on the right you'll find the Gen Z version. It says, not here for the group photo, here to change policy. And of course this challenges tokenism that we see a lot still. And I have another animation on youth engagement. I think Wi-Fi is letting us down. Let me continue. There we go. And then there was this one, and this is the final one. There's many more, but I will stop after this one. So we transformed the text, or part of the text on governance into welcome to the 21st century. The global system was built a long time ago. Africa was not in the room. And I will let that one speak for itself. So we translated the 56-page document into 5 flyers and 21 animations in both English and French. We created social media cards, key messages, action guides, ideas for local campaigns, practical ways for young people to engage with all these topics that are very important and that are in the Pact for the Future. But now, I want to be honest about something, because when we started, I thought we were solving a communications problem. Make a complicated document easier to read. Job done. But the longer I sat with it, and the more I also talked to young people across the continent, the more I realized that accessible language is not the end of the story, it is the beginning. And I see it as a chain that goes from the right language to understanding, to ownership, to action, and eventually to impact. So when the language of a document is so technical and jargony, full of jargon, that it excludes people, the first link in that chain breaks. And when that link breaks, often nothing really moves. Let me explain what I mean. Understanding, for example, fails when people read something and they think, I suppose that is important, but they cannot connect it to their own life. They have processed the words, but the meaning has not landed, and so it fades. Ownership fails when people understand an idea, but they still feel it belongs to someone else, to experts, to the UN, to governments, to institutions. So they might agree with it, they might even share it, but they do not feel responsible for it. And without that sense of responsibility, nothing also really moves. And finally, action fails when people feel ownership, but have no pathway. They care, they want to do something, but the gap between caring and doing feels too large, and so they don't. And that is why language often matters more than we tend to admit. Not because getting the words right is the final goal, but because getting the words right is often what helps make everything else possible. If a young person cannot understand what was decided in their name, that chain that I just described, for them, never even starts. And when I look at the Gen Z Pact, I kind of see all of those things coming together. The flyers and the animations, the key messages, they did not just simplify the language, but they connected global commitments to the lived experiences of everyday life of young people. For example, take peace starts with what you share online. The moment a young person reads that line, they do not just understand the idea, but they feel it is theirs. That peace is not something negotiated somewhere else by someone else, but that it's something that they participate in every single day. And that connection between global commitments and a daily reality is what turns understanding into ownership. Not the, I suppose this is important, but this is mine to act on. And then we added the action guide because we realized that, as I just mentioned, ownership is alone is not enough. So the action guide gave young people actually, excuse me, specific things that they could actually do. So the guide walks them through practical steps from organizing challenges online to developing a concrete ask or a campaign to working with others in your community. And enough of those actions, big or small, in enough communities is how commitments on paper eventually become change on the ground. Now, I think most people in this room have spent their careers trying to make things move. And I also suspect that most of you have experienced the frustration of watching something good, a piece of research, a program that worked well, not travel as far as it should have. And there's many reasons for that. Politics, resources, timing, power. So I'm not going to stand here and pretend that better language fixes all of it. But I do think that we consistently underestimate how much that first link matters. There we go. the link from language to understanding. And at this forum, more than almost any forum I've participated in or I know, we're asking exactly the right question. Not what do we know, but how do we make it move? So, let's go back to where we started. This paragraph, this wall of text. My boss said, let's translate it from English to English, and we did. But this paragraph is not unique, because most of us, or many of us, produce a version of it every week or every month. And I know this one is quite exaggerated. It can be a report, a strategy, a commitment, written carefully, with all the good intentions, in a language that most of the people it is meant for will never truly, really engage with. And when my Gen Z colleague told me that potential just means not yet, she was also talking about this paragraph and about all paragraphs like it. Every time we write like this, we are, without meaning to, saying not yet to the young people reading it. Not yet ready to understand, not yet ready to contribute. And the Gen Z Pact was a small attempt to say something different, to say, yes, you are ready. Here's what was decided, here is why it matters to you, and here is what you can actually do about it. And perhaps the same challenge exists in all of our work, because every work field, I suspect, has its own version of that 56-page policy document. So before I close, the invitation to everyone in this room is to ask the same question that we asked ourselves, and the question we should ask ourselves much more often. What in your work still needs translation? Not just in the words we use, but ultimately in who we involve, who we design for, and who we invite to the room. What have you still left untranslated? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marlene, for these valuable insights and information. So as per the Pact for the Future, so young people, they should have a voice. They are not regular leaders of tomorrow or of today, but they are literally partners. So they need definitely to take part of the decision making, from where governments committed to increasing youth participation in public life and policy making. Another important point, which is that youth deserve better opportunities. The Pact encourages investment in education, skills development, entrepreneurship, which we really had many conversations and discussions today about the entrepreneurship, startups, and definitely innovation and decent jobs for young people, which we really encourage our youth to go for the part-time jobs for summer. So which is not a common culture in Africa, in our continent, but definitely nowadays, more young people, they are more aware about this importance of acquiring more experience and expertise and having different internships. Definitely for the climate action, digital and technologies that are really important, and they really need to be more inclusive and accessible for everyone. Unfortunately, in some of the regions in our continent, so they don't have access to different technologies or to AI, but the government, so they are working on that, and definitely from where they have even named the different ministers, the ICT, you know, the AI and the technology, which they are helping in that. And the last point, and which is the most important, which is the peace and security. And this is the key element for every single development of our countries and our continent. So my last two key messages after this fruitful session is that nothing about young people should be decided without young people. The Pact of the Future is an opportunity for the youth to speak up, participate, engage, and help shape the future they want to see. We really must move from engaging youth to trusting youth, resourcing youth, and co-leading with youth, because Africa's future is not ahead of us. It is already in action and is already being shaped and delivered by young people today, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marlene and Ms. Mudar, for a wonderful session. Please give them one more time a round of applause. OK. Mesdames et messieurs, nos délibérations d'aujourd'hui sont maintenant terminées. Nous nous retrouverons demain à 8 heures, at 8 o'clock, et nous nous réjouissons de vous accueillir à nouveau. Le programme reste disponible sur le site web de l'ADIF pour consultation. Nous vous invitons maintenant à vous rendre au forum de connaissances, animé une fois de plus par la secrétaire exécutive adjointe de la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique, Madame Mama Keita. Madame Keita, pourriez-vous saluer la foule afin que les participants puissent vous connaître? Merci beaucoup. Après le forum de connaissances, nous nous dirigerons vers le cocktail qui se tiendra dans la salle des banquettes. Des personnes seront à votre disposition pour vous guider. Nous vous souhaitons une excellente soirée. Distinguished guests, this brings us to the end of today's deliberations. We will reconvene at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and we look forward to welcoming you back. The program remains available on the ADIF website for your reference. At this juncture, we invite you to proceed through the Knowledge Fair, once again led by the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Madam Mama Keita. Mama Keita, one more time for English. May you kindly wave your hands so that the participants can identify you. Good. The first was a French wave, the second was the English wave. All right, so she will take us to the Knowledge Fair, and after that, we will make our way to the cocktail, which will be held in the banquet hall. Ushers are on hand to guide you. We wish you all a wonderful and restful evening. Thank you.
Gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual.
Africa's future will increasingly depend on its ability to mobilize domestic resources, attract investment, build competitive industries, and create sustainable employment opportunities for its growing population. Africa possesses one of the greatest strategic assets, its people. More than 60% of Africans are under the age of 25, making Africa the youngest continent in the world. Every year, more than 15 million young Africans enter the labor market in search of opportunity and a better future. So yes, the challenge is significant, but so too is the opportunity. Indeed, if Africa's greatest challenge is jobs, then Africa's greatest opportunity also has to be jobs. Africa possesses many of the ingredients required for the transformation we seek. It has abundant entrepreneurial talent, vast renewable energy resources, critical minerals essential to the global energy transition, rapidly expanding digital ecosystems, growing urban markets, and the immense opportunities presented by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Africa's future depends on the choices that we make here today. Together, we can use this forum as a turning point to create opportunities for our young people, transform our economies, and convert Africa's immense potential into shared prosperity.